Day 7 of the end times. 19 people left alive in the whole building. Right now I'm standing behind the steel door of the safe room, gripping a fire axe, watching through the peephole as a writhing black shape lingers at the far end of the hallway. The bloody rag wrapped around the handle. I stripped it off a corpse on the 17th floor yesterday. Tired, Yuan? I turned around. It was Chu Yuan, holding out a damp towel. Early 30s, alluring, with a body that was frankly ridiculous. She owned a finance company, worth over 100 million. Out of all 18 female residents, she was one of the few who actually treated me halfway decent. Thanks. I took the towel. The second I did, a crisp, ringing voice cut through the room. Lu Yuan. It was Fang Yaqi, one of the country's biggest A-list actresses, 20 million followers, and just before everything collapsed she'd been announced as the lead in some big-budget historical romance. She stood up, wrapped in a cashmere shawl I'd dug out of the apartment next door. Her hair had been a mess for days, but not 1 ounce of that superior attitude had faded. Thank you for these past few days. You're a good security guard, I'll give you that. I said nothing. I just waited for the but. And there it was. Now that we've survived, there are some things we need to reconsider. She glanced around, sweeping her eyes across the 17 other women's faces, her voice taking on a theatrical kind of gravity. You've all seen those monsters out there. We're the last people left. We have to stick together to survive. The problem is, in a world like this, men are the most dangerous creatures of all. I thought I'd misheard. Excuse me. The 18 of us women, we're no threat to each other. But you're a man. You're physically stronger than us, and you're the one holding a weapon. She took a step forward. Who's to say you won't turn into another monster one of these days? The words dropped like a stone into water. I think Miss Fang has a point. A woman with glossy, golden waves spoke up quietly. Su Wan, I remembered, some kind of influencer. Just the other day I caught him staring at me for the longest time. Same here. He just makes me feel unsafe. He's a security guard. He was never on our level to begin with. Why should we take orders from him? Standing there at the door, gripping my axe, I suddenly found the whole thing absurd. 7 days ago, the first night the darkness fell, I'd charged out of the guard station and smashed 2 monsters off the residence with my baton. After that, I led all 18 of them floor by floor to safety, scavenging supplies, dragging shelving to barricade the halls. When 3 monsters cornered us on the 8th floor, I stayed behind alone so they could run. The gash on my back that still hadn't scabbed over? That was from a claw meant for Fang Yaqi. And now, there she stood, using that face the entire nation knew by heart, calmly announcing, I propose, for the sake of us sisters. For safety, we should vote Lu Yuan out of the group. Raise your hand if you agree. 1 hand, 2 hands, 3 hands. They went up one by one, like a slow-motion zombie flick. 18 people, and 15 hands went up. Only Chiu Yuan and 2 others kept theirs down. 15 to 3. See? This is what everyone wants. She tilted her chin up. Lu Yuan, the world out there suits you better. We'll give you your share of the supplies. Now get out. She said it like it was obvious, like she was doing me some huge favor. I stayed quiet for a long time. I looked down at my axe, then at the pile of supplies, then back up. My eyes were calm, dead calm, like still water. Fine. The moment the iron door shut behind me, I heard the first snicker. He's finally gone. That was Fang Yaqi. I haven't slept right in days. Kept worrying I'd wake up and see some shadows standing over my bed. Same here, Su Wan chimed in. Every time I went to the corner to change, it felt like there were eyes on my back. Damn it, just some sleazy security guard. A toad lusting after a swan. Wan, don't say that. He did save us, at least. That was Tang Shi, the rich girl, pretty, wealthy, the whole package. But honestly, we're better off without him. Who knows when a man's dirty little thoughts are gonna boil over? That's exactly what I've been saying. Fang Yaqi raised her voice, like she was announcing a victory. In the apocalypse, women are safest with other women. No male gaze, no possessiveness. We sisters stick together, soft and sweet, and we'll survive just fine. Yeah, exactly. A round of giggles. That guard walks out there, and the monsters will eat him first. So what if they do? Not our problem. Hey, what floor do you think he's on now? Think he's already got something chasing him? Ha ha ha. Just picturing it is hilarious. All right, Fang Yaqi cut them off, wearing the satisfied look of a leader. Forget about him. Let's redistribute the supplies. Maybe we can actually live comfortably now. From now on, us 18 sisters are family. Yaki's right. We'll follow Yaqi from here on out. The commotion on the other side of that iron door carried through the thick fire door, muffled, like bubbles rising up from underwater. I stood in the pitch-black stairwell, holding a bag of compressed biscuits and a jug of water, the only share I'd taken from the pile before leaving. Call it a supply pile, but altogether it wouldn't last a week. I didn't take more. I didn't need to, because I had plenty of supplies of my own. As for after I left, those 18 women, how many of them would actually make it out of this building alive? Pathetic. I walked straight ahead, the voices fading behind me. All that talk about male gaze, about sweet and soft. We can handle it ourselves. I heard every word, crystal clear. Wrote it all down in my head. 21st floor, a hidden room. I pushed the door open and stepped into pitch darkness, but I didn't need to see. I knew every inch of this place. I walked to the wall, opened the cabinet, and pulled out a camping lantern. Twisted it on. Warm yellow light flooded the entire living room in an instant. I set the flashlight down on the coffee table and straightened up, sweeping my eyes across the room. 2 rows of cardboard boxes. 6 cases of bottled water. Storage bags stuffed with compressed biscuits and ham sausages. Canned food, self-heating rice, vacuum-sealed braised eggs, plus the iodine, gauze, and fever meds I'd swiped from the pharmacy next door. All of this was my private stash. That pile Fong Yaki and the others saw. A quarter of it, tops. The other 3/4 was all right here, in my room. Truth is, I saw through them a long time ago. Those women couldn't be trusted. I knew from day one, I wasn't one of them. Fong Yaki especially. She always looked at me with this air of condescension, sizing me up. I knew that look too well. It was the exact same way the residents in the complex used to look at us security guards. So I kept the card up my sleeve. Didn't expect to play it this soon. I pulled a folding chair out from under the pile of boxes in the corner, opened it up, and sat down. Grabbed a compressed biscuit, tore it open, took a bite. Dry as hell, like chewing cardboard. Why did I save these women in the first place? Simple. I figured this whole mess would blow over in a few days, a week tops. The military would show up, rescue would come, order would be restored. A security guard like me, saving a dozen rich and powerful women? Even a small tip, a cushy job handed my way, that'd be a fortune. Chiu Yuan runs a finance company. Fong Yaki's a hot celebrity. Gulan's a corporate CEO. Just the crumbs slipping through any one of their fingers would keep me fed for years. So I saved them all. But now, that thought's gone. 7 days. No planes in the sky, no loudspeakers on the ground. The internet's dead, the radio's silent. Outside the window, that dark red sky just hangs there forever, like a scab of dried blood clamped over our heads. Never day, never night. Time doesn't mean anything in this building anymore. There are only 2 states left, alive or dead. I swallowed the last bite of biscuit. This crisis probably isn't ever going to end. At least not as far as I can see. No armored trucks are coming to haul us out of here. Whatever's out there now, it's become something I can't even understand. And there's only one thing I can do, survive. So when Fong Yaki said the words, kick you out of the group, I almost laughed. Go ahead. I'd been wanting to leave anyway. I leaned back in the chair, closed my eyes, and let my consciousness sink deep into my mind. A translucent panel unfolded before my eyes. Apocalypse. Survival Assistance System, Beta. Host, Liu Yuan. Survival rating, S-Class. Days survived, 7. Not yet checked in today? Check in, I said silently. The panel flickered, and 3 lines of gold text floated up. Check-in successful. Acquired C-Class supplies. 1 case of Master Kong braised beef noodles, 24 packs. Acquired attribute point. Stamina plus 178. Acquired talent. Advanced lockpicking. Unlocks any non-electronic mechanical lock. Just C-Class supplies? I felt a little let down. I opened my eyes, and there it was, a bright red cardboard box on the coffee table. Master Kong braised beef noodles, 24 packs, stacked nice and neat. I patted the box. A case of instant noodles, a bit of stamina, and a lockpicking skill. Back in the day, what was this even worth? Not even enough to hit the free delivery minimum. But now, a case of instant noodles meant I could go another week without touching my stockpile, and honestly, they tasted pretty good. In the apocalypse, instant noodles were hard currency. A point of stamina meant I could climb from the ground floor to the 21st floor with 3 fewer gasps for air. As for the advanced lockpicking, I turned to look at the security door by the entrance, then thought about all those locked-up apartments downstairs. Every door could be hiding a haul of supplies. And now, those doors might as well be wide open. The system was damn good. I lay back down, comfortable and content. Meanwhile, inside apartment 201, the mood was upbeat. Fong Yaki suddenly clapped her hands, pulling everyone's attention her way. Ladies, I've got a proposal. Let's have a nice meal tonight, celebrate a little. The words were like a handful of scallions tossed into hot oil. The room exploded. Yes, I haven't gotten a full night's sleep in days. Tonight, I'm eating good and sleeping in till noon tomorrow. Yaki, you really get us. Celebrate. We have to celebrate. Suwon was already digging through the pile of supplies. Let me see what we've got. Well, this bottle of Lafite, 2010. Is this for real? Tangshir leaned over to check the label. It's real. This must be from that 8th floor apartment. They had a whole row of these in their wine cabinet. Real or not, let's just open it. Tangshir kept rummaging. And this, Australian Wagyu, vacuum sealed, still good by the date. And foie gras caviar. The two of them crouched in front of the boxes, pulling out item after item like they were on a shopping spree. Red wine, steaks, foie gras, black truffle sauce, imported chocolate, all spread out across the floor. Fong Yaki stood off to the side with her arms crossed, the corner of her mouth curving up. This feeling of towering above it all filled her with an overwhelming sense of accomplishment. Yaki, someone asked, how are we cooking all this tonight? We don't even have a kitchen. Simple, Fong Yaki said. The user said, drink the red wine straight, sear the steak over candles and solid fuel tabs, slice the foie gras, and serve it with crackers, and just dig into the caviar. French cuisine, coming right up. Suwon clapped her hands. Apocalypse-exclusive candlelit dinner. We're going all out. Just open everything. Fong Yaki waved her hand. I'm happy today. Don't hold back. You got it. Wait a second. A voice came from the corner, not loud, but loud enough for everyone to hear. Xiao Yuan stood up, her calm gaze sweeping over the group before settling on Fong Yaki's face. Yaki, this is the last of our food supply. A bottle of Lafite was worth tens of thousands before the apocalypse. Now it's not even worth a bottle of water. If you blow through our best meal all at once, how are we supposed to get by afterward? The chatter in the room died down. The women rummaging through the supplies froze too, exchanging glances. Fong Yaki's smile faded slightly, then quickly returned. Xiao Yuan, I know you mean well. But think about it. We just made a huge decision. We got rid of a dangerous element. Doesn't that deserve a celebration? She took 2 steps forward, almost like she was giving a speech. Supplies matter, sure, but emotional value matters too. What have we all been through these past few days? Living in constant fear out there. And even in the safe house we were on edge. We couldn't even change clothes without worrying about being watched. Now it's finally over. We're truly safe. This meal isn't just about eating. It's about owning what we accomplished. We did it. We made it through. Emotional value is incredibly important. Yeah, Yaki's right. I just want to eat something good. Who cares about later? There are 18 of us figuring things out together. You think we can't survive? The agreement rippled through the room. Suwon had already pulled the cork, and the aroma of wine filled the space. Tang Shi crouched on the floor, searing the steak over candles and a little metal tin, butter sizzling. The sound alone made your mouth water. The foie gras was sliced and arranged on the cutting board, a half tin of caviar beside it. Things you'd normally only see at a high-end restaurant were all piled on the coffee table, and under the candlelight, it really did look the part. Xiao Yuan watched the scene, her lips moving slightly, but in the end she just let out a soft sigh and sat back down. But something faint and strange flickered across her eyes. She thought of the look on Lu Yuan's face before he left. No anger, no resentment, not even a trace of disappointment. That look was like a pool of deep water, its bottom impossible to see. He'd left too calmly. Not like someone who'd been driven out. More like someone who'd chosen to leave. Xiao Yuan pressed the thought down deep and said nothing. The candlelit dinner continued. The steak was nearly gone, and after a few glasses of wine, everyone's cheeks had flushed red. But there was only one last piece of steak left on the plate. Lin Muxue and Qin Yi reached out with their forks at the same time, the tips clinking together with a ding. Together, the two looked up and locked eyes, neither one pulling back. Both were spoiled rich girls. Who was going to back down? I saw it first, Lin Muxue said. I got my fork on it first, Qin Yi shot back. Your fork was faster, but I had my eye on it way before you. So what if you did? I've got my eye on the whole thing. Guess you shouldn't eat then? The two went back and forth, their voices climbing higher. The people around them had been smiling and trying to smooth things over at first, but once they realized the girls were actually getting into it, the laughter died away. I haven't had a hot meal in 3 days. Let me have this one. Lin Muxue's tone hardened. Like the rest of us haven't gone through the same 3 days? Qin Yi refused to give an inch. I'm 2 years younger than you. Shouldn't the older sister let the younger one have it? Don't pull that. Enough. Fong Yaki rose from the couch with a wine glass in hand, walked between the two of them, the smile on her face a little stiff. Muxue, it's just one steak. We're sisters. Can we split it half and half? Lin Muxue said nothing and didn't lower her fork. Qin Yi pulled hers back, but rolled her eyes and muttered, fine, split it. Not like it's anything worth having anyway. Lin Muxue's brow furrowed. Who are you calling not worth having? I'm talking about the steak. What's your problem? You think I can't hear your tone? Okay. Fong Yaki set her wine glass down on the coffee table, her voice finally rising. The whole room turned to look at her. She took a deep breath and put on her queen persona from her acting days. Sisters, we just agreed we'd all be on the same page from now on. It's been what, 5 minutes, and we're already fighting over food like this. Her tone softened. Besides, we're on the 21st floor. There are so many units downstairs. You think none of those fridges and cabinets have any food? Didn't we just rely on Lu Yuan going out to find some? If he can do it, so can we. Sure enough, That eased the tension. Suwon chimed in. Right? If a security guard like Lu Yuan can find food, why should so many of us be worried? Come on, let's drink. Tang Shi raised her glass too. Come on, come on. What's past is past. Lin Muxiue and Qin Yi exchanged a glance and finally dropped it. Lin Muxiue took the stake, and no one stopped her. The candlelight flickered back to life, and the awkwardness was quickly washed away by the red wine. But Qiu Yuan sat in the corner, watching the whole thing play out clear as day. Holding the glass of wine she hadn't touched, her gaze swept across everyone, then landed on the pile of supply crates that were now nearly empty. Half a bottle of wine, empty foie gras, scraped out caviar, 3 boxes of chocolate torn open. Before the apocalypse, this was just an ordinary dinner. But now, none of it could be replaced. Qiu Yuan set down her glass and looked down at her hands. She was thinking, Fong. When Yaki said finding some food is easy, her tone was breezy, like she was just heading downstairs to grab takeout. It was as if she'd forgotten about the things roaming the building, forgotten that Lu Yuan carried an axe every time he went out, forgotten that the black shadow on the 8th floor was only 3 steps away from them. Fong Yaki was going to get them all killed, sooner or later. Qiu Yuan's fingers slowly tightened, and a single thought crystallized in her mind. She'd made her decision. Meanwhile, I had no idea about the little drama these women were caught up in. Right now I was crouched in the 18th floor hallway, cinching my backpack straps tighter. The black fog was getting thicker. Since yesterday, that gray-black, corrosive-smelling mist had started creeping upward. It wasn't so bad during the day, but come nightfall it could practically swallow an entire floor, stand inside it, and you couldn't even see your own toes. The way I saw it, if I didn't search the lower floors now, I'd never get the chance. The black fog would flood the low levels eventually, and by then forget finding supplies. Just breathing would be a problem. So today at exactly noon, I headed out on schedule. This was the pattern I'd figured out over 7 days. Every day from 11:30 to 12:30, the black fog thinned out, and the monsters settled down for a while. I had no idea why, but it ran like clockwork. I called it the window. 1 hour, that window. Finish searching, climb back up to the 21st floor, shut the door, and lie low. Run over time, and the fog would thicken again, and after that, who knew? I picked the 18th floor because it was my limit. I'd scouted the 17th floor and below yesterday, walked to the corner with my axe, and that black shadow was writhing right around the bend, the stench so sharp it made my eyes sting. I made the call on the spot and backed off. The 18th floor had another advantage. Back when I was retreating up from the ground floor, I'd only had time to break open the doors I could actually break. But there were several units on the 18th floor with reinforced high-end security doors, alloy lock cores that just threw sparks when I hit them with the axe. There'd been a monster chasing me at the time, so I hadn't bothered wrestling with them. I just gave up. Now it was different. I stood in front of the first door and ran my hand over the lock. A Yale electronic fingerprint lock, dual system, dual drive, auto-locking on power loss. Before the apocalypse, one of these would run you 50 grand minimum, and you had to book it 3 months in advance. Pry-proof, smash-proof, and resistant to technical bypass. Insurance companies would knock down your premiums just for having one. But looking at it now, an inexplicable feeling welled up inside me, like some nerve in my brain that had never fired before suddenly connected. I could sense the internal structure of the lock core, the pins, the wafers, the mechanical base plate of the encryption chip, every part of it, crystal clear, like a blueprint laid out in front of me. I pulled a steel wire and a thin metal shim out of my pocket, both lifted from the security office. I'd had no clue how to use them before, but now, the moment my fingers pinched down, slick as water, I slid the wire in, pressed down the metal pin, turned it half a rotation to the left, gave it a gentle lift. Click. The door opened. I looked down at the tool in my hand, then back at the door, one corner of my mouth twitching. System, this is sweet. I pushed the door open and stepped inside. It was pitch dark, the curtains drawn tight. I fished a small flashlight out of my backpack, twisted it on, and swept the beam around. The living room was ridiculously huge, easily 800 square feet, leather couch, marble coffee table, a reproduction oil painting on the wall with a solid brass frame. I strode into the kitchen. The second I opened the double-door fridge, a sour, rotten stench hit me in the face. All the high-end fresh food inside had spoiled. I frowned, shut it, and turned to the cabinets. I opened them, and my eyes went wide. 7 or 8 bottles of red wine, all decent vintages, and beneath them a bottle of Hennessy XO and a bottle of Japanese whiskey, frosted glass, real pretty. These people. I pushed the liquor aside. No rush on the booze, food first. Digging deeper, the dry goods cabinet didn't have much, but everything in it was top shelf. A jar of Italian black truffle sauce, still more than half full. 2 packs of pasta, 1 wide, 1 thin. A box of French foie gras in a can, heavy in the hand. A half pound of dried scallops in the corner. There was one bag of rice, 11 pounds, opened but barely touched, enough for 10 meals. On the bottom shelf, 2 vacuum-sealed packs of rice noodles and 2 boxes of self-heating hot pot. I crouched there and went through it all, my throat bobbing. Half an hour ago, I was gnawing on a compressed ration bar back at the shelter, chewing till my jaw ached. Now, looking at all this, pasta, scallops, truffle sauce, foie gras, rice. You all used to be rich, I said, clamping the flashlight between my teeth as I started packing. But from now on, you're all my daddies. The whole bag of rice went in, all the pasta, truffle sauce in the side pocket, scallops and foie gras wrapped in clothes and tucked into an inner layer, rice noodles, and hot pot swept up too. First place, decent haul. Second place had a fingerprint lock plus a mechanical deadbolt, double verification. I worked at it for a bit. Click, open. I left a few open bottles of wine on the counter, but dug 2 boxes of high-end outdoor brand self-heating rice out of the cabinet, along with 2 cans of instant coffee and a box of imported chocolate still sealed. I stuffed it all in my pack, corner of my mouth lifting. Third place, I didn't head for the kitchen first, because something on the coffee table stopped me in my tracks, a palm-sized folding solar charging panel, about the size of 2 sheets of printer paper when unfolded, with 2 USB ports on the side. I pulled out my phone and plugged it in to test it. The charging icon lit up. Slow, but it worked. I tucked it into my jacket and wrapped it up tight. The kitchen only turned up a few packs of rice noodles, 1 box of self-heating hot pot, and a small bag of dried red dates. Not much, but better than nothing. Fourth, the 5th house, the 6th house. In 1 hour, I cracked 6 units. High-end security locks that couldn't be broken with an axe before now lasted less than 2 minutes in my hands. But I didn't dare push my luck. Once it was past 12:30, the black fog thickened noticeably. Shadows at the end of the hallway started to shift, so I grabbed my stuff, turned around, and bolted for the stairwell. By the time I climbed up to the 21st floor, my back was soaked through, and my backpack was so stuffed the zipper was about to burst. I practically dragged myself into the shelter, dumped the supplies on the floor, and collapsed into the folding chair, gasping for a good 5 minutes. The camping lantern was on, its warm yellow glow falling over the pile. Rice, self-heating rice meals, pasta, rice noodles, self-heating hot pot, truffle sauce, foie gras, dried scallops, coffee, chocolate, red dates, and that solar charging panel. I crouched down and took inventory, piece by piece. 5 kilos of rice, rationed carefully, that could last 10 days. The pasta, rice noodles, and hot pot could scrape by for a week. The scallops and foie gras were the good stuff, saved for when it really counted. I did the math on my fingers, and my face slowly relaxed. A month, rationed right. I could stretch it to 2, no problem. The supply issue was solved. I clapped the dust off my hands and let out a long breath. I dug out a box of self-heating rice, tore it open, poured in the water, put the lid on, and squatted beside it to wait. Bubbling and gurgling, the heating pack was doing its thing. Then I pulled out the charging panel, running my hand over the surface, careful as could be. Before the apocalypse, this thing went for almost $1,000 on Taobao, I muttered to myself. But now, you couldn't pry it out of my hands for 10 million. The food was ready. I lifted the lid, and the smell of cured meat hit me. Every grain of rice distinct, the sausage a glistening red. I sank into the chair and shoveled a huge bite into my mouth. Delicious. The box was empty in no time. I scraped the last grains from the bottom and crunched the crispy rice crust loud between my teeth. When I finished, I leaned back and patted my stomach. Eyes half shut, a greasy sheen on the corners of my mouth. Today's run was worth it. 10 p.m. The candlelit dinner in Unit 201 had wrapped up long ago. Fong Yaki, wrapped in a cashmere shawl, was curled up on the biggest couch, her face still flushed from the wine. She mumbled, "We'll deal with it tomorrow," and went still. Tang sure dozed off in a corner, hugging her knees, while the others sprawled across the couches and rugs, their snores gradually rising and falling in waves. Only Chiu Yuan wasn't asleep. She leaned against a chair in the farthest corner, eyes half closed, her breathing so even she seemed to be sleeping. But her ears stayed awake. She waited 40 minutes. Once she was sure everyone was out cold, she gently opened her eyes and slowly rose to her feet. The soles of the disposable slippers were thin. Her steps on the floor were nearly silent. She edged over to the supply pile, crouched down, and grabbed a bottle of water, 2 packs of compressed biscuits, and a can of luncheon meat, stuffing them into a black canvas bag. Then she walked over to. At the door, she pried the iron gate open inch by inch. She glanced back. No one was awake. She squeezed through sideways. The hallway was pitch black. She clutched the strap of her bag, took a deep breath, and headed left. She knew where Lu Yuan lived and went straight there. Inside the apartment, I had my earphones in, pressing dumbbells over my chest. This high-end apartment came absurdly well equipped. The gym was right off to the side, Swipe your card, and you were in. Treadmills, spin bikes, a Smith machine, dumbbell racks, all of it, fully stocked. Before the apocalypse, I'd never even set foot in a gym. But things were different now. Working out burned calories, sure, but food wasn't a problem for me. My body was what mattered most. In the apocalypse, 1 second faster meant survival, 1 ounce stronger meant confidence. I had no intention of holing up on the 21st floor like a rat for the rest of my life. Someday I'd have to walk out of this building. And when I ran, this body was what I'd be counting on. That, and the system, of course. I set down the dumbbells, pulled out one earphone, and crouched to stretch. My calves were a little tight. I'd barely pressed them twice when I suddenly heard a sound. Faint. Muffled. I froze mid-motion and turned my head. Knock. 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 Someone was at the door. I went still in an instant, put down the dumbbells, grabbed the fire axe from the corner, gripped it tight, and leaned in against the door to listen. There was breathing on the other side. I didn't make a sound. My whole body was taut as a drawn bowstring. If the door came crashing open the next second, I'd swing without hesitation. I'd seen those monsters. Some could mimic human voices, deliberately faking cries for help to lure people out. These past 7 days had taught me one thing. In the apocalypse, confirm before you act. Never trust your ears alone. Lu Yuan, it's me. The voice came again, kept low, careful. Then it added, are you in there? I paused, then pressed my eye to the peephole. A frightened face appeared in the round lens, Xiao Yuan. She was wearing a dark coat, clutching a canvas bag, her hair a little messy. She kept glancing back down the hallway, like she was afraid something might be following her. Confirming it was really her, I lowered the axe, twisted the lock open, and pulled the door open a crack. When Xiao Yuan saw the door open, she visibly relaxed. She didn't wait for me to say anything. She just squeezed in sideways, moving so fast she brought a gust of air with her. I stumbled back a step, then scanned both ends of the hallway. Empty, no one following, and quickly shut the door and locked it. Click. I turned around and looked at this woman standing in the warm glow of the camping lantern. Her chest was still rising and falling, her breathing a little quick, probably from the tension of making her way over in the dark. On that alluring face, there was panic, relief, and a kind of resolve I couldn't quite place. I leaned the fire axe against the wall. What are you doing here? She took a few seconds to compose herself, hitched the canvas bag up higher, then looked me dead in the eye. No beating around the bush. I think I've got a better shot sticking with you. I didn't respond. They're not going to last long. Her voice was quiet, but every word was clear. Fang Yaqi and that crowd, they'll be dead within a week. I don't want to be sitting there regretting it when that happens. I just looked at her, expressionless. Xiao Yuan was sharp, no doubt about it. I'd figured that out the very first day. This woman was in her early 30s, didn't say much in a crowd, but she was remarkably steady. When others fought over water, she was scoping out the exits. When others cried, she was counting supplies. When others panicked, she was thinking about the next move. People like that stay quiet, but their heads are clearer than anyone's. I'd always thought she was the one who'd survive out of that group, provided she made the right call. And now she had. I'd been gone only a few hours before she came running to me. This top-tier socialite from Shanghai's elite circles, she was one shrewd operator. Still, I didn't agree right away. Instead, I asked, why should I take you in? What are you worth to me? She glanced at me, not panicked, not hurt, more like I knew you'd ask that. I brought supplies. She pushed the canvas bag forward. I flicked a glance at the flat little bag, but didn't take it. A corner of my mouth curled up as I stood and tilted my head toward the storage room. Come with me. I pushed the door open and stepped aside. Xiao Yuan followed me in and froze on the spot. The glow of the camping lantern spread across the room, throwing every shape into sharp relief. 6 cases of bottled water stacked neat and tidy. Beside them, several large storage bags crammed with self-heating meals, rice noodles, pasta, instant ramen. In the corner, a few bottles of red wine and one of Matai, swiped from downstairs that afternoon. Hanging on the wall was a whole Iberian ham, vacuum seal still intact, and plenty of other stuff she couldn't even name, piled halfway up the wall. She stared at all that food, her seductive eyes wide with undisguised shock. This is just part of it. I crossed my arms and leaned against the doorframe, my tone flat. There are still a few units downstairs I haven't cleared out. I'll haul the rest up next time. She pulled her gaze back and studied me seriously for a few seconds, then smiled. You really are someone worth relying on. I said nothing more, waiting for her to make her case. She got it and spoke up. In the apocalypse, a good shelter needs planning and management. How to ration supplies, how to control consumption, how to schedule scavenging runs. Someone has to handle all that. I can do it. She said it without groveling and without arrogance, looking me straight in the eye. This was her wheelhouse. She'd run a finance company, managed money and people. When it came to coordinating operations, she was genuinely more skilled than I was. I neither nodded nor shook my head. For now, I work alone. Here, there's no need to be so meticulous. She nodded. She'd already guessed I'd say that. Managing one person versus managing a whole team. The difficulty is completely different. That card of hers wasn't one she could play right now. She paused, then took a step forward. Besides, she lifted her eyes to mine, her voice softening, the last syllable ticking up slightly. Lu Yuan, don't you think I'm valuable too? As she spoke, she took another half step forward. The distance between us shrank to less than an arm's length. Warm light slanted across her face, making those alluring features especially vivid. A woman in her early 30s is at her most captivating. That mature charm mixed with just the right touch of vulnerability, the kind that's hard to look away from. Her tone was pitched just right, too. Not blatant flattery, not a crude transaction, but a measured suggestion, the kind of unspoken deal adults understand. She knew exactly what she was doing, and she knew I understood. A faint orchid fragrance drifted over, really pleasant. My smile deepened. Qiu Yuan was clever. All right. She knew what her biggest card was, and she knew exactly when to lay it on the table. Once an untouchable socialite of the city, worth hundreds of millions, she wouldn't have even glanced at a security guard before. And now here she was, standing in front of me, a lowly guard, saying things like this. That kind of fall from grace, from a top-tier goddess. Who could resist it? I didn't play coy. I reached out, slid an arm around her waist, and pulled her gently into me. She didn't pull away. Instead, she leaned in, tilting her chin up, those alluring eyes glazing over with a misty sheen. Her soft, fragrant body pressed right against mine. I looked down at her, my voice dropping a notch. In that case, show me you mean it. Qiu Yuan lifted her face. We were close enough to hear each other breathe. I promise I'll make it worth your while. With that, she slowly bent down, sinking to her knees on the floor. This socialite worth hundreds of millions, right here, in front of a lowly security guard. She cast aside every last bit of her pride. The next morning, room 201. The apocalyptic sky had never once brightened. It was always that same layer of dark red chaos. But people's internal clocks still worked, and one by one, everyone in the room woke up. Suwon was the first to notice Qiu Yuan was gone. She rubbed her eyes, counted heads, and froze. Where's Qiu Yuan? Everyone looked around. The couch was empty. The chairs were empty. The bathroom, too, no one there. She didn't sleep here last night? Tangshur sat up, hair a tangled mess. She was still here when I fell asleep, Chini said, frowning. They exchanged glances. The mood had shifted. Someone blurted out. Did she go find that security guard? The words cut like a knife, slicing right through last night's. The drunkenness had worn off completely, laying everything bare. No way, Suwon said, eyes going wide. Where else would she go? The doors locked, and the stairwells crawling with those things. Someone dug through the supply pile, their voice cracking. She took water, crackers, canned food, and the canvas bags gone too. The room went silent for 2 seconds. Fang Yaqi pushed herself up from the couch, her cashmere shawl sliding down to her waist. Her face was tired, but that superior air was already creeping back into her expression. She let out a cold laugh. A rich woman in her 30s, running off to throw herself at some rent-a-cop. Has she no shame? She's genuinely stupid, Suwon chimed in. Guys like Lu Yuan. He was a watchdog before the apocalypse, and he's a watchdog now. What's she after? A man, obviously. Tangshur rolled her eyes. Women in their 30s get desperate for love. Lu Yuan's a man, at least. He'll do in a pinch. Right? Some stinking security guard leads us around for 2 days and suddenly thinks he's a hero. What can he even do? He's just a little stronger, that's all. We can figure things out ourselves. A woman with long, curly hair leaned in, dropping her voice. With Qiu Yuan's body and her age, she's been aching for a man for ages. She kept up that socialite act before the apocalypse, but now she's practically gift-wrapping herself. Enough. Fang Yaqi raised a hand to cut her off, wearing the magnanimous look of a leader. If she wants to leave, let her leave. The 17 of us can survive just fine together. We don't need her, and we sure as hell don't need that guard. Yaki's right. Without those two, that's just more supplies for us. Let her go shack up with the guard. When he's done using her up, she'd better not come crawling back. The group piled on, each remark uglier than the last. Qiu Yuan's leaving was like a fuse, burning away last night's sisterly bonds until nothing was left but bitterness and resentment. They called her a traitor, a slut, called Lu Yuan a toad lusting after swan meat. And after all that, they'd add, whatever, we'll be fine on our own anyway. Right in the middle of the tirade, Lin Mushuang, who'd been sitting quietly in the corner the whole time, suddenly spoke up. She had a sweet face and a soft voice, but she talked fast, and there was an edge of unease to her words. Yaqi, it's almost noon. Fang Yaqi glanced at her. Shouldn't we be heading out to look for supplies today? The moment the words left her mouth, The room fell dead silent. All the energy from their vicious gossip fizzled out like it had been doused with cold water. Look for supplies? After that feast last night, their stock had taken a serious hit. What little remained wouldn't last more than a few days. Everyone knew that. The problem was, supply runs had always been Lu Yuan's job. He was the one who went downstairs with an axe, scouted the way, picked locks, hauled things back. All they had to do was wait in the safe room for him to return and divvy things up. Nobody would admit it out loud, but deep down, they all knew who'd done the real work those 7 days. And now that person was gone. Fang Yaqi's face froze. She paused for just a moment, then quickly recovered and pulled her shawl tighter. No rush. We still have food. Let's rest today and head down tomorrow. Someone immediately frowned. Yaqi, we can't do that. Gulan, sitting by the window, gripped her half-empty water bottle. We burned through a lot yesterday. We should search while we still have the strength. Every day we wait is a day wasted. Yeah, Lin Mushuang chimed in. What if the black fog gets thicker later on? If we can go today, we should go today. For once, Qin Yi wasn't on Fang Yaqi's side. I said we're resting. Fang Yaqi couldn't stand being contradicted. Her voice climbed higher, her chin tilting up. Anyone who thinks we absolutely have to go today, go yourselves. Open the door yourselves, go downstairs yourselves, haul it back up yourselves. I won't stop you. Gulan was stumped. She was in management. Asking her to take an axe and smash a door down herself? She didn't even know how much that fire axe weighed. The others who'd objected fell silent too. They had opinions, but nobody dared go down alone. Suwan spoke up at just the right moment, her tone airy and light. What's the hurry? There's plenty of food. This building is huge. You think we won't find anything to eat? Lu Yuan dragging us out every single day is a total waste of time. What can one security guard really do? Get a good night's sleep, and we'll clear out this whole building in one afternoon. Exactly, Tang Shi said, holding up a little mirror to check her face. I was actually planning to do my makeup today. Even in the apocalypse, a girl's got to look good. Otherwise, how are we any different from the monsters? I brought foundation and lipstick. Do any of you have mascara? Let me borrow some. Somehow, the conversation drifted off into makeup. The few who'd just been talking about finding supplies moved their lips, but in the end, said nothing. Gulan set down her water bottle and glanced at Lin Mushuang. Lin Mushuang glanced back. Neither of them said a word, but that "never mind" was written all over their faces. The room came alive again. The women crowded around, digging through their bags for cosmetics. A fresh candle replaced the old one, its yellow flame flickering across faces smeared with foundation and lipstick. They were laughing, happy, as if, in the apocalypse, putting on makeup meant there was nothing left to fear. My body clock woke me. When I opened my eyes, the camping lantern was already out. The only light in the room was a faint, dark red glow seeping through the gap in the curtains. The moment I moved, the soreness came rushing in like a tide. My legs ached, my lower back ached, and the muscles in my back felt like they'd been wrung out and stuffed back in. I turned my head to look beside me. Qiu Yuan was still asleep, lying on her side, the blanket pulled up to her shoulders. A flush hadn't quite faded from her face, and a strand of hair lay across the pillow, making her look especially soft. I watched her for a couple of seconds, then slowly sat up against the headboard. Looking down, I saw a few faint scratches on my arm and a bruise on the side of my waist. Marks from last night. From the living room to the kitchen, from the gym. I got her onto the bed. With a body and a face like Qiu Yuan's, honestly, no man could hold himself together. Just thinking about it made my temples throb. I fished out a cigarette, lit it, and silently said to myself, check in. The panel flickered. Check-in successful. Obtained grade B supplies. Alloy reinforcement kit. Includes anti-theft door bolt, anti-pry steel bars, blast-proof lock cylinder, window frame reinforcement clamps. Stamina plus 189. Obtained talent. Enhanced perception. Dramatically sharpens all 5 senses, passively triggered. Grade B supplies? Not bad at all. The next second, a wave of warmth spread out from my chest and flowed through every vein in my body. The soreness vanished in an instant. I threw off the blanket, hopped out of bed, stretched a few times. My whole body felt like it had just been fully charged. Good as new again. I turned and glanced at Qiu Yuan on the bed. She was out cold, didn't even stir when I jumped up. She was exhausted. Let her rest. There was a big toolbox sitting on the coffee table in the living room now. I opened it up. Thickened steel bars, blast-proof lock cylinders, door bolt clamps, window frame reinforcements, plus a power drill and expansion screws. Enough to reinforce this whole shelter inside and out. From now on, whatever was banging on the door out there wouldn't be breaking through anytime soon. At the same time, my senses had changed. I could hear the wind pouring through a broken window on some floor outside, the whistling of air rushing through the cracks. Before, I never would have noticed sounds like that. Now I heard everything. System, you really are my long-lost daddy. I checked the time, 10:30. An hour and a half until the noon window at 12. Perfect. Yun would probably sleep till the afternoon. I went back into the room, pulled the blanket up over her shoulders, then turned and headed out. Backpack, flashlight, steel wire, fire axe, steel pipe. I strapped each one into place. One last equipment check at the door. Then I slipped out and eased it shut behind me. The hallway was pitch black. I made it to the stairwell, closed my eyes, and took it all in. My hearing was more than a notch sharper than before. On the 19th floor, something was moving slowly, the rustle of fabric dragging across the ground. In the 17th floor stairwell, there was faint breathing, rhythmic, like someone deep in sleep. But nothing was blocking my path. I gripped the fire axe tight, the corner of my mouth curling up. Let's go. Time to fleece another batch of sheep. The 18th floor was still normal, just a thin layer of black mist clinging to the ground. But the second I stepped onto the 17th, my heart lurched. The black mist was way thicker than before. Yesterday, it was like an overcast haze. You could still make out shapes a few meters away. Now the entire hallway looked like ink had been poured over it. Gray-black fog crammed into every inch of space, and even the wall 3 meters out was reduced to a blurry shadow. The corrosive smell was heavier than yesterday too. I didn't rush. I closed my eyes and let my senses open up. No footsteps, no breathing, none of that wet, sticky scraping sound the monsters make. But something felt off, like someone was watching me from a spot I couldn't see. I opened my eyes and made the call. I could search, but I couldn't linger. Hugging the wall, I pushed open the first door. Found a box of vitamins in the nightstand, 2 packs of batteries under the TV stand, and in the kitchen, a bag of nuts and 2 cartons of milk. Expired, but they smelled fine. Second unit. A box of cookies on the coffee table, a few packets of milk tea. I stuffed it all in my bag, then grabbed a roll of toilet paper from the bathroom. The third unit belonged to some kind of gear enthusiast, 2 camping gas canisters, and a portable burner head stacked in the storage room. My eyes lit up, and I quickly packed them. For units, 20-some minutes. The black fog kept thickening, so dense I couldn't even read the unit numbers anymore. Every breath carried that rusty, metallic taste, and my throat felt stuffed with wet cotton. That's when my steps came to a dead stop. I felt it. That being watched, feeling surged in from every direction, like countless needles pricking my skin all at once. The fog was too thick. I couldn't see a thing. But my senses spread out like a net and caught them. Those stairs, right there in the darkness on both sides of the hallway, behind the thickest fog. A lot of them. At least 7 or 8. I had no idea what they were. What sent a chill down my spine was this. They weren't moving. No breathing. No footsteps. No low growls. Just a constant, unwavering focus, like a row of cameras all trained on me at once. I could feel them standing right there. The black fog wrapped around their outlines. I couldn't see anything, but I knew they were there. That stillness was more terrifying than being chased. I slowly took a step back. Those stairs didn't grow stronger or weaker. They just kept pressing down on my senses. I kept backing up. Once I reached the stairwell, I dropped the act, turned, and bolted up 3 steps at a time. I ran from the 17th floor straight back to the 21st without looking back once. Pushed through the door into the shelter, locked it behind me, and leaned against it, gasping. My back was soaked through. I swallowed twice to force down that rusty taste in my throat. I closed my eyes and felt around. Those stairs were gone. Safe. I stood against the door for a good while before my chest finally settled. I looked down at my backpack. Vitamins, batteries, nuts, 2 cartons of milk, cookies, instant milk tea, a roll of toilet paper, 2 gas canisters, 1 burner head. Not much, but if I rationed it, I could stretch it 8, maybe 10 days. I organized everything piece by piece, then sat down in the folding chair, gripping the burner head, my mind still stuck on those shadows. The fog was so thick, and they were just standing inside it. That watched feeling. No hostility, no killing intent, just watching me. Like a crowd gathered outside a cage, quietly, patiently staring at whatever was locked inside. Can't go down to the 17th floor anymore, I muttered to myself. From now on, 18th floor is as low as I go. Everything below 17, don't touch it for a while. I was about to go get a cup of water. The moment I stood up, a scent suddenly hit my nose. The savory char of pan frying, with a hint of scallions, drifting from the kitchen. I froze for a second, then walked over and pushed open the kitchen door. Yun stood at the stove with her back to me. The blue flame of the camping stove licked at the bottom of the pan, where 2 slices of ham sizzled, an egg nestled beside them, its edges fried to a light crisp. She wore an apron, a floral, light blue one she'd dug up from somewhere, tied in a bow at the small of her back. She'd changed clothes too, a light blue cotton linen loungewear set, sleeves rolled up to her forearms, the collar loose enough to expose her collarbones. Her hair was woven into a braid draped over one shoulder, swaying gently, as she flipped the ham. I watched from the doorway for a couple of seconds. A woman in her early 30s, already full-figured, and in that loungewear, she filled it out with curves that were hard to look away from. But the way she bent over to fry that egg was so soft and gentle. She gave off this whole, waiting for you to come home for dinner domestic warmth. Even in clothes like these, that top-tier socialite elegance of hers couldn't be suppressed. If anything, it added a striking contrast. I walked up behind her and slid my arm around her waist. She let out a little, "Oh," and her spatula paused, but she quickly recognized me from my grip and my warmth. She turned her head, didn't pull away, and just asked softly, "You're back. Didn't run into any danger?" The spatula was still flipping the ham, but the concern in her voice was impossible to hide. She understood better than anyone now. I was her only lifeline. If something happened to me, she wouldn't last 2 days alone in this building. "I'm fine." I rested my chin on her shoulder, breathing in the scent of shampoo in her hair, then paused for a beat and added, "But it's probably going to get more dangerous." Her hand stilled. "The black fog downstairs is creeping upward, way thicker than yesterday. The 17th floor is almost uninhabitable already." My tone dropped a little. "At this rate, it won't be long before it reaches the 20th floor." She didn't say anything. She scooped the finished ham and egg onto a white porcelain plate and turned off the stove. Only then did she turn her head, meet my eyes, and give a gentle smile. "It's okay," she said. "As long as you're here, I'm not afraid of anything." Her voice was light, but her gaze was steady. No exaggerated expression. She said it as naturally as if she were commenting on the nice weather. Something in me eased. This woman really was cut from top-tier circles. Beautiful, emotionally sharp. One sentence, and she'd given me everything I needed to feel good. No crying, no fussing, no panic, no drama. Everything she offered was calm and gentle. I smiled, tightened my arm, and pulled her closer against me. She startled, still holding the plate, and turned her head to look at me with a mix of surprise and exasperated amusement. "You?" She trailed off. "Didn't we already last night?" "Last night was last night." I pressed my chin into the curve of her shoulder with a shameless, matter-of-fact stubbornness. She pressed her lips together. A complicated expression flickered across her face before finally dissolving into a soft sigh. "You're just too pent up, aren't you?" There was a touch of reproach in her voice. She'd seen it firsthand last night. My stamina exceeded her expectations, and she hadn't imagined that after less than half a day's sleep, I'd already recovered. "You don't want to?" I asked. She smiled. "Of course I do. I'm yours now. Whatever you want is fine." I laughed. "With you? Of course I'd be pent up," I murmured near her ear. "Worth over 100 million. A top-tier socialite, a real mover and shaker in Shanghai's high society, and I'm just a small-time security guard. What do you call this?" Punching way above my weight. Her cheeks flushed for an instant. She turned her head and shot me a glare. No real anger in it, just playful reproach. "What socialite nonsense?" Her voice dropped low, soft down to the bone. "Right now I'm your..." She didn't finish, but she didn't need to. I heard those unspoken words, and something inside me felt like it had been gently tickled. Meanwhile, inside Unit 201, a whole day of rest had passed. Nobody went out. Nobody looked for supplies. 17 people crammed into a 200-square-meter apartment, each killing the increasingly boring hours in their own way. "I want to take a shower." Suwon's words made the room go quiet for a beat. She stood in the bathroom doorway, golden waves cascading over her shoulders, makeup freshly touched up, lipstick reapplied. But her expression wasn't pretty. She was frowning. "I haven't showered in 3 days. I feel disgusting all over. I have to shower today." "There's no water," Chini said, leaning against the wall, clutching a half-empty bottle of mineral water. "Check the faucet. It's been dry for ages." "So use the mineral water," Suwon said, as if it were obvious. "We've still got a bunch of cases, right?" Chini frowned. She was usually close with Fongyaki, but this just didn't sit right. "That's drinking water," she said. "You want to shower with mineral water? Do you know how many bottles that would take? A whole case wouldn't be enough. And what are we supposed to drink after you're done? If we run out, we just go find more, don't we?" Suwon waved a hand. "There are so many units in this building. Who doesn't have a few cases stashed away? Mineral waters everywhere. Is there really any need to be so stingy?" He was momentarily stumped. It took her a couple seconds before she said, "Easy for you to say. 2 days ago, back when Lu Yuan was still around, he'd brought back a batch of water, and yes, there was some left over. But that was because he'd hauled it up from downstairs. So who's going to go get it now?" Chini asked. "Then we'll go get it tomorrow. What's the big deal?" Suwon said, already reaching to dig through the supply boxes for water. "Hold on." Gulan stood up from the corner. Her tone wasn't harsh, but the presence she'd honed in the business world towered over Suwon. "Suwon, Chini's right. The mineral water is for drinking, not for showering. A whole case, rationed carefully, can last us several days. You'd blow through it all in one shower. Suwon's expression froze. She didn't dare talk back, just pursed her lips and muttered, "Do you have to make such a big deal out of it? It's just one shower." "This isn't making a big deal out of it," Gulan said, her tone steady but firm. "Supplies are supplies. Where they go and how they're used. We have to prioritize based on what matters." At that, a few of the other women spoke up on Suwon's behalf. "Lanjia, you're being way too uptight," Tangshur said, fiddling with her nails. "I used to wash my face with Evian. Mineral water's nothing special." "Exactly. We're the kind of people who live in a place like this, who didn't use fancy water before. Chini, doesn't your family brew tea with imported water? It's just one case. We'll go down and grab more tomorrow. No need to act like we're dying of thirst." Gulan looked at the cluster of women closing in around her, pressed her lips together, and said nothing more. She could see it clearly. In these people's minds, supply shortage was still stuck at the run to the supermarket tomorrow stage. They talked about going to look tomorrow, but not one of them had any idea what things were actually like downstairs. Fong Yaki had been reclining on the main sofa, listening the whole time. Only once both sides fell quiet did she speak up slowly. All right, everyone stop arguing." She sat up straight, adjusted her shawl, and said in the tone one uses to coax a child, "We're all sisters. Is it really worth bickering over these little things day in and day out?" The room quieted. "I understand the shower issue. Going a few days without one really is miserable. But Gulan has a point too. We need to conserve supplies." She paused, then flashed a problem-solved smile. "Here's what we'll do. Today, just bear with it. Tomorrow we'll all go out together to find supplies, bring back a big haul, and fill this apartment up. Once we've got enough water and enough food, you can shower however you like. So for today, just rest and save your energy." Suwon, smoothed over, relaxed her expression, muttered "fine," and sat back down. Chin-yi said nothing more either, setting the half-empty bottle back beside the supply pile and hugging her knees as she sat down. And just like that, the argument dissolved. But Gulan stood in the corner, watching Fong Yaki close her eyes to rest again, watching Suwon and Tangshur start discussing which shoes to wear downstairs tomorrow, then glancing at those supply boxes that were now visibly a layer thinner. Her lips pressed downward, and a chill washed through her. When these women clustered together, their mouths were full of sisters and unity. But the moment they faced a real problem, they splintered apart. One wanted to shower, one wanted to drink, one thought supplies were plentiful, one didn't want to lift a finger and just waited for others to provide. They said they'd go looking tomorrow, but no one mentioned who would lead, which way to go, or what to do if they ran into monsters. Fong Yaki's single, "Let's deal with it tomorrow," papered over every conflict. But she hadn't given a single thought to how tomorrow would actually go. Gulan peered through a gap in the curtains at the dark red sky outside. Chiu Yuan had made the right choice. Stay here any longer, and these people probably wouldn't survive a week. And she herself needed to give that option some serious thought. Meanwhile, my safe house was quiet. I'd worn Chiu Yuan out all day. She hadn't fallen asleep until 4 or 5 in the morning, and when she woke up I'd pinned her over the stove for another round. After we ate, we went through all sorts of variations, completely draining her stamina. When it was over, she showered, collapsed into bed, and fell right asleep. But I was still bursting with energy. After the system's enhancements, my stamina and endurance had improved by more than a little. I pulled out the big toolbox the system had rewarded me and got to work. I laid out the tools one by one. For reinforced steel bars, 2 sets of blast-proof lock cylinders, a box of door bolt latches, several window frame reinforcement brackets, 1 cordless drill, and a box of expansion screws. I hefted the drill, held a steel bar up to measure the length, made a mental note, then stood and started reinforcing the doors and windows. I worked at it for a solid hour. I was only halfway done and about to take a break. Knock. Someone was at the door. The drill jerked to a stop in my hand. I straightened up, made no sound, and strained to listen. No other movement outside. Then the knocking came again. Knock, knock, knock. 3 raps, unhurried, steady as could be. My heart tightened. I grabbed the fire axe from the corner, gripped it tight, and crept toward the door in a crouch. I pressed sideways against the wall, not standing directly in front of the door, and put my eye to the peephole. The peephole showed nothing but murky gray-black. The black fog in the hallway had gotten thicker, way more than 1 notch since I'd last gone out. A figure stood outside the door, blurry as hell, its outline hazy like it was wrapped in mist. I couldn't make out a face, couldn't make out any clothes, just barely enough to tell it was a human shape, standing dead still, facing the door. I waited 5 seconds. The figure didn't leave, didn't knock again. It just stood there. I lowered my voice. "Who is it?" Silence outside for 2 seconds. Then the blurry figure shifted, like it was tilting its head up toward the peephole. A voice came drifting out of the fog, broken, hoarse, but definitely a human voice. I live on the 18th floor. My hand didn't loosen on the axe. I ran up here from downstairs. Can you help me? Just open the door and give me some food. A resident from the 18th floor? My mind spun through it fast. I'd been to the 18th floor plenty of times. Sure, a few apartments were locked, but I'd basically checked everything. There was no way anyone could still be alive up there. I stared at the figure in the peephole. 2 seconds of silence. No food over here. Head deeper in. 201. It's a big shelter. Lots of food in there. The figure outside paused. 201. Deeper in. The voice repeated it, like it was digesting the information. Then it slowly turned and started shuffling toward the far end of the hallway. Its movements slow and stiff, like a machine that hadn't been oiled in ages grinding back to life. The footsteps faded away, step by step. I stayed leaning against the door, watching the hallway through the peephole. Only when that blurry figure disappeared did I let out a long breath. It can even talk. I muttered to myself, a heavy feeling settling in my chest. The old monsters only ever did one thing: howl. Let out those scalp-crawling shrieks and lunge into bite. But this one was different. It knocked. It talked. It even asked if I could spare some food. If I hadn't already confirmed there was nobody alive on the 18th floor, I might have actually believed it. The apocalypse was changing. Before it was just monsters. Now there were these talking, uncanny things too. Getting creepier by the day. But there was nothing I could do about it. At this point, the only thing I could do was keep reinforcing the safe room. Whatever the hell it was, as long as it didn't come looking for me. I welded the door shut, took a shower, and figured it was about time to rest. Back in the bedroom, Qiu Yuan lay sprawled on the bed, clothes in disarray, a wide expanse of snow-white skin on display. That smoking hot figure of hers pulled a smirk onto my lips. Having a woman in the apocalypse, it really did feel different. Especially a woman as high and mighty as Qiu Yuan, submitting beneath me. That sense of accomplishment? Nothing else even came close. I wrapped an arm around her slender waist and drifted off to sleep. The window period would be here soon. I'd rest a bit first, then get to work. Inside room 201, Fang Yaqi sat at the head of the table, her expression grim. For once, she'd taken the initiative to call everyone together for a meeting. There was no putting it off today. They had to go get supplies. All right, everybody listen up. She cleared her throat. There's definitely still stuff downstairs, and we need to grab a batch before the black fog creeps up. The noon window's almost here. It's the best time to move. We split up the work, and we make it quick. That much was fair enough. The rest of them were pampered, sure, but even they knew that if they didn't grab the stuff on the lower floors now, they'd never get it later. But the second it came to divvying up the work, the whole thing fell apart. I'll haul the stuff. I've got decent arm strength, Chini said first. How much can you carry? Lin Mushua asked, arms crossed. 3, for bottles of water? 3 or 4? Are you kidding me? 3 or 4 bottles a trip. How many trips is that going to take? Then you carry them. I'm arranging the logistics. You don't even know what it looks like down there. Enough, Fang Yaqi cut in, raising a hand. Mushua, you're with Qin, hauling supplies. Yaqi, Lin Mushua instantly softened her tone, whining. I didn't sleep well last night. My legs are still weak. Can I handle the route instead? I've got a good sense of direction. Before Fang Yaqi could answer, Tang Shi jumped in. Then what about me? I'm short, and the stairwell's dark. I'm scared of falling. I'll wait at the door and receive stuff. You bring it up, I organize it. Receive stuff, my ass, Suwon rolled her eyes. You just want to stand at the door and wait to be fed. Then you go. Fine, I'll go. Suwon suddenly stopped, glanced at the door, and her voice dropped. But the stairwell's so dark. What if I run into a monster all by myself? So you're just waiting to be fed too. I'm just being cautious. The two bickered louder and louder, and the rest weren't sitting idle either. I'm fast, but I'm bad with directions. Then I'll go with you. I know the way. You know the way? Yesterday you walked into the bathroom and couldn't find your way out. That was the door jamming. My back's bad. I can't carry anything heavy. Then what are you going down there for, sightseeing? I can cheer everyone on. We'll all starve to death. What good is your cheering? A dozen women talking at once, the buzz louder than a farmer's market. Someone said to bring bags. Someone said to wear sneakers, but nobody actually had either. Someone suggested twisting bedsheets into a rope to hoist up the supplies. Shot down, because nobody knew how to tie a knot. The expression on Fang Yaqi's face slowly froze over. She called out a few more times, quiet, listen to me. But her voice barely rose before it was drowned out by even louder arguing. Gulan sat in the farthest corner, hugging her knees, watching the whole scene, not even bothering to speak. They'd been at it for almost half an hour, and the task assignments were still at 0. A wave of exhaustion suddenly hit her. Not physical exhaustion, the kind you feel watching a bunch of people huddle around an empty pot, passionately debating whether to use a metal spoon or a wooden one. Before they could argue it out, A knock came at the door. Knock, knock, knock. It wasn't loud, but in the middle of all that noise, it was crystal clear, like a needle popping a balloon. Everyone went silent in an instant, heads whipping around toward the door, faces full of surprise. At this hour, who would be knocking? It's gotta be Chiu Yuan. Su Wan reacted first, a mocking curl to her lips. Couldn't make it work over at Lu Yuan's place, huh? Now she's slinking back to beg us. Sure is, Tang Shi chimed in airily. What's a lowly security guard gonna protect anyone with? Probably got bored of playing with her and kicked her out. And she calls herself Shanghai's top socialite, worth hundreds of millions, doesn't have a clue. That canvas bag of hers only had 2 packs of crackers and 1 bottle of water. Lu Yuan definitely grabbed it all. She must be starving out there. She left without a second thought, and now she comes crawling back just as shamelessly. That's the kind of woman who only wakes up after some man dumps her. You think we should even take her back? Take her back? That's just bleeding heart stupidity. Count me out. The mockery kept coming, one line after another, and they were getting more and more into it. One woman with a big permed wave even stood up and headed for the door, reaching for the handle. Let me open it and take a look. Her face right now has got to be a sight. Hold on. Gulan hurried over from the corner and grabbed the woman's hand, stopping her, gentle but firm, and pushed it right off the handle. Don't be so quick to open it. She lowered her voice, her expression serious. What if it's a monster? Let's get a good look first. Those words landed like a bucket of cold water. The women who'd still been giggling went quiet in an instant, glancing at each other. The looks on their faces shifted from let's watch her squirm to, okay, she's got a point. After all the chaos these past 2 days, candlelit dinners, makeup, gossip, arguments, they'd almost forgotten what it was like outside. Forgotten the sounds of things devouring people. Forgotten the screams that had come from the floor below that one night. They'd even forgotten they were still living in the apocalypse. One sentence from Gulan yanked them back, and every spine in the room went stiff. She stepped up to the door and lowered her voice. Who's there? Silence for a few seconds outside. Then a raspy voice came through. I'm a resident from the 18th floor. I escaped up here from down below. Could you spare some food? A resident from the 18th floor? Fong Yaki spoke with her usual air of authority. Are you a man or a woman? I. The voice outside seemed to choke, unable to answer for a long moment. Suwon cut in bluntly. Do you even have to ask? That's a man's voice, no question. That set the room off like a firecracker. A man? There's absolutely no way we let him in. One Lu Yuan was already more than we could handle. Men are the most dangerous thing in the apocalypse. Anyone can act all pitiful. Who knows what he'd do once he's inside? Once bitten, twice shy? We are not taking in any men, period. Fong Yaki nodded, cleared her throat, and called out toward the door. If you're a man, then get lost. This is a women-only shelter. We don't keep any men here. Go look somewhere else. Silence again outside. It stayed silent for so long that everyone in the room assumed he'd already left. Then the voice came again, slower this time, weighing each word carefully. I'm transgender. The room went still for a beat. On the surface I look like a man, but I've always wanted to be a woman. That was like tossing a cup of water into a pot of hot oil. It exploded instantly. Transgender? Is that for real? Tang Shi was the first to go wide-eyed. Wow, so she's really been a girl inside this whole time. That must have been so hard. A man's body with a woman's heart. Isn't that just a sister oppressed by the patriarchy? She's on our side. She's been one of the girls at heart all along. If she's a woman on the inside, then she's essentially a woman. Totally different from those disgusting men. She climbed all the way up here from the 18th floor, all alone, and now she's standing at our door begging us in such a humble voice. Doesn't that break your heart? It's killing me. Open the door, don't keep our girl waiting. Several of them rushed toward the door, while others dug through the supply pile for food, murmuring, let's get some food ready for her, and let her in first. Stop. Gulan threw her arms out to block the doorway, her back pressed against the door, her voice several times louder now. Have every single one of you lost your minds? Transgender? Have you even seen him? Do you have any idea whether what's standing out there is a person or something else? Lanjia, why do you have to be such a killjoy? She already said she's transgender, Tang Shi pouted. And you just believe it? What if he's lying to you? What if he's not even human? What if it's just something that learned to talk like one? Gulan's eyes were sharper than knives. And you just throw open the door and let him in? The few who'd rushed to the door froze mid-step, glancing at each other. Their enthusiasm cooled a little, but their faces still wore that you're being way too paranoid look. They'd all seen those monsters. They couldn't even speak. Whatever was outside clearly wasn't like them. The voice outside spoke again, trembling. I'm not a bad person. I just want to find some food. I really admire all of you. So independent, so self-reliant. I want to be just like you. That was like dropping candy into a honey jar. The ones who'd just calmed down went off all over again. Listen to that. So sincere. Her heart must be so full of pain. All alone, and carrying the burden of identity on top of it. I just want to give her a hug. Don't be scared, girl. We're opening the door for you right now. Several of them went around Gulan and reached for the door handle. Alone against the doorway, she stumbled as they shoved her, but she kept a death grip on the handle. Don't open it. Her voice was hoarse. Have you all gone insane? You'll get sold out, and then thank them for it. You don't even know what's on the other side of that door. No one listened. The crowd of women swarmed around her, all talking over each other, saying that refusing to open the door made her a transphobe, that she was creating division, that her thinking was backward and futile. Gulan's ears were ringing from the noise, the handle being pried at by several hands at once. The lock gave a soft click, and in the instant all those hands pulled together, a voice slammed coldly into their backs. I'd like to see who dares open it. It wasn't loud, but it was cold enough, like an icicle driven down from overhead, and it punched a hole straight through the room's clamor. Every hand froze at once, and they all turned to look. The one who'd spoken stood half a step to the side of Fong Yaki, arms crossed, leaning against the wall. She was strikingly beautiful, black suit, long hair, one hand tucked in her pocket. She was tall, a good head taller than most of the women in the room, with an overpowering presence. Her name was Zhang Bing, Fong Yaki's assistant. Officially, she was a personal assistant, but in reality, she was a bodyguard. Before the apocalypse, she'd followed Fong Yaki through 5 years of appearances and gigs, pulling her through crisis after crisis. A big part of what let Fong Yaki's all-women team throw its weight around came from this woman. The moment she spoke, the room fell silent. Su Wan's hand stiffened in midair, her lips moving. Zhang Bing's gaze swept over and settled on her face. Su Wan's throat bobbed, and she pulled her hand back. Tang Shi retreated half a step too, pretending to fix her hair, not daring to meet Zhang Bing's eyes. Zhang Bing, hear me out? She already said. That she's transgender herself. Tang Shi let out a dry laugh. So I heard, Zhang Bing said flatly. Then tell me, a transgender person, are they a man or a woman? Deep down she's. I asked you man or woman? Zhang Bing cut her off. Tang Shi went quiet. The room was dead silent. The candle flame flickered, stretching everyone's shadow into crooked, warped shapes. All that earlier enthusiasm, the girl power, the sisters, the brave souls, Zhang Bing had crushed it flat in 3 sentences. Fong Yaki cleared her throat, took half a step to stand beside Zhang Bing, and swept her gaze down over the crowd from above, a faintly knowing curve at the corner of her mouth, as if she'd seen this coming all along. I already said it. Anyone who's a man is not allowed into our women-only shelter, she said, her voice gentle but every word bitten off clean. That's a defilement. Same goes for transgender people. Trans this, trans that, a man's a man. Sneaky and dirty. She said that last word, dirty, very softly. Su Wan stood in the crowd, her face flushing a little. Normally, she was more eager than anyone to kiss up to Fong Yaki, but this time she couldn't hold back. That transgender person's story had struck a nerve, reminding her of all those brave influencers she followed on social media. Yaki, she forced herself to speak, her voice dropping by half. I don't think that's right. She's transgender. She's not like some gross guy. She's been persecuted by society. She's already been through enough. Isn't the whole point of a women-only shelter to take in oppressed women? Yeah, Yaki, someone chimed in quietly. They're exactly the kind of sisters we should be fighting for. You can't just decide she's a man because of how she looks and ignore that she's a woman inside. I think we should let her in. One more sister, one more source of strength. The voices came in fits and starts. Even the ones speaking didn't sound sure of themselves, but at least they'd said it. A few of the women glanced at each other, that savior gleam not yet fully extinguished in their eyes. Zhang Bing said nothing. She let her folded arms drop and took a single step forward. Just that one step. The sole of her shoe hit the floor with a crisp click. The room went silent in an instant, like someone had hit pause. Su Wan shrank back half a step, and the ones who'd just chimed in ducked their heads. No one dared say another word. Zhang Bing stood between the door and the crowd, one person blocking the entire path. Whatever that thing outside is, she said evenly. If you want to open that door, you get through me first. No one moved. The air froze for a good 10 seconds. The dark figure outside stayed silent too, as if measuring something through the door. Then a muddled muttering drifted in through the crack, too faint to make out, but the tone carried an indescribable disappointment and resentment. The voice grew smaller, farther away, as if the figure were shuffling off down the other end of the hallway, talking to itself. The footsteps dragged, heavy, pausing with each step, and it took a long while before they finally vanished. Gulan leaned back against the door, her whole weight pressed against it. and only when the footsteps were completely gone did she let out a long breath. Either way, this crisis had passed. But even if it passed this time, what about next time? That was anyone's guess. How much longer could this so-called all-women crew survive in the apocalypse? Meanwhile, in the shelter, I was stuffing the last piece of gear into my backpack. I zipped it up, stood, and tested the weight. Not too heavy, but I had everything I needed: water bottle, compressed rations, bandages, rope, a steel pipe, a fire axe. I rolled my shoulders, checked that nothing was loose, then looked toward the bedroom door. Qiu Yuan came out, already changed. Black athletic jacket zipped up to her chest, hair pulled back into a neat ponytail, track pants, and running shoes. She looked a bit more alert than before. But her color really wasn't good. Her lips were pale, and she walked slower than usual, her stride shorter, those beautiful long legs of hers seeming a little weak. I looked her over and frowned. You up for this? You want to rest another day? Since Qiu Yuan had shown up, I really had put her through the ringer, more times than I could count. I had the system, my stamina bounced back fast. But she was a plain, ordinary human, and a delicate woman at that. Toughing it out was bound to be hard on her. She lifted her head and squeezed out a smile. I'm fine. As long as there's food, I'll do anything. Fair enough. In the apocalypse, willing to work for a bite to eat. That was the most basic law of survival. That was exactly what made Qiu Yuan smart. No drama, no putting on airs. She knew what she had to do, and she knew what it would cost her. I nodded. Let's go. We pushed the door open and headed out, me leading the way, her half a step behind, down the hallway toward the fire stairs. Just as we reached the corner, we ran straight into a group of people. 7 or 8 women came spilling out of the far end of the hallway, scattered and staggering. Some carried plastic bags, some empty-handed, one clutching a clothes-drying pole like it was some treasure, all of them muttering, "You take this, I'll grab that." It was the crowd from 201. They'd finally stopped dawdling and gotten out the door with their tasks barely sorted. The two groups collided head-on, and the hallway went silent in a flash. Fang Yaqi was at the front. When she saw us, she stopped short, and the people behind her halted too, every gaze snapping our way. Su Wan spoke first, leaning half her body forward to look Qiu Yuan up and down, one corner of her mouth curling. Oh, if it isn't Qiu Yuan. Here I thought a monster had dragged you off. Turns out you just went and threw yourself at some guy. A few people behind her laughed along, faces smug with an "I told you so." Tang Shi crossed her arms and joined in. So pale, huh? Did he wear you out that bad? A Shanghai socialite worth hundreds of millions, letting some rent-a-cop use her like this. Really, tisk. What did I say? Suwon spread her hands. A woman in her 30s, starving for affection. Turn her loose in a pile of men, and she'll cling to the first one she finds. Called it. I used to think you were so classy. Another woman said sourly. Shacking up with a security guard. How's that any different from getting played by some homeless bum? The jeers came buzzing in like flies, getting nastier the more they talked. But Qiu Yuan didn't take it to heart. She stood there gripping her backpack strap, a faint smile still on her lips. That was the biggest difference between a mature woman and those girls barely into their 20s. She knew what was worth caring about and what wasn't worth a second thought. Staying alive mattered more than any gossip. A few nasty words weren't going to. Block of meat. Fang Yaqi took a step forward, chin lifted slightly. Qiu Yuan, I'm giving you one more chance. Turn back before it's too late. Leave Lu Yuan now, and you can rejoin our all-female team. Keep being stubborn, and don't blame me for not giving you the option. Her spine was ramrod straight, her posture exactly like when she used to accept awards before the apocalypse, waiting for Qiu Yuan to bow her head and admit she was wrong. Qiu Yuan looked at her and wanted to laugh. Go back. Back to 201 to wait for death with these people? Nothing to eat, nothing to drink, everyone bickering and dragging each other down? She'd spent 7 days in that room. Go back for more of that. Right now she was with me, eating well, staying warm. Sure, I was a little intense in that department, a little rough, but she didn't mind. In a world like this, having food, a place to sleep, someone to protect you, enjoying all that came with a price. There's no such thing as a free lunch. After all her years running in high society, she'd learned to do that math without missing a beat. She was about to open her mouth to refuse when my hand suddenly closed around hers. Yuan, I said casually, like I was talking about the weather. No need to bother arguing with them. With my free hand, I fished a Snickers out of my pocket, tore open the wrapper, and held it out. Here, eat a Snickers. Get some energy back. We're heading down to grab supplies. I brought it up to her lips. Qiu Yuan froze for a second, and the faint smile at the corner of her mouth turned genuine. She opened her mouth and took a bite, the chocolate melting on her tongue, the crushed peanuts crunching with a satisfaction she hadn't felt in ages. After she swallowed, her voice went soft. Thank you, honey. She turned to look at me, her eyes syrupy. Honey, let's go. Let's go. I took her hand and led her around that group of people. Xu Yuan took another bite as we walked, cheeks puffed out, wearing an expression that screamed, "I'm so happy." Behind us, the whole group had gone rigid. Several seconds of silence passed before someone swallowed audibly. Su Wan stared at that Snickers bar, her gaze tracking it from Chu Yuan's mouth to her hand, then to Lu Yuan's pocket, where she could clearly see what looked like two more crammed inside. Their supply pile hadn't had anything like that in ages. Last night's candlelit dinner had burned through all the good stuff, and the leftover compression biscuits and instant noodles were what they'd picked out after sorting for half a day. A Snickers? Not a chance. Right now they hadn't seen a single decent snack, mouths so bland they could bite someone. Watching Xu Yuan lean against Lu Yuan, handheld, being fed a mouthful of chocolate and peanuts, that jealousy stung far worse than the mockery from a moment ago. Fang Yaqi's face went completely dark. She stared at their retreating backs, lips pressed into a thin line, and finally forced a sentence out through gritted teeth. Slut. Plays a man-slave for a few little handouts. What a man-pleasing slut. She took a deep breath, forced the sour feeling back down, and raised her voice. Everybody, don't waste your time on that pair of dogs. Hurry up and find supplies. It's just a Snickers. There's got to be tons of them lying around. Go. That did the trick. The women who'd still been swallowing their envy perked up the instant they heard tons of Snickers and started hurrying each other toward the fire escape. Come on, let's go find Snickers. There's a lot of us. We'll find chocolate in any apartment we check. A group of women poured chattering into the stairwell, footsteps clattering as they scattered downward. Fang Yaqi walked at the very front, her steps quick and urgent, as if moving faster could win back the face she'd just lost. 18th floor. This was the lowest floor still safe to move around on. The 17th was already completely swallowed by the fog, no way in. The moment she hit the 18th floor, Fang Yaqi snapped into command mode. Two per group, split up. She waved her hand in the middle of the hallway, looking every bit a female general reviewing her troops. There's a lot of us. We'll search faster than those two. Turn every room upside down. Take everything you can carry, and don't let them beat us to it. The arrangement did look organized. 6 teams each claimed a few apartments with broken doors, while Fang Yaqi stood in the hall coordinating, Zhang Bing following behind her with arms crossed and a blank expression. The smashed open apartments were turned inside out. Cabinets, coffee tables, nightstands, bathrooms, everything that could be searched got searched, and they did dig up quite a bit. I've got half a case of water over here. Got compression biscuits, 3 packs. There's a power bank that still works. The supplies piled up in the middle of the hallway one by one, and as Fang Yaqi watched the heap grow taller, the corner of her mouth finally curled up. Clean everything out, and let's see what they do then. Xu Yuan and I strolled out of the darkness, not so much searching as window shopping. Those ransacked apartment doors, we didn't even glance at them, just walked right past. I stopped in front of a shut security door. I remembered this one. It had been locked when I first led them up. They'd tried prying it with a chair leg, hacking at it with a fire axe. The axe just threw off a few sparks and the door didn't budge. It was one of the toughest doors to crack in the whole building, top-of-the-line lock cylinder, impossible to open without a key. I pulled my lock-picking tools out of my pocket. Fang Yaqi froze. What's he doing? Picking the lock. Su Wan leaned in and muttered. He's just a security guard. He knows how to pick a lock like that? Click. The lock opened. I gave it a push, and the security door slid open without a sound, revealing the pitch-black living room inside. The expression on Fang Yaqi's face went from smug to confused, from confused to stunned. Xiuan turned her head and gave her a glance. No smugness in it. No mockery. Calm as if looking at a total stranger. Then she followed me inside and pulled the door shut behind her. The hallway went quiet for several seconds. When did he learn to pick locks? Su Wan was the first to speak. That door can't even be opened. Tang Shi mumbled. That damn bastard's been holding out on us. Everyone stared at the door that had closed again, expressions as complicated as they could get. They understood what my being able to open a door like that meant. The apartments that hadn't been broken into basically hadn't been looted, and every one of them was a treasure vault stuffed full of goods. And now, every single one of those vaults was in my hands. No wonder I'd been confident enough to just walk away. No wonder I dared to keep Chu Yuan fed on so few supplies. Turned out I'd had a backup plan all along. Fang Yaqi clenched her fists, nails digging into her palms, her beautiful eyes furious. This security guard. Meanwhile, inside the door. While I'm at it, Xu Yuan and I were going all out on our own feast. We had a clear division of labor. Xu Yuan ransacked the cabinets, and I cracked the locks. This apartment still had a few locked cabinets and a safe, and I pried every one of them open, 10 seconds apiece. Nothing good inside, though. Just cash, gold, silver, all useless. Xu Yuan's haul was another story. Lu Yuan. Self-heating hot pot, 3 boxes. Nuts over here, a whole big jar. Canned food. spam and braised pork, 5 or 6 cans, crackers, chocolate, and a bag of beef jerky. She kept shouting while stuffing everything into the bag, cramming so much that the backpack zipper wouldn't close, and the tote bag was nearly full too. I crouched down and dug through the pile, sized up how much the two of us could carry, and made a call. Whatever we can't take, open it up and eat it. Qiu Yuan glanced at me. No hesitation, no questions. She knew why I was doing it, and she backed me unconditionally. She crouched down and tore open all 3 boxes of self-heating hot pot, poured in water, and waited for them to heat up. Then she twisted open the spam can, forked out a piece, and popped it in her mouth. I tore into the beef jerky and stashed it in my pocket for a snack, opened a box of chocolate, broke off a piece, and handed it to her. The self-heating hot pot bubbled away, filling the whole room with the smell of cured meat and spicy heat. The two of us hunched over the coffee table, digging in. Qiu Yuan even scooped a spoonful of nuts into the hot pot and gave it a stir. "This is good," she mumbled with her mouth full. "Open that can of braised pork too," I said. "You got it." Meanwhile, outside the door, the all-female team had ransacked every room they could get into on the 18th floor, and the pickings were slim, mostly water and instant noodles, plus a little compression biscuit. The good stuff had already been taken by them earlier. Back when I was still on the team, they'd cherry-picked the best of everything, hauled it upstairs, and then burned through most of it in one candlelit dinner. What was left now was all the odds and ends nobody had wanted in the first place. Suwon stacked a few cases of water and instant noodles on the floor, her expression sour. "This is it." Fong Yaki frowned as she walked over. "How's it this little?" "The 18th floor's already been searched before," Suwon said, throwing up her hands. "Anything edible's basically gone. We hauled all the good stuff upstairs a while back, and then..." She didn't finish, but everyone knew what "and then" meant. "And then they'd blown it all on red wine, steak, and foie gras. Yeah, this is all that's left," Tangshur grumbled. "I went through 4 units and didn't even find a chocolate crumb. Compression biscuit, more compression biscuit. You've got food to eat and you're still picky?" The group circled the pathetic pile of supplies, sighing and groaning. Some even crouched down to dig through it, hoping to turn up a surprise underneath. Gulan leaned against the wall with her arms crossed, watching the miserable looks on everyone's faces, the corner of her mouth curling up slightly. They'd brought it on themselves. Back then they'd chased Lu Yuan off for being in the way, then thrown themselves a candlelit dinner. Now that everything was gone, who was there to blame? Fong Yaki stamped her foot in frustration. When she was done, her gaze drifted, almost against her will, toward the sealed security door at the far end of the hallway. Lu Yuan and Qiu Yuan had been in there for nearly half an hour. What had they found? Her mind raced through the possibilities: a spacious living room, fully stocked cabinets, shelves piled high with dry goods. There had to be tons of good stuff in there, 100 times better than these lousy instant noodles. No way. One thought grew clearer and clearer. They couldn't go back empty-handed. There were supplies behind that door, and Lu Yuan could pick locks, so let him open one for them too. "Ladies," Fong Yaki raised her voice and turned around. "We can't just settle for this. There are still plenty of locked doors on the 18th floor, and Lu Yuan can pick locks, can't he? Make him open them for us." The words hit the crowd like a bolt of lightning. The women who'd been sighing and moaning a second ago instantly looked up, eyes lighting up. "Right, he can pick locks. Make him open them for us. We're all property owners in this building. He's a security guard. Isn't opening locks for us just his job? He was here to serve us in the first place. Now he runs off to do his own thing and just forgets all that? That's not how it works. Come on, come on, let's go wait for Lu Yuan to come out." The whole group of women perked right up and came surging toward that security door. Gulan watched them and gave a small shake of her head. She knew this bunch was about to bring another world of trouble down on themselves. "I don't talk much, but I go about things with a plan. People like these, you're not going to corner them at a door and pin them down with a couple of lines like, 'You're a security guard, so this is your job.' Not to mention, right now I'm the one holding the lock-picking skills. In this building, I'm the last person short on supplies. Why on earth would I share my edge with the same crowd that ran me off?" Gulan was already settling in to watch the show. Time ticked by. Out in the hallway, that pack of women crowded in front of the security door, chattering about how to phrase things when the time came. Someone said, "Be nice, we're asking for a favor after all." Someone else said, "What favor? We're the ones paying to keep him around." Just as the bickering got lively, the lock clicked. The door opened. I walked out with a bulging military backpack on my back, the side pockets stuffed full, a crammed tote bag hanging from my hand, the corners of all kinds of packaging poking out the edges. Qiuan followed beside me, her backpack packed tight too, cradling 2 unopened boxes of self-heating hot pot, her face wearing the satisfaction of someone who'd just eaten their fill. But the crucial part was, the moment the door opened, a rich aroma of self-heating hot pot came drifting out. Spicy, cured meat clay pot rice. mixed with the smell of spam and nuts, spreading through the hallway like an invisible hand reaching straight for everyone's stomachs. That group of women hadn't eaten their fill to begin with, and after hauling stuff all afternoon, their energy was drained. They'd been starving for a while. One whiff, and the hunger came flooding in like a tide. Several of them swallowed hard at the same time. Suwon stared at the 2 boxes of hot pot in Shiyuan's arms, her eyes fixed dead on them. Fong Yaki smelled it too. Her throat bobbed, but her face turned even colder and her chin lifted even higher. I swept my eyes over the crowd at the door and didn't hold back. What? Move. Fong Yaki took a step forward and planted herself right in front of me, tilting her head up to stare at me, her tone leaving no room for negotiation. Lu Yuan, open the door to the apartment next door for us. I froze for a second, then laughed. Not a polite laugh, the kind you let out when something's genuinely amusing. Why would I help you? Is that part of my job description? The words had barely left my mouth when someone in the crowd cut in. You're the security guard for our building. Every year we pay that. So much in property fees. You've got an obligation to help us. That's right. Suwon chimed in, hands on her hips. We pay to keep you around. What's the big deal about opening a few doors? Exactly. We pay property fees to support you, and now you're giving us the runaround over unlocking a door. It's just a few doors. Helping us out won't kill you. You know how to do it anyway. It takes 2 seconds. Why are you being so stingy? Voice after voice, all talking over each other. The women had somehow regained their nerve, chests puffed out, chins tilted high, as if they truly held the moral high ground. Property fees, security guards, service, obligation. These words from the old world tumbled out of their mouths, carrying a kind of absurdity. It was already the 7th day of the apocalypse. We were standing on the 18th floor, black fog swirling everywhere, a few bottles of water and packs of compressed biscuits piled at their feet, and they could still say things like, "We pay to keep you around." As if I were still that security guard bowing and scraping at the neighborhood gate. I looked at them, my smile deepening, and glanced sideways at Xiao Yuan. She was smiling too. Then I spoke, not loudly, but every word crisp and clear, like pebbles dropping into water one by one. First, I don't get a single cent of those property fees. That money goes into the management company's account. None of it's mine. Second, I quit. As of now, you're all strangers to me. What obligation do I have to help strangers? The hallway went silent. Those righteous voices from a moment ago were choked off completely, mouths hanging open with nothing to say. I wasn't wrong. Given the situation, we were all strangers now, enemies, even. And they were still talking about property fees. Ridiculous. After a few seconds of silence, a shrill female voice pushed its way out of the crowd. Even if we're strangers, you should still help us. You're a man. It's your nature to help us women. Right? It's your job by nature to help us. I looked at the woman who'd spoken, stunned for 2 seconds, then burst out laughing. This time it was real. My shoulders shook, like I'd just heard the joke of the year. Reining in the laughter, I looked at her. When your big star Fong made me leave, she said it loud and clear. Women only need to help each other. They don't need help from men at all. So saying this now, aren't you slapping her in the face? The words cut like a scalpel, straight into everyone's sore spot. The women who'd just been echoing each other shut up instantly, faces flashing between green and white. They all remembered every word Fong Yaki had said that day, standing in the middle of the safe house. Men are the most dangerous thing in the apocalypse. Women can survive by sticking together. We don't need men. She'd said it all with such righteous conviction. And now here they were, one after another, running to beg a man for help, saying it was his nature to help us women. The double standard was off the charts. Fong Yaki stood at the back of the crowd, her expression twisted like she'd swallowed a live fly. Furious, but unable to get a single word out. Because those really were her words. There was no denying it. Watching this bunch struck dumb, I couldn't be bothered to waste any more breath. I turned my head toward Xiao Yuan. Let's go. The two of us turned and headed for the stairwell. You can't leave. Suwon darted out from the crowd, throwing her arms wide to block me, chin raised and clenched tight. If you don't open the doors for us today, you're not going anywhere. The little princess was throwing a tantrum, wanting to force the issue. Before she'd even finished, I raised my hand. Smack. A slap landed solidly across that pale, delicate face, crisp and loud, echoing through the hallway for several seconds. Suwon staggered 2 steps from the blow, her body crashing sideways into the wall. One hand covered her reddening left cheek, her whole body dazed. She stared at me wide-eyed, disbelief written all over her face. In all her life, when had Suwon ever been hit? A pampered heiress, doted on and protected at home, and every man who ever saw her outside bowed and scraped. No one had even spoken a harsh word to her. And now, a security guard, a lowly guard she used to barely glance at, had actually slapped her across the face. She stood frozen, hand pressed to her cheek, lips trembling, eyes rimmed red, but she'd forgotten even to cry. The scene fell into dead silence. Everyone on the all-female team was stunned, including Fong Yaki, all of them staring at me slack-jawed, like they'd witnessed something that overturned everything they thought they knew. Even now, they still clung to the mindset that I was just a security guard, that even if I'd quit, they could still order me around at will. That single slap shattered their whole worldview. That was when Zhang Bing moved. She stepped forward, fast, her right hand shooting out to seize my wrist. Clean, efficient, precise. But my reflexes were faster. Before her hand even touched me, mine had already reversed the grip, quicker than hers, harder, my 5 fingers closing around her wrist, pressing down and twisting. Zhang Bing was pulled half a step forward. Her other hand had just started to rise for a counterattack when I twisted her at an angle, pinning her shoulder from the side. The movement was clean, like I'd done it 100 times. Start to finish, less than 2 seconds. Zhang Bing froze. She struggled once, no give. Struggled again, my hand held like an iron clamp, not budging an inch. She looked up at me, and for the first time a crack appeared on that perpetually cold face. Shock, mixed with a trace of fear she couldn't hide. This man was too strong. Stronger than anything she'd predicted. She'd trained in Sanda for 7 or 8 years. She knew the strength gap between men and women well enough. But my level of strength had crossed the line of any normal gap, straight into another tier entirely. I held Zhang Bing's wrist, not letting go. I swept my eyes over everyone present and said flatly, "Now can I leave?" No one dared make a sound. Fong Yaki stood in the center of the crowd, staring at Zhang Bing pinned with just one of my hands, her face gone white. Zhang Bing was her last card. Now that I'd pinned her with a single hand, what did she have left? She gritted her teeth, forcing 2 words out through them. "Move aside." The crowd split to both sides in an instant, clearing a path. No one dared block the way now. All that arrogance from a moment ago had been wiped clean by one slap and one hold. They finally understood. I was no longer the security guard who reasoned with them. Only then did I release Zhang Bing, turning to lead Qiu Yuan toward the stairwell. A few steps in, I suddenly stopped, glanced back at Fong Yaki, and smiled. "Oh right." My tone was as if doing them a favor. I said, "There's still some broth left in the hot pot inside. If you want it, grab it now. It's good for dunking crackers. But my saliva's in it. Hope you guys don't mind." With that, I turned and walked off, never looking back. Qiu Yuan followed behind me, her footsteps gradually fading. The hallway went silent except for the sound of breathing, and Suwon's muffled sobbing behind her hands. Fong Yaki stood frozen in place, her face flushing and paling by turns, nails digging into her palms. Hot pot base drenched in saliva, offered to them to dunk crackers in. It was blatant humiliation. A top-tier celebrity, humiliated by a security guard. Fong Yaki clenched her fists, her chest heaving. She wanted to say something, but nothing came out. All she could do was watch them leave. The security door was still open, and the aroma of hot pot drifted through the hallway like a pair of hands tugging at everyone's stomach. Fong Yaki took a deep breath. "Let's head back." The words had barely left her mouth when Qin Yi suddenly spoke, her voice tentative. "Yaki, we've still got a little time. What if we go in and take a look?" Fong Yaki's eyes were cold. "Why?" Qin Yi shrank back, but pushed on. "In case there's some food they missed. Just a quick peek, and we're out." "Look at what?" "Eat Lu Yuan spit." Fong Yaki's words were sharp. Qin Yi was left speechless. But she really did want to go in. That aroma from earlier had made her stomach growl over and over. She'd only gnawed on half a compressed biscuit all day, so hungry her stomach felt glued to her back. Fong Yaki thought the matter was settled, but then she swept her eyes around the group. Everyone was swallowing hard. Tang Shi crouched down pretending to tie her shoe, but her throat was bobbing. Lin Mushua hugged her arms, eyes drifting toward the door. Suwon covered her face, but her gaze kept slipping through the crack in the doorway. The smell was overpowering. Spicy heat, the salty richness of spam, the oily scent of nuts, all mixed together and shot straight up their noses, and with stomachs that had gone half a day empty, it was impossible to resist. Fong Yaki closed her eyes, as if making an enormous concession. "Fine, go in. Make it quick." The words had barely landed when the ones who'd just been playing it cool sprang into action. Qin Yi charged through the door first, and the rest came pouring in after her, way faster than when they'd been searching for supplies. The apartment was even more of a mess than they'd imagined. 3 self-heating hot pot containers sat empty on the coffee table, nothing left but red oil and a few flecks of scallion. Next to them were several empty cans, the spam scraped so clean there wasn't even oil left. The nut jar held only crumbs, and chocolate wrappers were scattered across the floor. Standing before this wreckage, not one of them could utter a word. Their minds were all filled with the same image. While they were outside ransacking wrecked rooms, hauling compressed biscuits and getting filthy, Lu Yuan and Xiao Yuan had been sitting right here, savoring the steam rising off hot pot, prying open cans, eating until their mouths dripped with grease. Why should they get to? Fine, maybe Lu Yuan got to enjoy it, but what right did Xiao Yuan have? Just because she was willing to hand it over? They stared at the empty containers, and suddenly the sting of the slap on their faces didn't hurt so much anymore. The hunger in their stomachs was the worst pain of all. Let's see what's left. Qin Yi crouched down and rummaged under the coffee table. The others followed, like a pack of starving little animals foraging for scraps. Someone dumped the nut crumbs into their hand and ate them. Someone else licked their finger and picked chocolate bits off a wrapper. There's a piece of beef on the floor. Tang Shi shouted, crouching to pick it up. She wiped off the dust and popped it in her mouth, chewing. A rich, beautiful young woman, picking beef bits off the floor to eat. The people around her felt a pang of pity, but no one laughed. No one was in any position to. Nobody touched the containers of leftover red oil on the coffee table. There were still bits of scallion and meat floating in them, but everyone tacitly steered clear. Because of the saliva, as hungry as they were, they hadn't sunk that low yet. Nobody even dared look too long, as if a second glance might break their resolve. Only Gulan was different. She walked to the coffee table, crouched down, and sealed the lids back on those hot pot containers one by one, wrapped them in newspaper, and tucked them into her own plastic bag. Tang Shi frowned. Gulan, what are you doing? You seriously going to eat Lu Yuan's spit? Gulan glanced at her, said nothing, and kept wrapping them up tight before tying the bag shut and carrying it in her hand. Tang Shi rolled her eyes. Gulan ignored her. She knew this stuff could save your life when it counted. Others could turn up their noses, she wouldn't. Staying alive mattered more than being squeamish. Once you're done, we're leaving. Fang Yaqi stood in the doorway, not wanting to linger a second longer. The smell was too tormenting. Even she wanted to find something to eat. The group trickled out one by one, clutching the scraps they'd scavenged, a stark contrast to the way they'd swaggered in empty-handed. Everyone was silent, faces caught between embarrassment, resentment, and the misery of hunger. Like a receding tide, the group withdrew from the 18th floor and headed back up the stairs. Xiao Yuan and I returned to the 21st floor. I checked the 3 steel bars and the blast-proof lock cylinder again, confirmed everything was intact, then finally set down my backpack and let out a long breath. That sense of security wrapped around me all at once. In the apocalypse, having a safe room meant everything. Xiao Yuan set her backpack on the coffee table and let her shoulders relax. She glanced at the living room piled high with supplies, but instead of collapsing onto the couch like I did, she crouched down and pulled open the biggest storage bag. Dump it all out. Let me organize it. I'd meant to do it myself, but seeing she'd already started, I didn't stop her. I tipped everything from my backpack and towed onto the coffee table with a clatter, then emptied the odds and ends from my pockets too. She took each item one by one. At some point she'd spread out a clean, large towel beside her, as if she'd planned it all along. Food separated from supplies. Bottled water lined up in a row, self-heating hot pots stacked in a pile, cans sorted into meat and vegetables, snacks gathered into one bag, batteries and charging cables tucked into a small box. She even grabbed a sheet of paper and a stub of pencil to write down dates, categories, quantities, and how long each would last. Her handwriting was neat and elegant. I leaned back in my chair and watched her work, the corners of my mouth curving up. Honestly, on my own, I'd never be this thorough. I'd just haul stuff back and toss it in a corner. But Xiao Yuan was different. A finance company owner worth hundreds of millions, someone who'd managed hundreds of employees and billions in cash flow. Planning out this little stockpile was child's play for her. Watching her profile, I thought, if this shelter ever grows into something bigger, her role would be irreplaceable. After a while, she stacked the last can, went through the inventory list from top to bottom, nodded in satisfaction, and stood up to stretch. I'm going to shower. Sure. We had water. What I'd stored earlier, enough for a shower. She grabbed some clothes and went into the bathroom. The water started running almost immediately. I didn't waste any time either. I headed into the gym, put on my headphones, and got to work. Dumbbells, bench press, pull-ups, the whole routine. With the system's boost, my stamina had improved a lot. By the end, I was only lightly sweating, not even tired. An hour later, I came out, wiping the sweat off my neck. The second I hit the living room, I saw Chiyuan had finished her shower and was standing by the water dispenser, pouring something into a cup. I mixed you some protein powder. Good for recovery after a workout. Found it buried in the back of the storage cabinet. Half a can left, still not expired. She gave the cup a little shake. I took it. Warm, not hot. Thoughtful as hell. I smiled and pulled her in gently, my eyes settling on those impressive curves of hers. I'd rather drink something else. Her cheeks flushed, and she shot me a look, so damn alluring. Well, I don't have any. or I'd let you drink your fill. I chuckled, tilted my head back, and finished the protein shake. I set the cup down and went to take a shower myself. The hot water washed away the sweat. I dried off, threw on some shorts and a t-shirt, and came out. The moment I pushed open the bedroom door, I froze. At some point, Xu Yuan had changed into a lace nightgown. So thin it was almost see-through, and nothing underneath. She was completely bare. Her figure was already ridiculously out of bounds, and dressed like this, every curve and every inch of that fair skin hit me right in the eyes. The killer part? She was half kneeling on the floor, like a docile little kitten waiting for its master's affection. I walked over. She looked up, and a dazed flush spread across that stunning face. "What are you?" I looked her over before asking. "Where'd this come from?" "Found it in that room earlier. Figured it might come in handy, so I brought it back." Her eyes were misty. "Do you like it?" My gaze burned, and the corner of my mouth curled up. A mature woman just gets it. I tilted her chin up, my smile deepening. "I like it a lot." The next second, I kissed her. Before long, we were tangled up together. Meanwhile, at the other end of the 21st floor hallway, the mood inside 201 was the complete opposite of ours. A group of people trickled back in, and the moment they walked through the door, they seemed to fall apart, collapsing onto the couch, the carpet, the corners, nobody saying a word. A suffocating gloom hung in the air. Suwon sat on the floor leaning against the leg of the couch, clutching a half-full bottle of water she'd been staring at forever without opening. Tang Shi, who'd been slapped, sat curled up in the corner hugging her knees, her eyes red. Chin Yi leaned her head back against the couch, staring at the ceiling, looking like all the bones had been pulled out of her. Everyone else was about the same. Some sat there in a daze, heads down. Others gripped compressed biscuits they still hadn't bothered to open. The pile of supplies they'd hauled back sat scattered by the door, not even a fifth of what they'd had at their candlelit dinner the night before. The fantasy had been completely shattered. No one said it, but everyone was thinking the same thing. Could they really survive? The thought stabbed into everyone's mind like an icy needle. Day 7 of the apocalypse. No planes, no rescue, no broadcasts, no signal. They were huddled in a room, bickering over a single pack of compressed biscuits. Xu Yuan had left. Ever since she'd gone with Lu Yuanji, she'd been eating well and staying warm, grabbing a self-heating hot pot whenever she pleased. And them, they could only sit on the floor gnawing on dry, tasteless biscuits. That whole girls' celebration vibe receded like a tide, exposing the panic, confusion, and helplessness underneath. They finally realized there might not be any rescue coming. What they should be thinking about was how to survive. Fang Yaqi sat on the couch, clearly feeling the shift. She scanned everyone's faces, and her heart dropped. She stood up and clapped her hands, raising her voice. "Everyone, don't worry." All heads turned toward her. "We lost this time, but one loss is nothing." She spread her arms wide, like she was welcoming applause center stage. "As long as we sisters stand united, we can overcome any hardship. If a single guy like Lu Yuanji can survive, then can't 17 of us sisters do it too?" She took a step forward. "We girls, every single one of us is a leading lady. As long as we believe, we can definitely survive in this building." Forceful, passionate words. Suwon's eyes brightened a little, and she sniffled. Tang Shi lifted her head from the corner. A few of them exchanged glances, and that layer of panic seemed to get pushed down a bit. Seeing it was working, Fang Yaqi's lips curled up, and she added, "Don't panic. Everything's under control. Today we just weren't prepared enough. Tomorrow will definitely turn things around." But exactly how they'd turn things around, what tomorrow's plan was, who'd be in charge, she didn't say a single word about any of it. But for some people, that was enough. A lot of these girls fed on that kind of meaningless emotional validation, dreaming of a beautiful future. Only a few had a flicker in their eyes and didn't join in the excitement. Gulan sat in the farthest corner munching on a biscuit, watching that crowd get pumped up over a few sentences, though who knew what she was thinking. Zhang Bing stood against the wall, expressionless, sweeping her gaze across the room without a word. The night passed just like that. The next morning, before dawn, people in the room started waking up one by one. Nobody had slept well. Most had stayed up all night, stomachs growling from hunger. Zhang Bing stood in front of the supply pile, handing out breakfast. Compressed biscuits, 1 piece per person. Water, half a small cup each. "This is all we get." Suwon took the rock-hard biscuit, unable to hide her disgust. "This again? No flavor at all. Chewing it is like gnawing on drywall." "Right." Tang Shi frowned. "What about the instant noodles? Break some out and cook them. I want something hot too." "This biscuit," my throat's protesting all the way down. The complaints came one after another, like a bunch of starving kids throwing a tantrum. Zhang Bing broke off a piece of compressed biscuit and stuffed it in her mouth too, chewing and swallowing. Her tone is flat, as if she were giving a work report. "The instant noodles are being saved for when we go out at noon. You burn a lot of energy out there. You need to replenish calories." Right now, staying in the room, compressed biscuits are enough. She didn't say much, but her tone left no room for argument. And since she rarely smiled anyway, no matter how annoyed those women were, no one dared talk back to her face. Suwon pursed her lips and took a sullen bite. A crisp crack, and her brow furrowed even deeper. It was awful, dry, flavorless, and it scraped her throat on the way down. Before the apocalypse, she wouldn't have touched something like this. Even her diet meals were better than this. But now, starving, all she could do was gnaw at it bite by bite. Facts aside, Suwon suddenly mumbled, "I want a steak. I want red wine. I want lobster." The words were like a fuse, instantly igniting everyone's hungry imaginations. "Stop, stop. The more you talk, the hungrier I get. Back home, the housekeeper used to cook my steaks and serve them to me. I want lobster too, steamed with garlic, baked with cheese, that smell. You guys remember that French restaurant before the apocalypse? Their foie gras was insane. Ugh, stop it. I'm literally drooling." The more they talked, the hungrier they got, gnawing on compressed biscuits with nothing but steak, wine, lobster, and foie gras on their minds. Before the apocalypse, they were sick of this stuff, turned their noses up at it. And now, even a bowl of hot braised pork rice set in front of them, they'd finish it in tears. But reality was reality. All they had in front of them was rock-hard compressed biscuits and half a cup of cold water. "Hey," someone suddenly spoke up. "Where'd Mumu go? I haven't seen her." Everyone paused, heads turning to look around. Not on the couch, not in the corner, bathroom door open, empty. Su Mumu, that sweet, adorable girl, early 20s, pretty like a little beauty straight out of a comic book. She didn't talk much, always quietly tucked away in a corner, barely there. But that face was the kind you couldn't forget after one look. More importantly, she was one of the three who'd opposed kicking Lu Yuan out. And now, she was gone. Is she in the bathroom? No, the door's open, it's empty. She was still here last night. I remember her sleeping over on the couch. When I woke up this morning, she was gone. A few of them exchanged glances, and that bad feeling grew clearer and clearer. Gulan sat in the corner, biscuit still unfinished in her hand. Hearing Su Mumu's name, she looked up, that sweet, delicate face surfacing in her mind. This girl's a lot smarter than the rest of you think. She hadn't raised her hand back then. She hadn't said a word when Lu Yuan left. Last night, while everyone was making a fuss, she'd probably already made up her mind. Gulan took a bite of her biscuit, crunch, and chewed slowly. Kept quiet the whole time, but sure moved fast. Meanwhile, at my apartment, the clang of barbell plates rang out from the gym, one after another, steady in rhythm. I finished my last set of bench press, racked the bar, and sat up to catch my breath. I claimed today's check-in the moment I opened my eyes this morning, and the rewards were pretty solid. First was an S-grade mystery water tank. Mystery water tank, S once connected to a pipe, provides an endless supply of water. Seeing that effect, my eyes lit up. An endless supply of water. In the apocalypse, that was just about the most important thing there was. The apartment had reserves, but nowhere near enough. With this tank, I'd never have to worry about water again. The attribute point this time was different too. Not endurance, but strength. After adding it, a warm surge flowed from my chest into my limbs. I clenched my fist, and the power in my palm was noticeably different. I just tested it on the bench press. My max used to be a little over 120. And now I was pushing 140 without hitting my limit. 20 kilos might not sound like much, but on a person, it's a clear leap. Keep adding points like this, and my body would only get stronger, far beyond the ceiling of an ordinary human. As for the ability I rolled today, night vision. The power to make out the outlines of things in pure darkness. I hadn't turned on a flashlight when I walked into the gym. The room was pitch black, yet the dumbbell rack, the power cage, that steel pipe in the corner, all of it carried a kind of gray-white clarity. In this pitch-black building, this ability was more useful than any weapon. Not bad at all. After my workout, I got ready to shower. I went into the bedroom and installed the mystery water tank according to the system's instructions. Once connected, water quickly filled the entire apartment. This time I didn't even have to worry about water for a shower. I could enjoy a good long one. After showering, I toweled off my neck and chest, changed into a dry t-shirt, and came out. There was a sound coming from the kitchen. Chiu Yuan was cooking. She was crouched in the corner of the kitchen, a shallow basin in front of her holding half a basin of used vegetable washing water, a few shredded leaves floating on top. She was carefully pouring it into another bucket, slow and gentle, terrified of spilling a single drop. 2 empty bottles sat beside her, waiting to be filled with the wash water and saved for flushing the toilet. Water was too precious in the apocalypse. That's why she was so frugal. But now, there was no need. I leaned against the doorway and watched for a while, then walked over and gently wrapped my arms around her from behind. Her hands paused for a moment, then quickly went back to pouring, the corners of her mouth curving up slightly. "What is it?" There was a hint of tenderness, an ache, in my voice. You don't have to save water like this anymore. She stopped and turned her head to look at me. Why? The water's about to run out completely. If we don't conserve, how are we supposed to survive? She said it in dead earnest, like she'd long grown used to counting every single drop. She'd even planned it out. The day the kitchen scrap water ran out too, she'd go out and collect fog water. Qiu Yuan may have been a socialite worth billions, but she was also an incredibly devoted, capable woman. I smiled, let go of her, walked over to the counter, and reached out to turn on the faucet. Whoosh! A clear, bright stream of water gushed out. Not a huge flow, but steady and continuous, the sound of it hitting the bottom of the sink especially crisp in the quiet kitchen. Qiu Yuan crouched frozen in place, lips slightly parted, her beautiful eyes full of shock. She stared at the endless flow of water like she was witnessing a miracle. Before, collecting water meant waiting drop by drop with a small bowl, rushing to catch even the splashes with her hands. And now, it could actually flow like this? She reached out instinctively, letting the water run over her fingertips. Only when the cold touch reached her did she confirm it was real. This was a volume of running water she'd never experienced since the apocalypse began. What's going on? She stood up and hurried over to the sink, staring at the water rushing out, then turned to look at me. What did you do? I reached over and turned the faucet back, the stream shrinking smaller and smaller until it stopped. I leaned against the counter and said casually, I found a way to tap into the building's water supply lines. The rooftop storage tank hasn't run dry yet, so I rigged up a diversion. We're good for a while now. I said it offhandedly, like it was as simple as fixing a faucet. But Qiu Yuan was a smart woman. She knew it couldn't be that simple. The whole building had lost power, and the water supply had failed long ago. Getting water down from the rooftop meant working through countless pipes, valves, and pump stations in between, not to mention keeping the pressure high enough and making sure nothing leaked. She didn't understand the mechanics, but even imagining it made her head spin. And yet I just quietly pulled it off. She didn't press for details. She'd known for a while that I was hiding things she couldn't quite grasp. But as long as there was food, water, and a way to survive, she didn't need to have everything spelled out. She only needed to know one thing. Sticking with me was the right call. Suddenly Qiu Yuan threw herself at me, slamming into my chest, her pretty face full of admiration. You're amazing. The impact was sudden and fierce. I stumbled back half a step before steadying myself, her soft, shapely body pressed into my arms. The sense of accomplishment inside me swelled without limit. The mysterious water tank was just the first step. With the system in my hands, I could turn this place into a real fortress, one step at a time. Unlimited water, unlimited power, unlimited energy. Maybe it was closer than I thought. For now, all I had to do was lie low, check in every day, and slowly transform this place into the safest corner in the apocalypse. The scent of cooked food drifted through the living room. Qiu Yuan set bowls and chopsticks on the little coffee table. The camping stove was off now. A plate of diced ham stir-fried with scallops gleamed with oil, and a bowl of instant rice noodle soup had a few slices of luncheon meat and some greens tossed in. It was all thrown together from instant food in cans, but under her touch it actually looked like a proper meal. She was a good cook. I sat down and took a bite of the ham. The salty, savory flavor melted on my tongue, paired with the seafood aroma of the scallops, an unusually precious thing in this bleak apocalypse. Qiu Yuan sat across from me, eating from her bowl. Halfway through, she suddenly set down her chopsticks, her expression serious. Have you noticed? Since this morning, the black fog in the hallway has been getting thicker and thicker. I chewed my noodles and gave a vague I went out to look this morning. Our floor barely had any fog before, but now it's almost as thick as the 17th floor. I don't know what's going to go wrong next. I frowned, swallowed, and stood up. I'll go take a look. I walked to the door and peered through the peephole. It was definitely thicker than yesterday. The gray-black mist had swallowed the opposite wall, leaving only a blurry outline, about the same as the 17th floor. I looked for a few seconds, then came back and sat down. This kind of thing has happened before, I said, picking up a bite of food. On the third day, the 21st floor got completely flooded with black fog, way thicker than this, like being soaked in ink. Everyone thought it was the end, but it wasn't long before the fog receded. Back then, Qiu Yuan hadn't joined us yet. She'd been hiding alone and hadn't been paying attention to these changes. Receded? Yeah, I nodded. Later I figured out that this kind of fog that surges up suddenly is different from the kind that slowly creeps upward. The sudden surges sometimes recede, like the tide, coming and going in waves. No need to worry too much about those. What you really need to worry about is the kind that slowly climbs up, piling thicker and thicker, never receding. Qiu Yuan let out a breath, but her brow didn't fully relax. It's already reached the 18th floor. It'll hit the 21st soon. And then, her voice trailed off. She rested her chopsticks on the rim of her bowl, her gaze lowered. And then, when the black fog rose up, where could they go? The rooftop? The terrace? And after that, I watched her sit there, worried, sick, finished my noodles, and spoke in a steady tone. We'll take it one step at a time. When we get to that bridge, we'll cross it. No point overthinking things. She looked up and met my calm, unhurried gaze, and some of the unease inside her settled. She figured he was right. Panicking wouldn't help, and besides, with me around, everything would be fine. She picked up her bowl again and took another bite of rice. We'd just finished eating, the bowls and chopsticks not yet cleared, when a burst of urgent knocking sounded at the door. Knock, knock, knock. Knock, knock, knock. Fast rhythm. My chopsticks froze in midair, my hand already instinctively reaching for the fire axe beside the couch. Chiyuan also set down her bowl, grabbed the baseball bat from the corner, and held her breath. The two of us exchanged a glance without a word. The room went silent for 2 or 3 seconds. The second round of knocking came. A voice slipped through the crack in the door, thin and soft, slightly out of breath. Chiyuan. Big brother Lu Yuan. It's me. Su Mumu. Su Mumu. A face immediately surfaced in my mind. Sweet, eyes curving up when she smiled, her voice soft as if she had candy in her mouth. I remembered her. Back when we were retreating upward from the first floor, she'd twisted her ankle and nearly fallen, and I'd reached back and grabbed her. Once she'd steadied herself, she looked up at me and said, "Thank you, big brother." So sweet and soft, her eyes curving into 2 little crescent moons. After that, every time I passed by carrying things, she'd quietly say, "Thank you, big brother," or "You've worked so hard, big brother." It felt really nice to hear. I'd made a mental note of her back then. The impression stuck, not just because she was sweet-talking, but because of who she was. Her family ran a medical device business, a sizable one, and she'd always been chauffeured around in an Alford, a proper heiress. Before the apocalypse, that face had placed in campus beauty rankings, and she had plenty of followers on social media, a golden girl with a built-in aura. In the old days, a girl like that was someone I'd only dare admire from a distance. But now, in the apocalypse, all that aura made her nothing more than an ordinary pretty girl. But I remembered clearly, back when Fong Yaki proposed a show of hands to vote, Su Mumu didn't raise hers. She'd stayed quietly crouched in the corner, neither raising her hand nor saying a word. For that alone, my impression of her was far better than the others. I glanced at Chiyuan. Chiyuan lowered her voice. "Mumu's actually a good person, not like Fong Yaki or Su Wan and that crowd, and she's a doctor. Med school at Modi University." I nodded. That was exactly the kind of skill we were short on. I walked to the door and looked through the peephole. The fog was thick, but I could make out a slender figure standing outside. Short, ear-length hair, a cream-colored coat, a canvas bag clutched in her hands as she tucked loose strands of hair behind her ear. No tear stains on her face, but she was trembling a little. I stepped back and nodded to Chiyuan. Chiyuan moved forward. "Mumu, is that you? Did you come alone?" "Yeah, I snuck out by myself." None of them noticed. I even pulled the door shut behind me on my way out. Chiyuan asked a few more questions that only the two of them would know the answers to. Su Mumu answered quickly and accurately, even volunteering extra details on her own. Confirmed, I undid the steel bars and lock cylinders one by one and pulled the door open. Su Mumu hurried inside. She really was beautiful. Even barefaced, even in a plain coat, her looks still held up. Before, among that group of women, she'd been too quiet, always shrinking into a corner, completely overshadowed by rowdy types like Su Wan and Tang Shi. But now, standing in front of me, that face was so beautiful you couldn't look away, and she wore this sweet smile the whole time, incredibly soothing. "Jing, Li Yuan, thank you for taking me in." Xu Yuan told her to sit down and started clearing the dishes. "How'd you get here? Nothing happened to you on the way." Su Mumu set down her canvas bag, sat up straight, and said in a soft voice, "I snuck out this morning. I just couldn't stay over there anymore. They're really not okay. They're nothing compared to you, Li Yuan." As she said that last line, she glanced up at me, her curved eyes bright and shining, full of admiration, like a lost child who'd finally found a grown-up. I met her gaze and said nothing, just let the corner of my mouth twitch slightly. This girl looked sweet and talked sweet, and she offered just the right amount of emotional validation. Not too much, not too little, exactly enough to make you feel good. Chiyuan was about to reply when she suddenly frowned. "This morning? What time is it now?" I glanced at my phone. "Almost 11. 11. Su Mumu froze too, eyes going wide. "But I left at 6. Left at 6, arrived at 11. A full 4 hours. From 201 to my little shelter is a 3-minute walk. Even with the black fog thick as ever and going dead slow, 10 minutes tops. But she'd spent 4 hours in the hallway." I put down my phone. "What happened on the way? Give me the details." Su Mumu started remembering, and her sweet smile slowly faded, a trace of fear crossing her face. I headed this way as soon as I left, but the fog got thicker and thicker. Before I knew it, I had no idea where I was going. My head felt all fuzzy. The hallway seemed really long, like no matter how far I walked, I couldn't reach the end. Then I ran into an old woman. She said she'd come up from downstairs. I asked if she knew where you lived, and she pointed me in a direction. I followed it, and then I was at your door. An old woman? I pressed. What did she look like? What was she wearing? She tilted her head, thinking. Gray clothes, gray hair, a face full of wrinkles. She talked really slow, but I could hear her clearly. Then she seemed to realize something was off, and her voice dropped. Now that I think about it, she came up from downstairs, but the black fog's so thick. How did she get here alone? I was so focused on finding my way, I didn't think about it. Chu Yuan and I exchanged a look. The black fog can make you lose your way. We'd suspected that for a while. We'd just never confirmed it. Su Mumu's trip pretty much proved it. That grayish-black fog didn't just block your vision. It could make you get lost. If it weren't for that old woman, she probably would have been lost in the fog for good. As for the old woman, was she human or something else? If she were a monster, why point Su Mumu in the right direction instead of attacking her? I asked a few more questions about the details, and she answered what she could, but in the end she just shook her head, dazed, with nothing left, but I don't really remember. Right then, her stomach growled, perfect timing. Grr, not loud, but in the quiet room it was crystal clear. Su Mumu's face flushed slightly, and her eyes fell on the leftover food still on the table. A plate of diced ham stir-fried with dried scallops, a little bit left at the bottom, gone cold. Next to it, half a bowl of leftover rice. Chu Yuan had cooked too much that morning. She stared at the leftovers, hesitated, then looked up at me cautiously. Li Yuan, could I eat what's left of these? You don't need to heat it up, this is fine. Her voice was small, and those big shining eyes held a hint of nervousness and hope, like she was afraid of being turned down. She knew perfectly well. In the apocalypse, having anything to eat was a blessing. So what were a few leftovers? 100 times better than gnawing on compressed biscuits over at 201. Me taking her in at all was pure dumb luck. She was in no position to be picky. Chu Yuan glanced at me, and I nodded. Chu Yuan smiled. Don't eat the leftovers. I'll heat you up a self-heating rice meal. No, no, no. Su Mumu quickly waved her hands, dead serious. There's no need, Li Yuan, these are perfectly good. It's already come to this. I'm not picky, and food should never go to waste. With that, she picked up the bowl of leftovers, grabbed a chopstick full of cold diced ham, and stuffed it in her mouth, chewed and swallowed, and actually looked satisfied. Then she scooped up some cold rice and ate it carefully, like it was a gourmet feast. Chu Yuan stood there holding the self-heating rice box, watching, frozen for a couple of seconds. I looked at Su Mumu. This former heiress, chauffeured around in an Alfred, a campus queen on Zaihongshu, a little princess who had an entourage everywhere she went, was now sitting under a camping lantern, cradling a bowl of cold leftovers, eating with real relish, a grain of rice stuck to the corner of her mouth that she hadn't even noticed. Something in me wavered. Before the apocalypse, she'd been a goddess everyone adored, with a line of suitors stretching all the way to France. Now, a bowl of leftovers could make her this happy, like she'd hit the jackpot. The environment really can completely change a person. But oddly, it made me like her a little more. She didn't put on airs, didn't act pretentious. When it was time to bow her head, she bowed. When it was time to eat leftovers, she ate them. People like that survive longer in the apocalypse than the ones clinging to, I'm a rich girl, I can't suffer. Meanwhile, over in 201, the mood was even more oppressive than the day before. She left? She actually left. Su Wan sat on the arm of the couch, her expression grim. Su Mumu? That quiet little sweetheart? She just slipped out without a word. She was still here this morning. I saw her sitting in the corner with my own eyes, Tang Shi recalled. Then I stopped paying attention. Who knows when she left? Left pretty cleanly. Didn't even say goodbye. She always seemed so sweet and well-behaved. Never figured she was this calculating. So she just threw herself at them. Su Wan sneered. Ditched all her dignity for a bite to eat. She's the campus queen of Moda University. You know, suitors lined up all the way to the school gate, Tang Shi said sourly. And now look at her, throwing herself at some security guard. If her admirers found out, their whole worldview would collapse. Campus queen, my ass, Su Wan curled her lip. Now she's just some tramp who ran off with a man for a bowl of leftovers. I said it all along. If Chu Yuan's like that, Su Mumu's no better. They all look so high and mighty, but deep down, every one of them is more. Halfway through, she stalled. She wanted to call Su Mumu cheap, but she couldn't quite. So true. That girl never really did anything to anyone. But the resentment just wouldn't go away. Why did she get to leave? Thinking about Su Mumu over at Lu Yuan's place, eating well and living easy, made her stomach twist with envy. The room went quiet for a moment. Nobody said it out loud, but that sour edge hung thick in the air. Zhang Bing had been standing by the door the whole time, chewing on a compressed biscuit with a blank face. She swallowed the last bite before speaking. The fog's too heavy today. Nobody goes out. We rest. That got a collective sigh of relief. No going out meant no climbing down 18 floors, no hauling stuff around. Nobody wanted to risk it in weather like this. As for why the fog had gotten thicker, or whether it was dangerous, nobody asked. They only cared about themselves. Zhang Bing added. And hold off on the instant noodles. Keep eating the biscuits. The room exploded. Why? Even if we're not going out, we still need to eat. We gotta keep our strength up. I've eaten so many biscuits my throat's on fire. I want instant noodles. The protests came one after another, like haggling at a market. Su Wan led the charge, Tang Shi nodded along, and even Qin Yi frowned, thinking Zhang Bing was overstepping. Zhang Bing just stood there with her arms crossed, waiting until they'd shouted themselves out before saying flatly, "There aren't many noodles left. We need to ration them. Eat them now, and it'll be worse later." Her gaze swept across the protesting faces one by one. There was no threat in it, but everyone she looked at instinctively shut their mouths. Su Wan opened her mouth, but in the end didn't dare push it. She slumped back onto the couch, breaking a biscuit into small pieces and shoving them into her mouth, chewing until her jaw ached. The room fell silent, leaving only the crunch of biscuits being chewed, everyone looking like they were gnawing on shoe leather. Then, suddenly, a savory smell drifted over. Not the smell of a home-cooked meal, more like chili oil mixed with seasoning, salty and spicy, slowly spreading through the still air. A few of them stopped mid-motion and turned toward the smell. Gulan was sitting in the far corner, holding a clear takeout container. Inside was the hot pot broth she'd brought back from the 18th floor the day before. A layer of white fat and a few scallion flecks floated on the chili oil. The broth had congealed, but a stir with the chopsticks melted it again. She broke a biscuit into small pieces, dipped them in the chili oil, and ate, chewing carefully, the corner of her mouth glistening with grease. The room went quiet for a few seconds. Everyone was staring at that container. It was the very thing they'd all turned their noses up at the day before. It had Lu Yuan's spit in it. Nobody would touch it, would rather go hungry than give it a second glance. When Gulan had packed it away, Tang Shi had sneered that she had no dignity, all for a bite to eat. But now, with that chili oil aroma wafting over, they suddenly felt, maybe it wasn't so gross after all. Lin Mushuang, sitting not far away, was the first to move. She stood up, hesitated, then walked over to Gulan holding a half-eaten biscuit. "Lanjia, can I dip a bit? Just a little." Gulan glanced up at her, said nothing, and nudged the container toward her. Lin Mushuang acted like she'd been granted a huge favor. She carefully broke off a small piece of biscuit, dipped it into the chili oil, coated it in the glistening sauce, and put it in her mouth. She chewed once and froze. The long-missed salty spicy flavor burst across her tongue. The richness of the oil and the fragrance of the spices mixed together, instantly cutting through all that blandness. Her throat bobbed. She broke off another piece and dipped it deeper. So good. The second to stand up was Qin Yi, then a third, and a fourth. 7 or 8 people crowded around, some crouching, some standing, each breaking off biscuits to dip into that container of cold chili oil. Some just dropped whole biscuits into the broth, letting them soften before fishing them out to eat, looking as satisfied as if they were at a feast. Gulan sat in the middle, the container completely surrounded by the crowd. She didn't say anything, didn't seem bothered by the crush of people. She just quietly held up the container and watched these once lofty heiresses and influencer socialites huddle around a single bowl like a pack of starving children, dipping and eating, one piece after another, and eating like it was delicious. The whole scene was just dripping with irony. Fang Yaqi sat on the couch watching, the corners of her mouth pulling down, her expression complicated. She had half a biscuit clutched in her hand too, but she never stood up. She just sat there, watching that ring of people bent over their food. She didn't go, but the biscuit in her hand. She went a long time without taking a second bite. After we ate and cleared away the dishes, the 3 of us sat in the living room. That dim, reddish daylight outside seeped in through the curtains, gray and murky. The rust metal smell in the air was heavier than yesterday. You could smell it even with the doors and windows shut. Qiu Yuan yawned, her eyes glistening. You could tell she was genuinely worn out. "This fog today, we probably can't go out," I said, glancing toward the hallway. The black fog was so thick that through the peephole, I couldn't even make out the wall across from us. "Let's rest first," I said, standing up. "Nothing to do, so let's do the least tiring thing possible." Qiu Yuan smiled, knowing I meant sleep. She rolled her neck. "I'll share a room with Momo. You take the master bedroom to yourself." I had no objections. We'd gone at it a little too hard the past few days. Her stamina couldn't keep up, and she needed a good rest. Besides, with Su Mumu here now, the two of us couldn't be as wild as before. All right, blankets are in the closet, grab your own. Qiu Yuan pulled Su Mumu into the second bedroom. There was a rustling of sheets being spread, with a few soft snatches of conversation drifting out now and then. Qiu Yuanjia, how long have you been with Lu Yuan? Just a few days. How does he treat you? Pretty well. If there's food, he gives it to me first. Listening from outside, I vaguely felt Su Mumu's questions were a little pointed, but I didn't dwell on it. I turned into the master bedroom, shut the door, and lay down. The mattress was a bit firmer than the one in the second bedroom, and Qiu Yuan's scent still lingered on the blanket. Listening to the low laughter next door, I slowly relaxed and soon grew drowsy. Next door, Qiu Yuan and Su Mumu lay shoulder to shoulder. Su Mumu chattered about this and that, from food to Lu Yuan, her voice getting softer and softer. Qiu Yuan was already exhausted, and before long her breathing evened out. Su Mumu lay on her side in the dim red glow, unmoving. Only once she was sure Qiu Yuan was fast asleep did she gently slip her hand free and sit up. Qiu Yuan rolled over, mumbled something, and sank back into deep sleep. Su Mumu paused, then stepped off the bed barefoot without making a sound. She crouched down in front of the canvas bag by the head of the bed and fished a folded set of clothes out from the very bottom. A blue and white JK uniform, a short skirt, and a brand new pair of white over-the-knee socks. She'd brought it specially for this. She changed quickly and lightly, like she'd rehearsed it many times. The sailor uniform top, the bow tied perfectly, the skirt falling just to mid-thigh, the white thigh-highs stretching all the way up past her knees. She glanced at herself in the mirror, sweet face, innocent uniform, legs shaped by those white stockings. She looked exactly like a campus goddess who'd stepped straight out of a manga. Thinking about what she was about to do, she took a deep breath and bit her red lips, as if steeling herself, then pushed the door open and walked out barefoot. At the master bedroom door, she raised her hand and knocked twice. Knock, knock. Still half asleep, I asked, "Who is it?" "Lu Yuan, it's me." Her voice was very soft, with a slight tremble. I was quiet for 2 seconds, then got up and opened the door. With my night vision, I saw her clearly in an instant, standing barefoot on the floor, toes curled slightly, like a kitten hesitating at the threshold, unsure whether to come in. JK uniform, that sweet face. The campus beauty of Shanghai, chased after by countless people, was standing right here in front of me. I looked at her for a couple of seconds, more or less guessing what was going on, and stepped aside. "Come in and talk." She came in and stood in the middle of the room, fingers twisting the hem of her skirt, head lowered, shy and nervous. "What are you doing here so late?" I asked. Her hands gripped her skirt tighter. She was silent for several seconds before finally lifting her head. Her curved eyes shimmered with moisture, and her voice was so soft it was almost inaudible. "Lu Yuan, do you like me?" The moment the words left her mouth, her face flushed red at a visible speed, the heat spreading from her ears all the way down her neck. She stood there, waiting for my answer. I knew this was the first time in her life she'd ever asked anyone something like this. Before, she was always the one being confessed to, the campus beauty of Shanghai University, the goddess of countless people online. All those talented young men, rich kids, young entrepreneurs had laid everything on the line in front of her. She never needed to ask anyone whether they liked her. She just had to pick one and nod. But now, wearing a JK uniform she'd secretly prepared, standing barefoot in some low-level security guard's bedroom, head bowed, she looked like a little girl awaiting judgment. I looked her over. That face would turn heads anywhere, and her figure was good too, well-proportioned. Hidden under the uniform, it only made her lines stand out more. When a campus beauty-level girl like this asks you whether you like her, it'd be a lie to say I wasn't tempted. But I didn't rush to answer. I thought for a moment before speaking. "Why do you ask?" I didn't rush to answer. I thought for a moment before asking her. "Why do you ask?" Su Mumu raised her eyes to me, and there was seriousness in those curved eyes. "Because I want to stay." I paused. "I already let you stay." "Not that kind of staying." She shook her head, her voice soft but steady. "I want to really stay by your side, Lu Yuan." I understood what she meant. She wasn't talking about staying in the shelter or staying with the group. She meant staying by my side, the kind of staying where she'd give herself over completely. Looking at this girl in a JK uniform, sweet as something out of a manga, I felt conflicted. If it were a woman like Qiu Yuan throwing herself at me, I'd have accepted it naturally, a fair trade, each getting what they wanted. But Su Mumu was different. She was young, and she was a doctor, clean, untouched. I didn't want her to just sell herself off to survive. I was silent for 2 seconds. "You're a doctor. We need you in this apocalypse, so there's no need for you to." Before I could finish, she suddenly threw herself into my arms, holding me tight, her face buried against my chest. "No," she said, her voice muffled. Lu Yuan, there are lots of doctors, but I want to be the most special one. Her arms tightened, as if afraid I'd push her away. I looked down at the small body in my arms and raised a hand to wrap around her. She was so soft, completely different from Qiu Yuan's mature, full figure. Slender, tender, like a willow branch that had just sprouted in spring. I pulled her closer. Are you sure? She lifted her head from my chest, her pretty face flushed, blinking her big eyes, and gave a soft nod. I'm sure. I didn't hesitate any longer. I lowered my head and kissed her. She'd clearly never been kissed before. Her lips were stiff. She didn't know how to catch her breath, her breathing shallow and quick. I took it slow with her, and she learned to follow along, clumsy but earnest. We kissed for a long time. Her breathing shifted from ragged to deep and slow, her body gradually softening, until she leaned fully into my arms. When I released her, her little face was flushed red, her lips slightly swollen, her eyes glistening. She looked at me, knowing what was going to happen next. Her voice trembled. Lu Yuan, it's my first time. Please be gentle. Saying that seemed to use up the last of her courage. She buried her head deep in my chest, the tips of her ears so red they looked ready to bleed. Campus beauty of Shanghai, sweet goddess, untouchable flower, wealthy heiress. A girl with all these identities stacked together, now curled up trembling in my arms. Who could resist that? Heat surged through me, and I pushed her straight down onto the bed. Scared, not scared. I don't know how much time passed. In the second bedroom, Qiu Yuan stirred groggily and woke, rolling over. The daylight seeping through the gap in the curtains was a dim red, probably evening now. Her whole body was sore and limp, still exhausted. Lying there, she thought back over the past few days. That guy Lu Yuan was ridiculously strong in that department, like an animal. She'd always thought her own stamina was decent, but in front of him it was nowhere near enough. Every time, she got worked over until her legs went weak and she couldn't get out of bed. She reached over to the side. Empty. She turned her head to look, and Su Mumu was gone. The warmth still lingered in the covers, so she hadn't been gone long. Bathroom. She didn't think much of it, threw on a coat, and stepped out of the second bedroom. The camping lantern in the living room was on. She picked up her water cup, empty, and turned toward the kitchen. As she passed the master bedroom door, she stopped. There was movement inside, very faint, muffled. At first she thought it was Lu Yuan rolling over, but then she heard a second sound. Holding her cup, she pressed her ear against the door. Whispers pitched very low, laced with a sweet, nasal tone. The soft creak of the mattress, mixed with a faint, bitten-back cry. Qiu Yuan listened for a few seconds, then straightened up, the corners of her mouth slowly curving into a smile. Just as she'd thought. Little Mumu, she murmured to herself. What a clever girl. She hadn't misjudged this girl. She looked sweet, looked obedient, but her mind was sharper than anyone's. She knew that in this world, being a doctor wasn't enough. You needed a card that could secure your footing. And she'd chosen the fastest, most effective route. Before carrying it all alone, I was nearly worn to pieces by Lu Yuan. Now that Su Momo was sharing the load, she finally got a bit of a break. As for Lu Yuan, could one guy really handle two? Would that girl even be able to stand tomorrow morning? Hard to say. In the master bedroom, the commotion gradually died down. Su Momo lay on the bed, a thin sheen of sweat on her forehead, stray strands of hair clinging to her temples, her little face pale. Her breathing hadn't settled yet, her chest rising and falling faintly. Undried tear tracks lingered at the corners of her eyes, her lips slightly swollen, her whole body limp, as if the strength had been drained clean out of her. I lay on my side and pulled Su Momo into my arms. This girl was so light. Holding her in the crook of my arm was like cradling a piece of warm jade, smooth, tender, with that softness unique to a young girl. Every inch of her skin was tender in just the right way, her neck, her collarbone, the curve of her waist, completely different from Qiu Yuan's mature, voluptuous figure. Qiu Yuan was a ripe fruit. One squeeze, and the juice would run. Su Momo was a spring bud just breaking through the soil, green and unripe, but all the more precious. The only regret, she was too delicate. Toward the end, she was practically begging for mercy, her voice thin and choked with tears. I held back and didn't push too far, but she really had hit her limit. Tears at the corners of her eyes, trembling gently, without even the strength to lift a hand. She curled up in my arms, buried her face in my chest, and said in a tiny voice, I'm sorry, brother Lu Yuan. I'm so useless. She couldn't finish, the tips of her ears going red again as she pressed her face into my chest. I'm too weak. I didn't laugh at her. I reached out and brushed the sweat-damp hair from her forehead. It's fine, you did great. It's your first time. That's completely normal. But, her eyes welled up with tears again. She wasn't afraid of the pain. She was afraid she wasn't good enough. She'd worked up so much courage, put on that carefully prepared JK outfit, done so much mental preparation, and in the end, just because her stamina couldn't keep up, she was afraid I'd think less of her. I lowered my head and gave her a light kiss, like soothing a guilty little kitten. Get some good rest, don't overthink it. You did great. She froze for a second, then curled even tighter into my arms, her voice soft and sweet. Thank you, Brother Lu Yuan. After lingering there a while, I glanced at my phone. Almost 10 o'clock. I shifted, getting ready to get up. I need to go stand watch. During the day, the building was relatively safe. The monsters basically didn't come out at midday. But once night fell, the black fog thickened, monsters roamed, and any kind of emergency could hit. These past few days I'd been standing watch every night, not daring to let my guard down. I climbed out from under the covers and got dressed, pulled on a t-shirt, zipped up my jacket, and propped the fire axe against the bed within easy reach. Sumomo propped herself up, trying to sit. Brother Lu Yuan, I'll come with. Before she could finish, a tearing pain surged up. She sucked in a sharp breath and dropped back onto the pillow, the covers slipping down to expose a stretch of fair, tender collarbone. I turned to look at her. Her little face was drained of color, her eyes heavy with exhaustion. Her body had clearly reached its limit. I walked back to the bedside and said softly, "It's fine. You just rest. I'll handle the apartment's security. With me here, no one's going to hurt you." No grand declarations, but that kind of steadiness was more reassuring than any oath. She looked up at me, those big, reddened eyes shining bright. She thought back to that stretch of road she'd walked out of 201 in the dark, the fear she'd felt standing in the fog before she knocked, the nervousness and resolve when she'd put on that JK outfit. Everything she'd given, in this moment, had its answer. In the apocalypse, a sense of safety was the most luxurious thing there was, and Brother Lu Yuan could give it to her. She nodded hard, her voice sweet and obedient. Okay. I bent down and pressed a light kiss to her forehead. My lips lingered for 2 seconds before pulling away. Then I straightened up, turned, and walked out of the master bedroom, pulling the door shut behind me. Sumomo lay alone under the covers, touched the spot on her forehead where she'd just been kissed, and smiled with her eyes curving up. She burrowed deep into the blankets like a cat that had found its nest, closed her eyes, and drifted off to sleep. Over in 201, though, things weren't nearly so peaceful. Fong Yaki, what's that on your mouth? Qin Yi shot up from the couch, glaring at Fong Yaki, who'd just come out of the master bedroom. Fong Yaki's lips were glistening with grease. A few crumbs still stuck at the corner of her mouth. She instinctively wiped it, and that gesture only egged Qin Yi on. You snuck instant noodles? Qin Yi stood up, her voice rising. You've got us out here gnawing on compression biscuits while you hide in there cooking yourself instant noodles? What are you talking about? Fong Yaki frowned, forcing herself to stay calm. I just went in to tidy things up. Tidy up a mouthful of grease. Qin Yi took a step forward. The smell of instant noodles is drifting out through the door crack. You think we can't smell it? The others all looked up. Tang sure sniffed. I actually do smell it. I smell it too. It's definitely instant noodles. Lin Mushuang chimed in. Qin Yi stared her down. You told Zhang Bing we had to ration the instant noodles, and then you go and ration them for yourself? Fong Yaki's expression shifted. She dropped the act entirely, tugged at her shawl, and lifted her chin. I'm the team leader. So what if I eat some instant noodles? I've got so much on my plate. It's perfectly normal for me to keep my strength up. Leader, Qin Yi sneered. What have you led? Did you go find supplies? Did you haul anything? Did you scout any routes? Exactly. Su Wan, for once, took Qin Yi's side. Putting on your big movie star airs all day long. Who's buying that anymore? There wasn't much in the way of supplies to begin with, and you're sneaking instant noodles all by yourself while we gnaw on compression biscuits. And you call yourself our sister? Tang Shi joined in indignantly. Surrounded on all sides, Fong Yaki still refused to back down. I've done everything I was supposed to. What are you all so worked up about over some instant noodles? Worst case, we'll just go find more tomorrow. Go find more tomorrow again. A few days ago that line might still have fooled someone, but things were different now. After gnawing on compression biscuits for so many days, this pack of pampered women had finally come to understand the cruelty of the apocalypse. Food wasn't so easy to find. Qin Yi shot right back. Go find more tomorrow? Can't you see what the fog outside is like? Do you not know what the black fog downstairs is doing? Do you even have a clue whether we'll be able to find any more instant noodles at all? You won't even go out on a single supply run. You just hide in the room eating instant noodles. What right do you have to order us around? Line after line. All the resentment they'd been piling up these past few days. Fong Yaki started firing back too, her shrill voice bouncing off the walls, pointing at this. One girl said, yeah? Like you didn't sneak any chocolate. And the other shot back, I found that chocolate myself. Room 201 was as loud as a fish market. Gulan sat in the corner, clutching half a compressed biscuit, watching the whole group argue until their faces went red, shoving and jostling each other. A phrase suddenly came to mind. 3 women make a drama. And what she had here in front of her. 5 or 6 shows going on at once. She wasn't about to get involved. What good did fighting like this do? Nothing but digging your own grave. Just then, thud, thud, thud. A burst of chaotic footsteps came from outside the door, rapid, heavy, like a crowd of people running back and forth in the hallway, feet stomping and shuffling, mixed with muffled, indistinct thumps. The sound came from far and then close, then far again, sweeping up and down the corridor, as if something were chasing them, driving them into a mad sprint through the darkness. The uproar in 201, so heated just a second ago, cut off instantly, like someone had gripped every throat shut. Everyone turned toward the door at the same time, eyes wide, their flushed faces draining white in a flash. Suwon stood there, mouth open, the curse stuck in her throat. Tang Shi gripped the clothes-drying pole, her knuckles white. Chin Yi shrank back, her heel catching on the couch leg, nearly toppling her. The room went so quiet you could hear a heartbeat. What is that? Someone whispered, voice trembling. Sounds like people running, a lot of them. The footsteps outside kept going, near then far, occasionally punctuated by a few blurred mutters, that kind of low murmur squeezed up from deep in the throat, more skin-crawling than a scream. Zhang Bing was the first to move. She strode to the wall, grabbed the fire axe from the corner, and carried it to the door, pressing herself sideways against the wall and listening intently for a few seconds. Only after confirming no one had stopped outside did she carefully bring her eye to the peephole. Through the peephole, the black fog in the corridor was several shades thicker than during the day. The gray-black mist churned like something alive, nearly filling her whole view. And inside that heavy fog, dark shapes were darting past, fast. They ran incredibly fast, their forms blurred, like human silhouettes wrapped in mist. Some moved east to west, some west to east, crossing and brushing past each other, but never colliding, never speaking, just mechanically running back and forth, their mouths letting out broken, muttered gibberish, like a swarm of things wandering through a dream. Cold sweat beaded on Zhang Bing's forehead. She lowered her voice and called back over her shoulder. Grab your weapons, now. The words hit everyone like a bucket of ice water. Only then did the women snap out of it, scrambling to grab anything nearby that could serve as a weapon: steel pipes, a baseball bat, fruit knives, the drying pole, a half-dismantled chair leg. Every hand holding them was shaking. No one dared speak. Even their breathing dropped as low as it could go. The footsteps outside were still going. Everyone held their breath and waited, drenched in cold sweat, hearts feeling like they'd leap out of their chests any second. Meanwhile, at the other end of the corridor, inside my shelter, the moment those footsteps started echoing through the hall, I sprang up from my night watch chair. The fire axe was already in my hand, my whole body tense, ready to explode into action at a second's notice. I pressed against the door and listened. Those footsteps were chaotic, back and forth, rapid, like they were fleeing for their lives from something. It wasn't the same as that watched feeling I'd experienced on the 17th floor. Qiu Yuan woke up too, coming out of the second bedroom, hair a mess, gripping a baseball bat, standing half a step behind me. She glanced at the master bedroom and lowered her voice. Mumu's still asleep. Don't wake her, I said. She can't help even if she's up. Let her sleep. She nodded. Su Mumu had just arrived today, exhausted to her limit. Waking a tired, terrified girl would only risk her making noise and drawing trouble. The two of us stood guard behind the door side by side, one axe, one bat. The footsteps outside came near then far, threaded with muddled murmurs, like a pack of things trapped in the hallway that couldn't find a way out. Then the footsteps stopped. Right after, thud, thud, thud. The pounding on the door shook the whole thing. Hoarse, sobbing voices squeezed through. Open up. We want to come in. Save us. Please, we're begging you. Voice layered over voice, hysterical, like whatever was outside was being chased by something horrifying. Qiu Yuan's fingers gripping the bat went white, her legs trembling. She'd seen monsters, seen the things that only lunged and tore at you, but she'd never seen anything that knocked, that begged for help, that spoke so much like a person. She instinctively leaned closer to me. I didn't turn around. I just reached out and pressed my hand over the back of hers. Don't panic. They can't get in. Her breathing steadied a little. And I was right. As long as the door held, they couldn't get in. Those steel bars, the blast-proof lock, the reinforcement pieces, I'd installed every single one with my own hands. The pounding and the cries for help went on for a good while, going from urgent to hoarse, then gradually fading. Finally, the footsteps started up again, scattering off into the distance, vanishing at the far end of the corridor. It went quiet. Qiu Yuan let out a long breath, her palms slick with cold sweat. I lowered the axe half an inch, but didn't drop my guard. This kind of quiet wasn't necessarily safe. Sure enough, a few minutes later, there was movement outside again. This time it was faint, like something slowly drifting past, a soft rustling in the air, like fabric brushing against the wall. I put my eye to the peephole and took a look. In the dim red glow, a few blurred figures, not black, but pale, tinged with a sickly red, like something had soaked through them from the inside out. They drifted through the mist, their movements stiff, weightless. As they passed, every hair on the back of my neck stood up. I only looked for a split second before pulling my eyes away and stepping back to the wall. Neither Chiu Yuan nor I said a word. One axe, one bat, waiting in silence. Waiting for the sounds to die down, for the fog to thin, for this night to pass. The dim red glow outside the window still hung there, like an eye that never closes, coldly staring down at every living thing in this building. The two of us kept watch until morning. The second half of the night was nearly silent, save for the occasional gust of wind rushing up from the stairwell before dying away with a whoosh. We took turns dozing off. Neither of us really slept, but we made it to daybreak somehow. I walked back to the door and looked out through the peephole. The corridor was completely clean. Not a single figure. Not even the black fog that had lingered all these days. The view was clear. I could make out the red outline of the fire hydrant on the opposite wall, and that emergency light that had burned out ages ago. Aside from the dim lighting, the whole corridor was as peaceful as it had been before the apocalypse. The black fog's gone, I said. Chiu Yuan leaned over to look. It's really not a trace left. Gone. The relief in her voice was impossible to hide, like a weight had finally lifted off her chest. I didn't answer. I stayed leaning against the wall by the door, my face anything but relaxed. She noticed something was off. What's wrong? Isn't it a good thing the fog cleared? It's not that simple, I said. Last time the heavy fog lifted, it looked exactly like this. She looked at me. And then, I was quiet for a few seconds, remembering things I'd rather forget. And then the monsters showed up. A lot of us died in that attack. Chiu Yuan's breath caught. She understood what I meant. While the heavy fog was around, those things stayed hidden. The monsters, the eerie figures from last night, all of them wrapped up and tucked away inside the fog. The moment it cleared, they came out. You're saying the fog and the monsters are tied together? That we're actually safer with the fog? Pretty much, I nodded. They don't move while the fog's there. Once it clears, they come out looking for food. So what do we do? I yawned and stretched. However bad the monsters are, they're still easier to deal with than whatever was in the fog last night. An axe can cut them, a club can hit them, in worst case we just run faster. But last night, I honestly don't know what the hell those things were. You couldn't even tell where to hit them. My tone was casual, and it seemed to ease Chiu Yuan a little. She was right to relax. Those figures last night, with their cat-like eyes glowing white and red, you couldn't even tell if they were solid. Compared to that, monsters that could run and bite were practically a routine threat. All right, I clapped my hands. Let's catch some sleep first, then head out during the midday window. We were up all night. If we don't rest enough, we won't have the energy later. Okay. She was about to head back to the bedroom when she suddenly turned and glanced at me, a hint of flirtation at the corners of her eyes. So who are you planning to sleep with? Me or Momo? I looked at that smiling face of hers, my gaze traveling up from her slender waist. She was wearing an old t-shirt with a loose collar that revealed a stretch of snow-white collarbone. Her head tilted as she watched me, exuding the lazy, alluring quality unique to a mature woman. Her figure was already downright unfair, and looking like this, she was even more tempting. I rubbed my chin, thought about it, and smiled. I'll go with Momo. It's nicer, having a young girl to hold. Chiu Yuan gave a soft huff and shot me a look. New flame makes you forget the old one. Huh. Guess I'll be sleeping in an empty bed. I stepped forward and wrapped my arms around her. She didn't dodge. She leaned right into me and tilted her face up. I bent down to her ear, my voice low. Don't worry. Sooner or later I'll come back to deal with you. The arm around her waist tightened. She tapped my chest a few times with her fingertips, a challenging smile in her eyes. I'll be waiting. Hope you keep your word. With that, she slipped out of my arms, turned, and headed toward the second bedroom. At the door, she glanced back at me once more, that flirtatious look still lingering on her lips, then pushed the door open and went in. The door closed softly. Watching her go, my smile deepened. I turned and walked toward the master bedroom. The master bedroom was quiet. The sweet young girl was still fast asleep on the bed, the blanket pulled up to her chest, a sliver of soft, pale shoulder exposed, and her long hair fanned across the pillow. She slept soundly, her breathing even, her eyelashes resting quietly. Her delicate little face glowed warm in the dim light, as if she hadn't quite left a sweet dream behind. So beautiful. I walked softly to the bedside, took off my jacket, lifted the blanket, and slipped in. Su Mumu sensed the movement in her sleep and, still half-dazed, nuzzled toward me. curling into my arms and burying her face against my chest. I held her tight. Her body was warm and soft, like a little cloud, and having her pressed against me brought an indescribable sense of ease. Chiyuan was fire, the kind that leaves you drenched in sweat. Su Mumu was water, cool, quiet, slowly soothing nerves that had been tense all night. Having a soft, warm embrace like this to hold while I slept, in the middle of the apocalypse, it was pure bliss. The master bedroom fell silent, leaving only the even breathing of two people. The dark red glow still hung outside the window, but somehow it didn't feel as cold anymore. I slept deeply. When I opened my eyes again, it was already just past 10. I shifted a little. My energy had recovered a good deal, and most of the exhaustion from the all-nighter had washed away. The softness in my arms was still there. Su Mumu hadn't left. I'd meant to let her sleep a bit longer, but before I could look away, I found myself meeting a pair of pretty, lively eyes. She'd woken up at some point and was lying quietly in my arms, her little face turned up, those big curved eyes fixed on me, hazy and clear with the fresh grogginess of just waking. Her pupils sparkled. "You're awake." I couldn't help but smile under her gaze. Just woke up." Her voice had a milky sweetness to it, soft and melty, like she had marshmallows in her mouth. Then she squirmed in my arms, fitting herself more comfortably against me. I naturally tightened my arms, pulling her closer. This was nice. She burrowed in and mumbled, "Yuan, did something happen last night? I heard a lot of noise outside. I wanted to go out and help you and chew you in, but..." She trailed off, her face reddening as she buried it back against my chest. I knew what she'd left unsaid. After all that madness last night, she couldn't even stand up, let alone help. She was a doctor. She knew she couldn't be of any use, but she still felt a little bad about it. I gently stroked her long hair. "It's fine. They were all minor problems. We're safe now." She nodded, that trace of guilt smoothed away. "Thank you, Yuan." I looked down at that sweet face and was about to say something when she spoke again. "But Yuan, I'm a lot better now. I can go out with you all later." I raised an eyebrow. "You don't need more rest?" "I'm not that weak." She clenched her little fist and waved it in front of me, sweet and adorable, as if proving her combat strength had returned. I laughed and gave the tip of her nose a light flick. "All right, we'll see how you do later." She smiled and snuggled deeper into my arms. After lingering a while, I remembered something. "Go take a shower first. You feel sticky, it can't be comfortable." She went quiet for a moment, remembering how much she'd sweated last night. She really was all sticky, but she hesitated. "Maybe I shouldn't." Why not? Water's pretty precious right now," she said earnestly. "A shower would be too wasteful. I'll just wipe myself down." Her expression was perfectly natural, not like she was trying to please me. She genuinely thought it was the reasonable thing to do. This girl used to be a pampered rich man's daughter, but she really knew how to read a situation, when to put on airs, and when to hold back. I looked down at the sweet, bubbly girl in my arms, and my lips curled up. "It's precious everywhere else, but not here. Wash all you want. Use as much as you like." Su Mumu's eyes lit up instantly. "Really? Really?" My tone was firm. "Would I lie to you?" A sweet smile bloomed across her pretty face. She leaned in and planted a solid kiss right on my lips, then pulled back, cheeks flushed. "Brother Lu Yuan, you're amazing." The kiss caught me off guard. Watching her practically bounce with joy, I just shook my head and smiled. She'd already sat up in the covers, flipped them aside, and hopped out of bed, bare feet on the floor. Even though it still hurt in waves, she gritted through it and turned back to me with a crinkle-eyed smile. "I'm gonna go take my shower." Her voice was light as a little swallow. She ran a couple of steps, then stopped and turned back to add, "I'll come out smelling all nice." Before the apocalypse, she'd been a clean freak rich girl. After it hit, a shower became the ultimate luxury, totally out of the question in a place like room 201. Now that she could wash freely, of course she was thrilled. I lay back down, listening to the sounds, in a good mood. I rolled over, closed my eyes, and sank my consciousness deep into my mind. The panel appeared. "Check-in time." I silently confirmed the check-in. The text flickered, then slowly surfaced a few lines. "Check-in successful. Obtained S-rank supply. Nuclear power generator, S×1. Small household model. No external power needed. Runs permanently, silent. Includes standard voltage conversion module. Obtained attribute point. Spirit +1. Current spirit, 6-7. Obtained talent. Master-level driving skills. Can expertly operate all common land vehicles, including specialty vehicles and certain construction machinery." I froze for a couple of seconds. A nuclear power generator. I sat up and opened my eyes, gaze falling toward the living room. Sure enough, a silver-gray metal box had appeared next to the coffee table. About the size of a suitcase, with a matte frosted casing, cooling grills, and a few outlet ports on the side, and an LCD panel embedded in the top, with a matching power cord resting beside it. I got out of bed, walked over, and crouched down. I ran my hand over the casing. Cold, solidly built. I pressed the power button and the panel lit up with standby. Then a line of numbers popped up, 5000 W max. No gas, no charging, no external power source of any kind. It generated its own power, never shut off, and made almost no noise. 5 kW wasn't huge, but it was more than enough to run a shelter's basic needs: lighting, charging, small appliances, even a refrigerator. The system's rewards were getting better and better. The mysterious water tank solved water, the nuclear generator solved power, the shelter's infrastructure was getting filled in piece by piece. At this rate, I could turn this apartment into a fully functional, self-sufficient apocalypse fortress. No matter how crazy things got outside, I'd be living comfortably in here. I glanced at the second reward again, Spirit, +1. I'd gotten stamina and strength before, but this was the first time I'd pulled Spirit. Before I could even think about what it did, a warmth spread out from my chest. Unlike the muscle-heating feeling from the stamina boost, this one was cool, flowing slowly down from the top of my head like a clear stream washing over every tense nerve. The mental fatigue was fading, the drowsiness receding like an ebbing tide, and my head cleared up considerably. I'd stood guard all night, and even though I'd just caught up on some sleep, my mind had still been a bit foggy. Now that fogginess was completely gone, and my reactions were sharp, I quickly ran through the supply inventory of the past few days in my head. Numbers I used to have to stop and recall were now laid out crystal clear in my mind, right down to the decimal points. It was like the whole of me had gotten 2 or 3 years younger, thinking half a beat faster, reacting half a beat faster. This Spirit +1 was incredibly useful. My mood got even better. I looked at the third reward, master-level driving skills. The ability to drive all kinds of cars, construction machinery, and specialty vehicles had been crammed straight into my brain. Throttle and brake coordination, steering feel, reading road conditions, all of it, like someone had poured over a decade of driving experience into me. Very useful. Really, really useful. Except, I thought about my situation and couldn't help but laugh. What was I going to drive inside a building? A shopping cart? I didn't even have an electric tricycle. But sooner or later, I'd have to walk out of this building. When that happened, having master-level driving skills would be an absolute game-changer in the apocalypse. Flooring it, smashing through everything. Just thinking about it got me pumped. I couldn't use it right now, but I'd hang on to it. It'd come in handy eventually. I was very satisfied with this check-in haul. That nuclear generator alone was a massive win. The attributes and skills were basically free bonuses on top. One to make my brain work better, one to pave the way for the future. I patted the silver-gray metal box, carefully moved it to the corner, and stood up, looking at it with satisfaction. The casing gave off a faint, cold glimmer in the light of the camping lamp. The mysterious water tank made water, the nuclear generator made power. The two most essential things for a shelter, both taken care of. I stretched and got ready to get up. I decided to install the nuclear generator later. It'd probably be a hassle, and I'd need to study it carefully. During this quiet window, I still needed to head out more to scavenge supplies. Even with the system, I couldn't slack off. Supplies were what really mattered. I hummed a little tune, thinking about the good days ahead once the power was on. The flashlight could finally be recharged, no more swapping batteries. Swap the camp stove for an induction cooktop, the camping lamp for brighter LEDs, and the apartment could be lit up nice and bright. Life was really starting to look up. Meanwhile, inside room 201, the atmosphere was so oppressive it was hard to breathe. Almost everyone was huddled in a corner, knees to their chests, backs against the wall, heads down, their faces worse than one another, some pale, some sickly green. No one had slept last night. The sounds from the hallway had scared them out of their wits. Knocking, cries for help, footsteps pacing back and forth, each one slamming against the door and against every heart in the room. This group of pampered rich beauties reacted far more dramatically than Lu Yuan had. Clutching their laughable little knives and clothes-drying poles, they'd trembled all night long, listening to the muffled sobs and screams outside. At one point, they'd been certain the door would get broken down, that those things would rush in and tear them to pieces. After a whole night of it, this bunch of pampered little princesses had finally learned what real fear felt like. Not fear of monsters, fear of whatever. They'll die? The latter was 1,000 times more terrifying than the former. And that night, the same thought kept surfacing in a lot of people's minds. If only Lu Yuan were here. Sure, Zhang Bing was tough. She dared to fight, dared to take a hit, could stand at the door gripping an axe without backing down to any man. But at the end of the day, she was still a woman. On a night like this, when you had no idea what was lurking outside, having a man stand there, even if he did nothing at all, made the sense of safety completely different. A man could be the anchor, the backbone. This wasn't some feminist heroine issue. It was something carved into human nature. More and more of them felt the same regret welling up inside. They never should have driven Lu Yuan away. But now it was too late. Fang Yaqi sat on the sofa in the main seat, her face grim too. She'd been scared out of her wits last night too, curling up under the covers with her head buried, sleepless for half the night. But now that things outside had gone quiet, she'd recovered, and she put on that leader posture again. She clapped her hands, drawing everyone's attention to her. It's all over now. Don't worry too much, everyone. We sisters made it through another day safely. This proves that even without men, we can manage just fine. Her voice was loud, carrying a triumphant, we won energy. But that approach didn't work anymore. The room was sparse, and only a few people lifted their heads to give her a blank look. Suwon kept her head down, clutching that unopened pack of compressed biscuits like it was her last lifeline. Tang Shi rested her chin on her knees, her gaze empty. Qin Yi leaned against the wall, too exhausted to even lift her eyelids. No one responded. Everyone was too dejected, too hungry, too tired. They'd stayed up all night, their stomachs empty, with nothing but a single dried-out biscuit in hand. The hot pot broth-based Gulan had brought back yesterday was gone by this morning too. In this state, shouting slogans to fire them up was next to impossible. Fang Yaqi felt the low pressure in the room and pressed on, her tone heavier. Sisters, don't lose faith. I know it's hard right now, but the harder it gets, the more we need to pull together. The black fog outside has already receded. There's not much danger. When the window opens up in a bit, we'll head out and scavenge for more food. Things are going to get better. She paused, then shifted gears. And there's something I want to say. Some of you stop fawning over men all the time, always going on about how nice it would be if Lu Yuan were here. Let me tell you, absolutely not. With Lu Yuan around, he'd only threaten us sisters' safety. Driving him away back then was an absolutely correct decision. Her tone turned hard, laced with unshakable certainty. Qiu Yuan and Su Mumu are both brainless women. Following Lu Yuan, they've probably already been wiped out by those things last night. We survived. We're far better off than Lu Yuan. Those words actually had some effect. A few of them exchanged glances, and that regret over driving Lu Yuan away feeling faded a little. Tang Shi thought about it and murmured, "That's true. Maybe Lu Yuan's side is worse off than we are." Suwon nodded along, with a hint of self-comfort. If they really did get wiped out, then what's the point of us regretting anything? Exactly, another woman chimed in. Maybe we just built Lu Yuan up in our heads. What could that lousy security guard actually do? All he knows how to do is pick a lock. Right, don't overthink it. Just look out for yourself. Fang Yaqi watched the faces slowly lift, watched that flicker of self-persuasion reappear in their eyes, and inwardly breathed a sigh of relief. Seizing the turning point, she turned to Zhang Bing and said, "Split up the rest of the instant noodles, 1 pack each. Eat up, drink up, then head out to find supplies." Zhang Bing said nothing, turned around, dug the last of the instant noodles out of the supply pile, and handed them out pack by pack. As they took the noodles, everyone's mood lifted a bit. Fang Yaqi looked at the instant noodles in everyone's hands and raised her voice again. "We sisters are of one heart. We'll definitely make it through this crisis." This time, someone finally gave a slight nod along with her. The window period had arrived. I stuffed a bottle of water into the side pocket of my backpack and zipped it up. Qiu Yuan stood by the door, in a black jacket with a high ponytail, holding an empty bag for supplies. She was in good shape. Su Mumu stood beside her. Though she still carried a bit of the frailty of someone who'd just been through her first time, her complexion was much rosier, far better than back when she was at 201. "Let's go." I pushed the door open, and the three of us filed out. We hadn't gone more than a few steps before we ran into a crowd. Fang Yaqi and her all-female team had come out too. A scraggly group of a dozen or so, each one grimy-faced and listless, hair a mess, still holding those same old weapons, clothing poles, fruit knives, thin iron rods, each more pathetic than the last. The two groups met head-on in the middle of the hallway. Fang Yaqi stopped, her gaze landing on Su Mumu, her beautiful eyes turning cold. Su Mumu was now wearing a clean, light gray hoodie, her hair washed to a fluffy, silky finish, her little face rosy, a completely different person from the grubby little girl who'd huddled in the corner back at 201. The group of women behind Fang Yaqi noticed too. Suwon stared at Su Mumu's clean hair, pressing her lips tight. Tang Shi looked at Su Mumu's hoodie, then glanced down at her own wrinkled t-shirt, her throat bobbing. Fang Yaqi spoke first, dripping with sarcasm. "Well, if it isn't the Su family princess. So even Shanghai's campus queen has learned to throw herself at men." Suwon jumped right in. Looks all sweet and innocent on the outside, but the moment she turns around she's crawling into a man's room. You really can't judge a person by their face. Tang Shi added her own sour jab. A goddess on the surface, but behind the scenes she'll do anything for a bite to eat. Su Mumu's steps paused for a moment, but her face showed no reaction. She knew this crowd's true colors all too well. Arguing with them was purely a waste of breath. But just because she didn't fire back didn't mean no one else would for her. Qiu Yuan took half a step to the side, placing herself in front of Su Mumu, pulled out a full bottle of water, then reached into the side pocket of my backpack for a pack of beef jerky and pressed it into Su Mumu's hands. She smiled gently, her voice soft but loud enough for the group across from them to hear every word. Mumu, here, have something to eat and drink. You really wore yourself out yesterday. You went through a lot. Get your strength back. Su Mumu blinked, took the items, glanced at Qiu Yuan, then at the group across from them, and understood immediately. Her eyes curved into a smile. She twisted open the water and took a sip, tore open the beef jerky and popped it into her mouth, her cheeks puffing out slightly. Qiu Yuan smiled and added another line beside her. Don't bother with those long-haired, short-sighted women. Beef jerky and mineral water. Water? My man Lu Yuan's got plenty of it here. Eat as much as you want. And when we head back, you can even take a hot shower, sleep easy and comfortable. This kind of life, it's the kind other people can only dream of. That line landed like a slap across the faces of the women standing opposite. Beef jerky, bottled water, a hot shower. Every word struck right where they were most vulnerable. These days, they had to split a single pack of instant noodles to make it last and count bottle caps just to ration their water. They'd nearly forgotten what beef jerky even looked like, and a hot shower was beyond imagining. Su Wan swallowed hard, eyes locked on that stick of jerky. Her stomach growled before she could stop it. Tang Shi stared at the full bottle of water, her eyes brimming with longing. Fang Yaqi's face cycled through green and white, her knuckles white where she clutched her shawl. But the real gut punch, I stood right there watching. I didn't stop Qiu Yuan, and I even pressed another stick into Su Mumu's hand. Eat up. There's plenty. Su Mumu took it with a smile, crinkling her eyes. Thanks, Lu Yuan. Dead silence from the other side. The only sounds left in the air were Su Mumu chewing her jerky, and someone, no telling who, swallowing. We didn't linger. We just left. The three of us walked off at a brisk pace, rounding the corner and vanishing at the stairwell. Our footsteps faded, and the hallway fell quiet again, leaving that crowd rooted in place. Fang Yaqi snapped out of it and gritted her teeth in resentment. Humph. The campus queen of Shanghai, stooping to something like this. It's just a few pieces of jerky. Is it really worth it? What a shameless little thing. Right? Su Wan chimed in dryly. The Su family princess. Guys used to line up all the way to the school gate chasing after her. Now she throws herself at a man just for a bite of food. Embarrassing. Tang Shi added a couple of sour remarks of her own. But even as their mouths spat venom, the light in their eyes flickered. The image of Su Mumu chewing that jerky, twisting open the bottle and drinking. It was seared into their minds, impossible to shake. The satisfied way her cheeks puffed out made every one of their stomachs growl in helpless betrayal. A dangerous thought crept quietly into each of their hearts. If it really could get you food, maybe it wasn't so out of the question after all. No one said it out loud, but everyone could feel it sitting there. Fang Yaqi raised her voice. Quit standing around like idiots. We'll go search too. Soon we'll have jerky, instant noodles, everything. Let's go. That shout jolted them all awake. They pulled themselves together and shuffled loosely toward the stairwell. The group filed downward, footsteps echoing off the walls of the empty stairway. But every one of them was thinking the same thing. Could they really find any jerky? The stairwell was eerily quiet. After all the commotion the night before, the air seemed filtered somehow, unnaturally clear, not even a trace of mist left behind. I stood at the stairwell landing on the 18th floor, but I didn't head down. I glanced sideways. The entrance to the 17th floor was just a few steps below me, close enough to read the sign on the door. No mist. No movement. Silent, as if the whole building had fallen asleep. Going down to the 17th floor now, even the 16th, would be no problem at all. But I didn't take that step. Something was off. I couldn't put my finger on what, but my gut told me. This spotless clean was itself unnatural. Black mist doesn't just retreat for no reason, and once it does, there's no way it stays gone forever. It's like breathing. It rises and falls. Right now it had dropped to its lowest point, and what came next, nobody knew. We're going to the 18th floor. I tossed out the words, turned, and pushed through the fire door. Qiu Yuan didn't ask questions. She followed. Su Mumu stepped in right behind her. The three of us disappeared down the hallway. And a few steps up the stairwell, Fang Yaqi and her group watched the whole thing, clear as day. He went to the 18th floor, Su Wan said. The 18th again. Last time we searched forever and came up with nothing. Those locked doors wouldn't open no matter what. Are we going to the 18th floor too? Tang Shi asked. Fang Yaqi frowned, shot a glance toward the 17th floor, thought it over, and shook her head. No, we searched that place for so long last time. We took everything worth taking. All that's left is junk. We can't open those doors. Going up there is a waste. She walked down a couple of steps, stopped in front of the fire door to the 17th floor, and pushed. The door opened. The hallway inside was just as spotless. No black mist, none of those eerie figures. Quiet, like an ordinary early morning. There's no mist down here. There was excitement in Fong Yaki's voice. The 17th floor was sealed off by the black mist before, so we never really searched it. Now that the mist has cleared, there's got to be good stuff waiting for us. There might be food, drinks, anything in there. Her voice grew softer, because the faces behind her were full of hesitation. Suwon gripped her iron bar, knuckles white. Tangshir took half a step back. Qin-yi bit her lip, her eyes darting around. Someone said quietly, but Lu Yuan said there's something wrong here. What does Lu Yuan know? Fong Yaki's voice shot up. The mist gone, you saw it with your own eyes. The hallway spotless, not even a shadow. What could possibly be wrong? No one answered. No one moved forward, either. Fong Yaki looked at those hesitant faces, took a deep breath, and shifted her tone. Don't you want jerky anymore? Don't you want instant noodles? The moment she said it, several of them swallowed at once. The image of Su Mumu chewing that jerky surfaced in every one of their minds, hooking into their stomachs like a barb. For supplies, taking a little risk isn't a big deal. Right? No risk, no reward. If Lu Yuan can find stuff, so can we. We stick together, we'll be fine. The voices multiplied, and though they still trembled, that hesitation had already been mostly washed away by beef jerky and instant noodles. Fong Yaki let out a breath and turned to push the door open. Come on, let's go in. The group filed in, more than a dozen of them crammed into a single hallway, clutching their scraps of metal, eyes wary but hungry as they fixed on the path ahead. The 17th floor hallway was uncannily clean. Dark red daylight seeped in through the broken windows at the far end, casting the whole corridor in shifting shadows. Apartment doors lined both sides, some broken open, some intact, like a row of silent sentries. Fong Yaki walked at the front, her steps quick and urgent. Search carefully, everyone. Don't skip a single door. There's got to be good stuff here. Footsteps followed close behind, echoing down the hall. No one noticed. Deep in the hallway, behind a half-open door somewhere, something stirred faintly. The 18th floor was quiet. I stopped in front of a security door with Chiu Yuan and Su Mumu, jimmied the lock in a few quick moves, and stepped inside. The first place didn't have much. The fridge was full of rotten produce, and a sour, rancid stench hit us all at once. All three of us winced. Digging through the cabinets turned up a little stash, 2 packs of dried noodles, a bottle of soy sauce, a bag of salt, a few cans of luncheon meat, and half a bag of rice. Not much, but better than nothing. We stuffed what we could into our bags, barely covering the bottom. Come on, next place. The second unit was clearly a lot better off. The second I pushed the door open, there were a few bags of snacks and 2 unopened boxes of chocolate scattered across the coffee table. Chiu Yuan darted into the kitchen and yanked open a cabinet, her eyes lighting up. There's a ton of stuff over here. I walked over to look. 3 bags of rice, 10 kilos each, 2 bags of flour, 2 big jugs of cooking oil, every seasoning you could want. Piled up in the corner were several cases of bottled water, snacks, and self-heating rice and hot pot meals, stacked up like a little mountain. Did these people run a wholesale business? Su Mumu crouched down and dug through a box, delighted. Who cares? Grab it first, ask later. I emptied out my backpack and started loading. Chiu Yuan and Su Mumu tore into the boxes too, cramming in everything they could. After a good while of work, every backpack was bulging, zippers about to burst, with stuffed tote bags in our hands, and even a few chocolate bars jammed into our waist packs. Let's eat something first. I opened a box of self-heating rice, poured in the water, and waited for it to heat up. Chiu Yuan opened one too, and Su Mumu tore open a bag of nuts. The 3 of us crouched by the coffee table and had a little meal by the dim yellow glow of the camping lantern. When she finished, Su Mumu's eyes narrowed into contented little slits. 1 trip down, and we got all this. Li Yuan, you're amazing. She looked at me with pure admiration, like a little fangirl, a grain of rice stuck at the corner of her mouth that she hadn't even noticed. Su Mumu almost laughed under my stare, and I was about to say something, when my senses suddenly prickled. I frowned. There was movement outside the door, very faint, like something dragging itself along the ground, scraping against the floor with a soft rustling sound. My enhanced senses were especially attuned to details like this. As faint as it was, I heard it clear as day, and it was getting closer to the door. Hold on, I dropped my voice. Too late. Su Mumu had already stood up and was walking toward the door with a grin. We're all packed, let's G. She grabbed the handle and pulled the door open. In the darkness outside, a twisted black shape had already been crouching there. The moment the door opened, the thing snapped its head up, and a deformed face with no distinguishable features split open in a deep gash as it lunged at Su Mumu. "Look out!" I lunged forward, faster than even I expected. I hooked an arm around her waist and yanked her back hard, both of us crashing to the floor. But I couldn't pull back the arm I'd used to shield her in time. The shadow's claws raked across my forearm, and blood welled up instantly. Su Mumu reacted fast, pushing herself up and scrambling backward. I flipped up onto my feet, grabbed the fire axe leaning against the wall with my left hand, blood still dripping from the wound on my right arm. I didn't even glance at it, keeping my eyes locked on the doorway. A monster stood in the doorway. At first sight, my heart sank. However bad the old monsters had been, at least they still had some kind of human shape. A head where a head should be, limbs where limbs should be. But this thing had lost all human form. It looked like a lump of flesh that had been crushed and haphazardly molded back together, limbs jutting out at every angle, some long, some short. Something that barely counted as a face was crammed onto one side of its body, one eye on the left, one on the right, its mouth opening up on its neck. It cocked its head, and the mouth on its neck slowly split open, packed with ring after ring of teeth. What is that thing?" Xiao Yuan's voice shook, her grip on the baseball bat white-knuckled. Su Mumu got up too, her face pale, but she didn't scream. She just pulled out the fruit knife she carried, her knuckles bloodless. I stood in front of them, staring at that mass of flesh, my voice steady as stone. "Doesn't matter what it is, we kill it, and that's that." Before I finished speaking, I'd already charged. I swung the fire axe up high and brought it down with everything I had. My speed and strength now were a whole level above what they used to be. The monster didn't even have time to react before the blade bit into its side, blood spraying across the wall. It let out a piercing shriek and lashed out with a twisted limb. I dodged to the side and swung again backhand, hacking into its leg. It staggered, and Xiao Yuan's baseball bat came swinging in from the side, smashing hard into that face. Su Mumu seized the chance, driving her fruit knife precisely into the side of its neck and twisting hard. 3 against 1. A few seconds later, the mass of flesh collapsed to the floor, its head reduced to pulp by my final axe blow, blood pooling everywhere, a foul stench spreading out. I sucked in a couple of breaths, made sure it wasn't moving, and only then lowered the axe. Nastier than the old ones, but about the same in a fight. Still killable. Su Mumu came closer, saw the wound still oozing on my arm, and her eyes went red instantly. "Liyuan, I'm sorry. It's my fault. I'm useless. I got you hurt. Let me bandage it." She was already reaching into her bag for gauze. I looked down, still bleeding, but not deep. These monsters weren't like zombies. They didn't spread a virus. It was just an ordinary flesh wound. "It's fine, just a scratch." I flexed my fingers, confirming my arm could still put out force. "Don't bother bandaging it now. Let's move. This place isn't safe." Su Mumu bit her lip and nodded. "Okay." The 3 of us quickly shouldered our bulging packs. I took the lead, gripping the axe tight, and pushed the door open. Then I stopped. Out in the hallway, in all those spots that had been empty darkness before, lumps of flesh were writhing. The shadows in the corners, the cracks in the ceiling, the seams in the floor, those slimy things kept converging, as if growing up out of the ground, congealing into twisted silhouettes along both sides of the corridor. 1, 2, 3, at least 7 or 8 flesh monsters rose up from every direction. They cocked their heads, splitting open the mouths scattered across their bodies, letting out muffled shrieks as they closed in on the 3 of us. Xiao Yuan gripped her baseball bat tight. Su Mumu clenched her fruit knife, and both of them backed up behind me. I spun the fire axe half a turn in my hand, tightened my grip, swept my gaze over the row of twisted, reeking flesh ahead, and pressed my lips flat. Today, I stepped forward. 1 step forward, the axe blade glinting cold in the dark red glow of the sky. Time for a slaughter. Meanwhile, 17 floors below, the all-female team was basking in the joy of a good haul. "Over here. There's instant noodles in this room." Tang Shi shoved the door open and shouted with delight. "I've got canned food over here. And Spam too." Su Wan came running out clutching a few tin cans, her eyes shining. "I found drinks. They're expired but should still be drinkable." Someone else called out, holding up a few bottles of juice. The supplies on the 17th floor really were far more plentiful than on the 18th. All those rooms that had been sealed off by the black fog were now exposed once the fog had cleared. Instant noodles, canned goods, seasonings, emergency rations. Someone even dug up an entire case of compressed biscuits. The team's morale soared. Su Wan couldn't stop grinning. Tang Shi stacked the instant noodles into a little golden mountain, and Lin Muxiue found a few vacuum-sealed packs of braised eggs. She tore one open on the spot and passed it around. As the salty, savory flavor melted in their mouths, several of them wore expressions that said, "Finally, we're alive again." Fong Yaki stood in the middle of the hallway, hands on her hips, the corners of her mouth turned up high. See, I told you. As long as we sisters stay strong, we'll definitely survive. There's enough here to last us a good while. This just proves it. We don't need men at all. The words had barely left her mouth when Zhang Bing, standing nearby, suddenly frowned. She hadn't joined in the cheering. Gripping the fire axe, she stood at the entrance of the hallway, staring into the dark red shadows in the distance. Something felt wrong. She couldn't put her finger on what, like something in the air was closing in from every direction. Stop searching, Zhang Bing said urgently. We need to leave. Now. Fang Yaqi's smile froze. Why? We just barely started. Something's not right here, Zhang Bing cut her off. Something's about to happen. Fall back. Fang Yaqi looked at the supplies in her hands, then at her sisters bustling about happily. What could possibly happen? It's so safe here, the fog's completely gone. At that exact moment, a female member came running out from deep in the hallway, holding a package high overhead. Her face lit up with the ecstasy of someone who'd hit the jackpot. Beef jerky. I found beef jerky. We're going to eat like queens later. She ran toward the group, holding the package aloft. Then, crunch. The sound was crisp, like biting through a cracker. The smile was still on her face, her body still moving forward, but her head was gone. A gaping, bloody maw had lunged at her from behind and bitten off her entire head in one gulp. She didn't even have time to scream. The beef jerky dropped to the floor with a soft plop. Her headless body stumbled 2 more steps before crashing down hard, blood spraying from the severed neck all over the faces and bodies of the few people closest to her. Everyone froze. The can in Su Wan's hands clattered to the floor. Tang Shi's eyes went wide as saucers. The headless corpse was still twitching, blood spreading in a huge pool across the gray-white floor. And the killer was stepping out of the darkness one step at a time, that still smiling head clenched in its jaws, chewing with a wet grinding sound. The crunch of teeth grinding through bone was crystal clear even from several meters away. It was a completely deformed monster of flesh and blood, 2 or 3 times larger than the ones on the 18th floor, its body covered in a sticky black membrane, countless eyes bulging out and rotating from every angle. Move, move. Zhang Bing was the first to snap out of it. She charged forward and swung her axe at the monster's tendril limb, screaming, "Run!" That single shout pierced through everyone's terror like a needle. Screams erupted one after another. Su Wan spun and bolted, sending kins flying everywhere. Tang Shi flung down the instant noodles and scrambled away on all fours. Lin Muxue dragged Lin Mushuang along at a dead run, nearly tripping them both. Everyone tore toward the end of the hallway like people gone mad. Zhang Bing brought up the rear, swinging her axe. The monster's tendrils lashed out again and again, and she cleaved through each one. But she couldn't kill the thing. All she could do was fight and retreat, fight and retreat. Another female member ran too slowly and tripped, crashing to the ground. Before she could get up, a claw shot out from the darkness, seized her ankle, and dragged her into the shadows. Her blood-curdling scream cut off in less than 2 seconds. Then there was only the sound of chewing. The rest of them ran even faster, everyone for themselves. People fell and scrambled up again. Some dropped everything just to gain an extra step, and Su Wan sobbed hysterically as she ran. The all-female team sprinted desperately into the stairwell and kept climbing. When they reached the 18th floor stairwell, the first thing they saw was monster corpses covering the ground. Black, red, viscous fluids pooled everywhere, the air thick with a rank, bloody stench. The remains of 7 or 8 flesh monsters sprawled every which way. Some split in 2, some with their heads bashed in, some with limbs scattered to the side, piled up like a small slaughterhouse. And in the middle of all those corpses stood a single person, Lu Yuan. He was drenched in blood from head to toe, his black tactical jacket covered in dark red stains, some dried, some still dripping. Several streaks of blood splattered his face. In his right hand, he gripped a fire axe, bits of flesh and black slime clinging to the blade, dripping down 1 drop at a time onto the floor. He was breathing lightly, his gaze sweeping across the faces of the group. Every single member of the all-female team stopped dead in their tracks, forgetting even to run. Su Wan gasped, mouth open, unable to catch her breath. Tang Shi stood frozen in place. Lin Muxue and Lin Mushuang clutched each other's hands, fingernails digging into flesh without feeling any pain. They looked at the corpses covering the ground, then at Lu Yuan standing in the middle of the pile, and only one thought remained in their minds. The monsters of the entire 18th floor. He'd killed them all by himself? A chill shot up their spines. It was something deeper than fear, it was awe. For the first time, they realized that the man they'd once driven away was far beyond anything they could comprehend. Lu Yuan was too strong, but there was no time to dwell on it. A roar came from the 17th floor. The flesh monsters were chasing down the stairs, their footsteps and slick, crawling sounds drawing closer and closer. Run. I didn't waste words. I grabbed Qiu Yuan with one hand and Su Mumu with the other, turned, and rushed upstairs. The all-female team came back to their senses and followed, running up after us. At the turn between the 17th and 18th floors, I saw Zhang Bing. Her back was against the wall, fire axe held out in front of her, holding off a lunging monster. Her left shoulder had already been torn open in a deep gash, blood soaking half her clothes. One of the monster's tendrils had wrapped around her ankle, while another reared up high, about to slam down onto her head. Her face was pale. Clearly she was running on fumes, but her grip on the axe was still iron tight, showing no sign of letting go. I didn't hesitate. I bounded down, 3 steps at a time, and swung my axe in a wide. The full moon. I drove the axe down with all the momentum of my descent, straight into the center of the monster's skull. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere. The monster's tentacle limbs twitched a few times, and the one coiled around Zhang Bing's ankle slowly loosened. I brought the axe down again, splitting its head completely in two, then grabbed Zhang Bing by the arm. Move. Zhang Bing froze for a second. She looked up at me, and a flicker of confusion crossed that perpetually cold face of hers, like she never expected me to save her. But she snapped out of it fast, using the pull of my grip to get back on her feet. I held her up as we ran, climbing higher. Her shoulder was still bleeding, but she didn't slow down a step. A few floors up, around the corners, Fang Yaqi and her little girl squad had long since vanished. Su Wan was still crying. Tang Shi's screams had melted into whimpers, and every one of them was scrambling upward for dear life. Zhang Bing shot a glance at their retreating backs, then pulled her gaze away, lips pressed into a hard line. I didn't care about any of that. I just kept dragging her along. Honestly, I couldn't stand a single one of them in that all-girls group. Zhang Bing was the only exception. I actually thought decently of her. The woman didn't talk much, got things done, and never joined in the chattering and drama like the rest of them. I could tell she wasn't one of Fang Yaqi's crowd. She was just a hired professional, a bodyguard who took the money, followed orders, and did the job. Fang Yaqi had hired her. Fang Yaqi had once saved her mother, and out of that debt, Zhang Bing would take any order and endure any hardship. I'd figured it out during those 7 days in room 201. She'd often frown when no one was watching. She didn't agree with a lot of Fang Yaqi's decisions, but she never said a word about it. She just silently carried them out. She was tight-lipped by nature, and on top of that, she owed a life debt. Getting her to speak up and protest would be harder than getting her into a fistfight. But at the end of the day, she wasn't like Su Wan and Tang Shi and the rest. At least she was doing her own thing. So I wasn't going to just stand there and watch her die at the hands of a monster. In the apocalypse, fighting power like hers was too valuable to lose. The iron door on the 21st floor was right ahead. I hauled Zhang Bing up the last few steps. Su Mumu had already made it to the door, yanked it open, and slipped inside. Qiu Yuan followed her into the shelter, and I pulled Zhang Bing in head first, then slammed the door shut behind me. Click! The bolt fell into place. Then the steel bars slid back into their grooves. 1, 2, 3, all locked down. I leaned my back against the door, catching my breath, listening to the sounds in the stairwell outside. The snarling, the crawling, the wet, sticky scrape of flesh dragging across the ground. All of it stopped at the 20th floor. They didn't come any higher. It was like they'd hit some invisible line, halted, then slowly retreated, farther and farther, fading away below. The 21st floor was safe, for now. But no one let their guard down. The second she was through the door, Su Mumu lunged for the waterproof case in the corner and dumped out all the emergency medical supplies. Gauze, iodine, tourniquets, alcohol swabs, sutures, tweezers, scissors, spreading them across the floor. Her movements were fast and clean, her hands terrifyingly steady as she tore open the gauze. Chen Yuan, you sit first. She didn't even look up, then turned her face toward Zhang Bing. Zhang Bing, you're hurt worst. I'll deal with you first. Zhang Bing sat down against the wall, shoulders still oozing blood, her face drained of all color. Su Mumu crouched beside her and cut open the fabric. The wound was gruesome, flesh curled back, edges ragged, deep enough to see bone. Her brow furrowed for a moment, but her hands never stopped. Clean, disinfect, medicate, suture. One smooth flow, steady as if she'd done it 10,000 times. I sat on a folding chair across from them, while Qiu Yuan crouched down and wiped the blood off me with a damp towel. I wasn't hurt badly, just surface scratches, and the gash on my arm had already scabbed over. But once Su Mumu finished with Zhang Bing, she still came over and redressed mine, wrapping it up neat and tidy. The whole thing took over an hour. Once both wounds were dealt with, Su Mumu sat down on the floor and let out a long breath. Stable for now. She glanced at Zhang Bing's shoulder. The wound's too deep. I stitched it up, but be careful for a while. Don't let it tear open. Zhang Bing nodded, saying nothing. She sat there, shoulder bound tight, the blood still not wiped away, but that cold expression had already settled back onto her face. She stared at me, silent for a long while, before finally speaking. "Why did you save me?" I leaned back against the chair, my arm wrapped in fresh bandages, glanced at her, and said flatly, "You covered our retreat. I couldn't just leave you." Zhang Bing paused. She caught it. I'd said, covered our retreat, not covered their retreat. Back in the stairwell, the all-girls group and the three of us had been running separately. But when she stood her ground at that corner and hacked at the monster, she'd actually sealed off the entire stairwell mouth, blocking not just the ones chasing the girls, but also the few chasing us. Whoever she'd meant to hold back at first, the result was that she'd bought time for everyone. At that moment, she hadn't planned on getting out alive. The wound was too deep. She'd lost too much blood. She'd figured she wouldn't make it to the 21st floor. All she'd thought was, hold them off a little longer, and if she took the monster down with her, it'd be worth it. But I pulled her out. She was silent for a few seconds, then her lips moved, "Thank you." Then she braced herself against the wall and stood up, moving slowly. The motion tugged at her wound. She frowned but didn't make a sound. Qiu Yuan saw her stand and asked, "You're going back?" Zhang Bing nodded. "Yeah, she saved my mother." Just that one sentence, and Qiu Yuan and I both understood. Fang Yaqi had saved her mother, and that debt weighed on her, made it impossible for her to refuse any order, even the ones she disagreed with 1,000 times over in her heart. I looked at Zhang Bing and didn't try to stop her. This wasn't something an outsider could talk her out of. The reasoning was hers, and so was the choice. Everything she'd endured up to now was her repaying a debt. No one had any right to lecture her. Su Mu, though, spoke up. "It's too dangerous out there, and you're badly hurt. Fresh stitches can't take strenuous movement. If you run into something out there, you won't even be able to run." Zhang Bing glanced at the door, then at the thick gauze on her shoulder. She was silent for a long moment, then sat back down. "Okay." Qiu Yuan dug out a clean towel and handed it to her. "Wipe off the blood first, change your clothes. I'll get you some water." Zhang Bing took it and quietly said thanks. She sat there, and for once a trace of exhaustion showed on her cold face. Her bandaged shoulder drooped slightly, like someone who could finally catch her breath. Meanwhile, over in room 201, the moment the door shut, the place fell dead silent. No one spoke. Some leaned against the wall, some had collapsed on the floor, some were so weak in the legs they couldn't even crawl back up. Su Wan was leaning against the sofa. She sat sprawled on the floor, fingers still trembling, blood spattered across her face. The drop at the corner of her mouth had dried, and she hadn't wiped it away. Tang Shi was curled in the corner, her face buried in her knees, sobs muffled into nothing but strangled gasps. Someone else was crouched on the ground, dry heaving. There was nothing left in their stomach to bring up. Dead. They were really dead. Two living, breathing people, just a few meters away from them, had their heads bitten clean off, dragged into the darkness and torn apart. That female member had been smiling when she came running over with the beef jerky, that bright, radiant, "I found something good" kind of smile, and then, snap, and there was nothing. What was left was the chewing. The sound of bones cracking, carrying up several flights of stairs, boring into their ears in a way they couldn't shake no matter how hard they tried. Lin Mushua sat on the floor across from the couch, arms wrapped around her knees, lips drained white, eyes fixed dead ahead as if she were still watching that scene on the 17th floor. Lin Mushuang gripped her wrist, shaking too. Qin Yi crouched against the wall, a piece of shredded flesh stuck to the sole of her shoe. She didn't even notice. In this moment, no one was chanting "Sisters United." No one brought up being the female lead. All those fantasies and slogans had shattered in that single snap, cleaner than that severed head. They finally understood. This wasn't an apocalypse where sisters could survive just by sticking together. This was a real, brutal, could die at any second apocalypse. The monsters wouldn't spare you because you were pretty, or kind, or had millions of followers. They cared about one thing only, whether you ran fast enough, hid well enough, and had someone beside you who could pull you back from the edge. And just now, no one had been able to pull those two girls back. Fang Yaqi sat alone on the floor of the master bedroom, back against the edge of the bed, long hair covering half her face. Her cashmere shawl hung crooked off one shoulder. She didn't bother fixing it. She wasn't crying. Her eyes were dry. But those eyes, always shining with that "I'm a star" glow, were now filled with nothing but fear. She thought of that scene on the 17th floor, then of herself, if she'd been the one running last. She couldn't bring herself to imagine it. On my end, though, it was a completely different scene. Qiu Yuan had been busy in the kitchen for a while now, a pot bubbling and steaming on the portable gas stove. She'd thrown together the ingredients we'd scavenged and made a pot of noodle soup, sliced up some spam, tossed in a handful of dried scallops for flavor. Simple stuff, but the smell filled the whole apartment. Food's ready. Su Mumu was the first to come over, crouching by the coffee table and sniffing eagerly, a look of pure contentment on her face. I went and sat down too, picking up my chopsticks. Zhang Bing sat in the folding chair across from me, staring at that steaming bowl of noodle soup. Oil glistening on top, chunks of spam, the fresh scent of scallops mingling with chopped scallions wafting up at her. Her grip on her chopsticks tightened. Back at 201, she hadn't had a decent hot meal in days. Compression biscuits had left her teeth aching. 1 pack of instant noodles per person, the broth split between them. She kept her head down and didn't touch her chopsticks. Qiu Yuan sat down and picked up her bowl. Seeing Zhang Bing not eating, she asked, "What's wrong?" "Nothing." Zhang Bing's voice was a little hoarse, her tone still flat. "Just didn't think I'd ever get to eat something like this again." Then she picked up a mouthful of noodles and slid it into her mouth. The hot broth ran down her throat, warmth spreading out from her stomach. She chewed a few times, swallowed, and reached for another bite. By the time she'd finished most of the bowl, a little color had returned to her face. She set down her chopsticks, and her gaze drifted absently toward the kitchen. Then she froze. Qiu Yuan was washing dishes. The faucet was running, water gushing over the grease and splashing everywhere. In the quiet apartment, the sound was startlingly clear, like the most ordinary thing in the world. She finished the bowls and rinsed the pot, totally casual about it. Zhang Bing stared at that faucet for a long time. She knew the water at 201 had been cut off ages ago. Every faucet in the stairwells was bone dry. Turn one on, and you'd get nothing but a puff of rust-scented air. They measured out their drinking water into small cups every day. Water was even scarcer than food. But here, Qiu Yuan just turned it on and washed vegetables, rinsed the pot, water pouring out nonstop. She glanced toward the bathroom. When she'd first come in, she'd seen Su Mumu coming out like she'd just finished a shower. Zhang Bing turned her head and looked at me. I was leaning back in my chair, drinking the last of my noodle broth, completely at ease. "You?" Zhang Bing hesitated. "Your water, where's it coming from?" I set down my bowl and answered offhandedly. "Hooked into the building's main water supply." She fell silent. She was a professional bodyguard, not a plumber, but she knew the basics. A building's water supply ran off the rooftop tank working in tandem with the underground pump room, and the pumps needed electricity to run. The whole building had lost power long ago. Even if there was some water left in the tank, there was no way it had come gushing out at this kind of pressure. She looked at me, but didn't press. She could tell I didn't want to explain, and she knew there had to be something behind it that she couldn't even begin to imagine. But she wouldn't ask. Some things, if you're not supposed to ask, you don't ask. After all her years as a bodyguard, she'd learned that long ago. After we finished eating, I hauled the silver-gray generator into the center of the living room and set it down on the floor with a dull thud. Qiu Yuan, Su Mumu, and Zhang Bing all shot me curious looks. I opened the case lid, revealing the machine inside. Matte, frosted casing, with a cooling grill and outlets on the side, and an LCD panel on top. It clearly wasn't anything ordinary. Qiu Yuan recognized it. "A generator?" "Yeah." Su Mumu's eyes lit up instantly. "Brother Lu Yuan, you're amazing. Our apartment's going to have power now." Right now the place was all candles and camping lanterns, dim enough to feel suffocating. If the lights could come on, it'd finally feel like a place people could actually live. But Zhang Bing threw cold water on it. "It's not that simple. A generator needs diesel to produce power, and it burns through a lot every day. It won't last long before you have to go find more fuel. In this building, diesel is a precious resource. Once it's gone, it's gone." The smile on Su Mumu's face stiffened, but she still looked at me hopefully. I didn't argue. Instead, I smiled and turned to ask, "Zhang Bing, you know anything about wiring?" She blinked, silent for a moment. "A little. Professional bodyguards had a broad skill set. Plumbing, electrical, first aid, basic repairs, all part of the training. Help me connect all the apartment's wiring to the generator." I handed her the main power cable. She took it without another question, crouched down to check the distribution box, opened the main breaker, and connected the power cable to the generator's port. Clean, efficient work. Qiu Yuan passed her tools while Su Mumu held up a light. After more than half an hour of work, all the wiring was connected. Zhang Bing gave it a once-over and stepped back. "It's ready." She figured I'd be adding diesel next. She was even waiting for me to lug a fuel can out from some corner. But I didn't. I walked over to the generator. Before that, I pressed the power button. The LCD panel lit up, starting up. A few faint crackling sounds, nothing like the roar of a diesel engine. Then, the lights came on. The camping lantern overhead brightened noticeably. That forgotten LED tube in the corner flickered twice, then held steady, casting bright white light that filled the whole room. Ding! The AC panel lit up. The little fridge in the corner hummed to life as its compressor kicked in. The whole place had power. Zhang Bing stood frozen in place. She looked at the lights, at the quietly running generator, then back at me. I leaned against the wall with a freshly lit cigarette between my lips, a faint "how about that" smile on my face. She crouched down beside the generator and studied it carefully. No fuel cap, no exhaust pipe, no cooling fan, silent as a rock, with only the output wattage slowly ticking on the panel. Where's the diesel? Her voice was a little dry. Where's the power mode? I exhaled a puff of smoke and said casually, new energy source. High-tech stuff. Doesn't need diesel. She was quiet for a few seconds, glancing at the machine, then at me, before standing up and stepping back twice. Impressive. Just one word, no further questions. She was smart. She knew I was giving her the runaround, and she knew this thing didn't come from anywhere ordinary. But she knew even better, some things you just don't ask about. Sumumu was already thrilled, running over to touch the AC panel, then pulling open the fridge door to feel the cool air. She bounced back and threw her arms around mine. Brother Lu Yuan, we've really got power now. The AC works, the fridge works too. You're amazing. She tilted her head up at me, her eyes practically overflowing with admiration, devoting herself heart and soul to Brother Lu Yuan. Turns out that was the right call. Running water, electricity. Back in 2001, she'd never have dared to dream of it. But now, I'd made it all happen. Qiu Yuan walked over too, standing under the bright light with a contented smile. She reached up and touched the LED tube overhead, the light streaming through her fingers and scattering fragmented shadows across the floor. She used to think just staying alive in the apocalypse was good enough, light or no light didn't matter. But now, with the whole room flooded with brightness, she realized just how much she'd missed this feeling of normal. I leaned back in my chair and drank the last of my noodle soup, moving without a care. You? Zhang Bing hesitated. Your water, where's it coming from? I set down the bowl and answered offhandedly, hooked into the building's water supply. She fell silent. I knew she couldn't buy it. She was a professional bodyguard. She'd been running with Fong Yaki for years and had the basic know-how. Building water relied on the rooftop tank working in tandem with the underground pump room, and the pumps needed electricity. The whole building had lost power ages ago. There was no way the pump room was running, and even if there was leftover water in the tank, there was no way it'd come gushing out with that kind of pressure. But she didn't press. She could tell I didn't want to explain. Smart people don't ask what they shouldn't. After dinner, once the dishes were cleared, I walked over to the corner and hauled the silver-gray generator to the center of the living room. The box wasn't big, but it was hardly light. It landed with a dull thud. Qiu Yuan, Su Mumu, and Zhang Bing all shot at curious looks, especially Zhang Bing, who'd been eyeing the box for a while now. I opened the lid, revealing the machine inside. The casing had a matte, sandblasted finish, with a cooling grill and outlets on the side, and an LCD panel on top. One look and you could tell it was no ordinary machine. Qiu Yuan leaned in for a look. A generator? Yeah. Su Mumu's eyes lit up. Brother Lu Yuan, you're amazing. Our apartment's gonna have electricity. Her voice was soft and sweet, dialed up to maximum charm. Right now the whole place ran on candles and camping lanterns, dim, gloomy, suffocating. If the lights came on, then it'd feel like a real shelter. But Zhang Bing threw cold water on it. It's not that simple. Generators need diesel, and they burn through a lot every day. It won't be long before we have to go hunting for fuel again. In a building like this, diesel is a precious resource. Finding even a few barrels is no small feat, and once it's gone, it's gone. Su Mumu's smile froze for a moment, but she still looked at me expectantly. I didn't argue. Instead, I smiled and turned to her. Zhang Bing, you know your way around circuits? She blinked, not expecting the question, and paused a moment. A little. Professional bodyguards dabble in a lot of things, electrical work, first aid, basic repairs, all part of the training. Wiring up a circuit or running a line was no problem for her. Help me hook up the whole apartment's wiring to the generator. I handed her the main power cable. She took it without another question, crouched down to inspect the breaker box, killed the main switch, and started wiring, clean, efficient movements. Qiu Yuan passed her tools while Su Mumu held up a lamp for light. A little over half an hour later, all the wiring was connected. Zhang Bing checked over the connections and stepped back twice. It's ready. She figured I'd be adding diesel next. She was even waiting for me to lug a barrel of fuel out from some corner. I didn't. I walked over to the generator and pressed the power button on its side. The LCD panel lit up, starting up. A few faint crackling sounds, like the subtle vibration of an electric current, nothing like the roar of a diesel engine. Then, the lights came on. The camping lantern overhead brightened a notch, and that long-forgotten LED tube in the corner flickered twice before holding steady, glowing white as the whole room turned bright and clear. Ding! The AC panel on the wall lit up. The little fridge in the corner hummed to life as its compressor kicked in, a temperature reading appearing on its display. The whole place had power. Zhang Bing stood there as if nailed to the spot. She looked at the lights overhead, at the quietly running generator, then back at me. I leaned against the wall, holding a freshly lit cigarette, a faint "how about that" smile on my lips. She walked over, crouched down, and studied it carefully. No fuel cap, no exhaust pipe, no cooling fan. The whole machine was silent as a rock, with only the output wattage slowly ticking on the side panel. Where's the diesel? Her voice was a little dry. Where's the power mode? I exhaled a puff of smoke and said casually, new energy source. High-tech stuff. Doesn't need diesel. She was quiet for a few seconds, glancing at the machine, then at me. She stood up, stepped back twice, and let her gaze linger on me for a good while. Impressive. Just one word, no further questions. Smart woman. She knew I was giving her the runaround, and she knew this thing didn't come from anywhere ordinary. But she knew even better, some things you just don't ask about. Sumumu was already thrilled, running over to touch the AC panel, then pulling open the fridge door to feel the cool air. She bounced back and threw her arms around mine. Brother Lu Yuan, we've really got power now. The AC works, the fridge works too. You're amazing. She tilted her head up at me, her eyes practically overflowing with admiration, devoting herself heart and soul to Brother Lu Yuan. Turns out that was the right call. Running water, electricity. Back in 2001, she'd never have dared to dream of it. But now, I'd made it all happen. Xiao Yuan walked over too, standing under the bright light with a contented smile. She reached up and touched the LED tube overhead, the light streaming through her fingers and scattering fragmented shadows across the floor. She used to think just staying alive in the apocalypse was good enough, light or no light didn't matter. But now, with the whole room flooded with brightness, she realized just how much she'd missed this feeling of normal. I leaned back in my chair and drank the last of my noodle soup, moving without a care. You? Zhang Bing hesitated. Your water, where's it coming from? I set down the bowl and answered offhandedly, hooked into the building's water supply. She fell silent. I knew she couldn't buy it. She was a professional bodyguard. She'd been running with Fong Yaki for years and had the basic know-how. Building water relied on the rooftop tank working in tandem with the underground pump room, and the pumps needed electricity. The whole building had lost power ages ago. There was no way the pump room was running, and even if there was leftover water in the tank, there was no way it'd come gushing out with that kind of pressure. But she didn't press. She could tell I didn't want to explain. Smart people don't ask what they shouldn't. After dinner, once the dishes were cleared, I walked over to the corner and hauled the silver-gray generator to the center of the living room. The box wasn't big, but it was hardly light. It landed with a dull thud. Xiao Yuan, Su Mumu, and Zhang Bing all shot it curious looks, especially Zhang Bing, who'd been eyeing the box for a while now. I opened the lid, revealing the machine inside. The casing had a matte, sandblasted finish, with a cooling grill and outlets on the side, and an LCD panel on top. One look and you could tell it was no ordinary machine. Xiao Yuan leaned in for a look. A generator? Yeah. Su Mumu's eyes lit up. Brother Lu Yuan, you're amazing. Our apartment's gonna have electricity. Her voice was soft and sweet, dialed up to maximum charm. Right now the whole place ran on candles and camping lanterns, dim, gloomy, suffocating. If the lights came on, then it'd feel like a real shelter. But Zhang Bing threw cold water on it. It's not that simple. Generators need diesel, and they burn through a lot every day. It won't be long before we have to go hunting for fuel again. In a building like this, diesel is a precious resource. Finding even a few barrels is no small feat, and once it's gone, it's gone. Su Mumu's smile froze for a moment, but she still looked at me expectantly. I didn't argue. Instead, I smiled and turned to her. Zhang Bing, you know your way around circuits? She blinked, not expecting the question, and paused a moment. A little. Professional bodyguards dabble in a lot of things, electrical work, first aid, basic repairs, all part of the training. Wiring up a circuit or running a line was no problem for her. Help me hook up the whole apartment's wiring to the generator. I handed her the main power cable. She took it without another question, crouched down to inspect the breaker box, killed the main switch, and started wiring, clean, efficient movements. Xiao Yuan passed her tools while Su Mumu held up a lamp for light. A little over half an hour later, all the wiring was connected. Zhang Bing checked over the connections and stepped back twice. It's ready. She figured I'd be adding diesel next. She was even waiting for me to lug a barrel of fuel out from some corner. I didn't. I walked over to the generator and pressed the power button on its side. The LCD panel lit up, starting up. A few faint crackling sounds, like the subtle vibration of an electric current, nothing like the roar of a diesel engine. Then, the lights came on. The camping lantern overhead brightened a notch, and that long-forgotten LED tube in the corner flickered twice before holding steady, glowing white as the whole room turned bright and clear. Ding! The AC panel on the wall lit up. The little fridge in the corner hummed to life as its compressor kicked in, a temperature reading appearing on its display. The whole place had power. Zhang Bing stood there as if nailed to the spot. She looked at the lights overhead, at the quietly running generator, then back at me. I leaned against the wall, holding a freshly lit cigarette, a faint "how about that" smile on my lips. She walked over, crouched down, and studied it carefully. No fuel cap, no exhaust pipe, no cooling fan. The whole machine was silent as a rock, with only the output wattage slowly ticking on the side panel. Where's the diesel? Her voice was a little dry. Where's the power mode? I exhaled a puff of smoke and said casually, new energy source. High-tech stuff. Doesn't need diesel. She was quiet for a few seconds, glancing at the machine, then at me. She stood up, stepped back twice, and let her gaze linger on me for a good while. Impressive. Just one word, no further questions. Smart woman. She knew I was giving her the runaround, and she knew this thing didn't come from anywhere ordinary. But she knew even better, some things you just don't ask about. Su Mumu was already over the moon. He touched the AC panel, then pulled open the fridge door to feel the cool air, and came bouncing over to me. Brother Lu Yuan, there's really electricity. The AC works, and so does the fridge. You're amazing. She grabbed my arm and looked up at me, her eyes practically overflowing with admiration. Running water and electricity, back at 201, this was unthinkable. Now I'd made it all happen. Xiao Yuan walked over too, standing under the bright light with a contented smile at the corners of her mouth. She reached up and touched the LED tube overhead, the light filtering through her fingers and casting tiny shadows on the floor. She used to think that just surviving the apocalypse was good enough, light or no light, it didn't matter. But now, with the whole room filled with light, she realized how much she'd missed this feeling of normal. I leaned against the wall, looking at the brightly lit room, the humming fridge, the glowing panels, and I felt completely at ease. I took one last drag of my cigarette, then stubbed it out in the ashtray. Outside, that dark red glow still hung in the sky, but inside, everything was completely different. The moment those lights came on, this shelter truly became a place where you could live in peace, even in the apocalypse. Zhang Bing watched all of this, but her expression was complicated. She thought of Fang Yaqi, who was determined to fight me both openly and behind the scenes, and she thought of the situation back at 201. She let out a deep sigh. She thought to herself, her young mistress had really overestimated herself. Over at 201, it was a total contrast to my bright apartment. Almost everyone was still slumped on the floor, frozen in the same positions they'd collapsed into when they fled back. No one had moved. Su Wan leaned against the leg of the couch, knees drawn up, trembling faintly. Tang Shi had curled herself into a corner. Qin Yi sat with her back against the wall, her eyes vacant. The Lin sisters, Lin Muxue and Lin Mushuang, huddled together without saying a word. The air was thick with oppressive silence. Even breathing felt difficult. No one stood up, no one spoke. The instant noodles, canned food, and compressed biscuits they'd brought back lay scattered by the door, and no one bothered to pick them up. Fang Yaqi hadn't come out. The master bedroom door stayed shut, not a single sound coming from inside. Normally, she'd have been up on her feet by now, shouting slogans. But today, this dazzling superstar couldn't manage a single one. Gulan sat in her own corner, holding an unopened compressed biscuit, her thumb rubbing along the edge of the wrapper. She'd been waiting for all that hysteria to settle, for the screaming and crying to die down, for everyone to go numb. Now, the time had come. Everyone. Her voice wasn't loud, but in the quiet of 201, it was crystal clear. One by one, their eyes slowly lifted and landed on her. Gulan sat up straighter, her tone steady. I know what happened earlier gave everyone a terrible scare. We lost 2 members, and it breaks my heart too. But no matter what, we have to pull ourselves together. By now everyone should understand, we're surviving in the apocalypse. This isn't a party, and it isn't playing house. If we want to live, we have to face reality. She swept her gaze across the room. Some nodded, others looked away. When it's time to bow your head, you bow your head. You've all seen what Lu Yuan is capable of. He's strong, incredibly strong. Our only chance of surviving is to attach ourselves to him. This is our only option. When she finished, the room went silent for several seconds. Then someone drew a soft breath, someone lowered their head, someone gripped the hem of their clothes until their fingertips went white. No one argued. Every word Gulan said struck at the raw truth of their situation. These were things they'd all vaguely thought about already. They just hadn't had the courage to say them out loud. Now that it was laid out in the open, no one could dodge it anymore. Yes, they needed Lu Yuan. They needed a man. Not just his lock-picking skills, not just his fighting ability. They needed all of him. That presence that could calm their fear. That man who could stand at the very front and hold off the monsters. But there was a problem. Look at how they'd treated Lu Yuan before. Voting to kick him out. Cheering, finally he's gone, right in front of his face. Now they wanted to turn around and attach themselves to him. Would he even accept them? Everything they'd done, everything they'd said, it was all right there, and there was no taking it back. And besides, they'd seen Xiao Yuan, they'd seen Su Mumu. Those two had done well for themselves after following Lu Yuan. But everyone had also seen the price they'd paid. When Su Mumu walked, her legs were a little unsteady. One had once been a socialite, the other a campus beauty queen. And to earn Lu Yuan's acceptance, they'd given themselves up too. Everyone here was either the treasured daughter of some family, an heiress of wealth, a Shanghai socialite, or an influencer with millions of followers. When had any of them ever imagined bowing to a man, let alone becoming someone's dependent? But if they didn't bow, then what? Keep going like this? Watch the supplies dwindle to nothing. Watch the monsters grow more numerous and more powerful. Watch the people around them vanish one after another. Who would die next time? Su Wan? Tang Shi? Themselves? No one knew the answer. The room sank back into heavy silence. Gulan didn't press any further. She picked the compressed biscuit back up, tore open the wrapper, took a bite, and chewed slowly, leaving the silence for everyone to sit with their own thoughts. That sentence was like a seed, buried in each of their hearts, slowly beginning to sprout. Once everything was taken care of, Zhang Bing left after all. Before she went, she stood at the door, the bandages on her shoulder wrapped tight, but her posture ramrod straight. She glanced back at me and said only one thing. I'm going back. I didn't stop her. Leaning against the wall, I looked at her expressionless face and asked, You sure? She nodded, her tone calm. I swore an oath to my mother that I'd protect her forever. That won't change. With that, she offered no further explanation, turned, and pushed open the door. The door closed softly behind her, her footsteps fading down the hallway, disappearing in the direction of 201. I went back to the master bedroom to rest. After yesterday's upheaval, tonight was quiet. The lights were on now. The newly connected wiring had finally banished the gloom from this place. I lay down on the bed, hands behind my head, staring at the ceiling as I ran through the day's events in my mind. The flesh monsters, the ambush, that chase in the stairwell, and the two girls who got taken away by the all-female team. I already know how it ended. Those two girls were slaughtered by the monsters. There's more and more of it in this building. The blood, the twisted things, stuff that just doesn't make sense. At first the monsters were at least like zombies. Humanoid, at least. Something you could wrap your head around. But now, the black shapes in the hallways that knock on doors, that talk, that beg for help. And today, those blobs of flesh with no human form at all. So much worse than anything before. I suddenly wondered what the outside world looked like now. Was it all like this out there too? A dark red sky, endless blackness, flesh that devoured people. In an apocalypse like this, was there any hope of surviving? I closed my eyes. I didn't know the answer. One step at a time. I had the system anyway, so I didn't need to be scared. Keep hunkering down in the building, keep checking in day by day. My odds of surviving were pretty good. I was still thinking when the door to the master bedroom pushed open. A slender figure appeared in the doorway. I opened my eyes and froze for a second. Su Mumu stood there, one hand on the doorknob, half her body leaning in, looking at me a little bashfully. She'd just showered. Her hair was still damp, loose over her shoulders, making her little face look extra fair and clean. But what really caught my eye was what she was wearing. Not the JK uniform from earlier, but a black lace nightgown. Thin, spaghetti straps over her shoulders, a stretch of soft white collarbone showing, the hem barely covering the top of her thighs, both legs completely bare. I recognized that nightgown. It was Qiu Yuan's. The little thing had swiped an older woman's lingerie. I had to admit, Su Mumu's sweet, innocent face paired with that outfit had a flavor all its own. Pure and seductive at once. She really knew how to play. Qiu Yuan probably taught her. Big brother Lu Yuan, can I come in? She tugged at the hem, asking shyly. Looking at her like this, I naturally felt some heat rise. The corner of my mouth turned up. Of course you can. Okay. She answered sweetly, walked in barefoot, hips swaying gracefully. The moment she reached the bed, I pulled her into my arms. Ah, big brother Lu Yuan. Before she could finish, I covered her mouth with mine, and she melted against me. What followed was another wild session. 2 hours later, Su Mumu, glistening with sweat, had fallen into a deep sleep. I was still pretty wide awake. The girl was soft and delicate. Being with her took no effort. There was even something healing about it. Watching all the expressions on that gorgeous little face put me in a much better mood. A doctor, all right, could cure just about anything. When Zhang Bing pushed open the door to 201, every pair of eyes in the room shot up at once. Sister Zhang Bing? Su Wan was the first to cry out, full of disbelieving joy. You're alive. She braced herself against the wall to stand, legs still shaky, but her expression eased up considerably. Tang Shi lifted her head, eyes still rimmed red, and the moment she saw Zhang Bing they lit up. Qini stood and looked her up and down, as if confirming she'd really come back in one piece. They'd assumed Zhang Bing had died at the monster's hands. They never expected her to make it back, so of course they were thrilled. Sister Zhang Bing is amazing. She actually escaped from those monsters. I always thought Sister Zhang Bing was even tougher than Lu Yuan. See, I was right. With her here, we'll definitely be fine. She held the rear alone and still walked away without a scratch. A professional bodyguard, no doubt about it. Exactly, with Sister Zhang Bing here. What's there to fear from any monster? The women crowded around her, all talking over each other, showering her with praise. In that moment, Zhang Bing was the alpha woman in their eyes. We've got a strong one among us too, every bit as good as Lu Yuan. They clung to her like a piece of driftwood, refusing to let go. Zhang Bing stood in the middle of the group, saying nothing. Thick bandages wrapped her shoulder, a little blood seeping through. She leaned against the wall and slowly sat down, the wound tugging at her, drawing only a slight frown. Once the voices died down a bit, she finally spoke. Lu Yuan saved me. Her voice wasn't loud, her tone flat, like she was stating some small fact. But the moment those words landed, the room went dead silent, every smile freezing in place. Su Wan's mouth opened. What? I held that monster off in the stairwell. Couldn't beat it, Zhang Bing said evenly. Lu Yuan came charging down from the 18th floor, split the thing with an axe, and dragged me out. She paused, her gaze sweeping over the stunned faces. Then he took me back to his shelter and dressed my wound. Without him, I'd be dead. The room stayed quiet for a few seconds, the warmth draining out of it. Every face changed. The corner of Su Wan's mouth twitched. She started to speak, then stopped. Tang Shi lowered her head, staring at her own toes. The joy from a moment ago was completely gone. Zhang Bing looked at them and added, I'm no match for Lu Yuan. I never will be. Her tone was still flat, but there wasn't a trace of false modesty in it. More like she was simply stating an objective fact. She had seen Lu Yuan's shelter with her own eyes, a room full of light, running water, plenty of food. She'd seen the kind of security on Xiao Yuan's and Su Mumu's faces that had never once existed in 201. That gap wasn't small. It was the difference between heaven and earth. How could she possibly measure up? So, Zhang Bing said, don't talk like that anymore. No one spoke again. That warm glow of shared pride had been doused completely. Even Zhang Bing admitted she was no match for Lu Yuan. So what could any of them, who fell far short of even Zhang Bing, possibly say? Gulan came over from the corner, stopped in front of Zhang Bing, and examined the wound on her shoulder, dressed professionally, gauze neat, bandages clean. You went to Lu Yuan's apartment? Gulan asked. Zhang Bing nodded. They're the ones who patched me up. Gulan's eyes flickered. She'd always wanted to know how things had developed over on Lu Yuan's side. Every time she saw how good they looked, she'd had vague guesses, but never anything clear. How is it over there? Gulan asked softly, as if afraid of disturbing something. Su Wan cut in. Probably just a little more food than 201, that's all. What can a crappy apartment really turn into? Everyone looked at Zhang Bing, their eyes full of curiosity, anticipation, and a faint trace of unease. Zhang Bing spoke slowly. Lu Yuan tapped into the building's water supply lines. Turn the tap and water comes out. He's also got a new energy generator, no diesel needed. Every light in the place is on, and the fridge and air conditioning both. Use. She paused, her tone flat, as if discussing something that had nothing to do with her. Medical supplies, food, provisions. He's got plenty of all of it. Just a few words, and room 201 went so quiet it felt like the air had been sucked out. Someone's mouth hung open, unable to close. The water cup in Qin Yi's hand clattered to the floor, rolling a couple of times before stopping. She didn't bother to pick it up. Lin Muxua gripped her sister's wrist, knuckles white, as though she'd been struck from behind with a club. Tang Shi leaned against the wall, eyes fixed and blank, unable to process the information. Plenty of food, plenty of supplies, that they could believe. After all, Lu Yuan showed up with armfuls of stuff every time, and the healthy glow on Xiao Yuan's and Su Mumu's faces didn't lie. But water and electricity? Everyone knew the apocalypse meant no running water, no power. The building had gone dark long ago, pipes bone dry, wires dead silent. Turn a faucet, and you got nothing but the smell of rust. Flip a switch, and no light came on. They'd resigned themselves to that a long time ago. Yet Zhang Bing was saying that over at Lu Yuan's place, there was water, there was power. He could run the AC, keep a fridge going, take showers, turn on the lights. Su Wan broke the silence first, her voice raspy. Zhang Bing, you're not messing with us, are you? The building's water and power died ages ago. Tang Shi jumped in, anxious, right? The power grid's down. The pump room has no electricity, so water can't even get pushed up. How could he possibly? Unless he can do magic. The women grabbed at this like a last straw, one after another, throwing out doubts to fight off a reality they didn't want to accept. Zhang Bing waited until they'd finished, then slowly raised her eyes. Do you think I'd lie to you? The words weren't harsh, but they were like a wall that blocked every doubt right back. It was true. Anyone in room 201 might lie, except Zhang Bing. She never wasted words, and she never made things up. Every word out of her mouth was the truth. Suwon sank slowly back to the floor, her mind turning it over and over. Water, electricity, air conditioning, a fridge, bright, glowing lights. While she was gnawing on compressed biscuits and rationing sips of water bottle cap by bottle cap, Lu Yuan was turning on faucets, running the AC, lighting up his whole place. While she was arguing red in the face over half a pack of instant noodles, over there the fridge was stuffed with food, and he could take a hot shower. The bite of biscuit still in her mouth suddenly went dry and bitter. Something seemed to strike her, and she burst out. If Lu Yuan can hook up the pipes, so can we. If he can find a generator, so can we. What do we sisters have that's worse than him? If he can do it, so can we. Someone chimed in. Wan's right, we can do it too. We just haven't tried before. Zhang Bing leaned against the wall, her tone so flat it held not a trace of mockery. And precisely because there was no mockery, it felt all the colder. Lu Yuan can do it because he's strong. He's far from ordinary, and he's got his own methods. But you can't even scrounge up a single pack of instant noodles. What makes you think you can pull this off? Suwon was shut down cold. Her lips moved a few times, but not a word came out. Just moments ago, there'd been a flicker of light in a few pairs of eyes, stirred by her words. 2 sentences from Zhang Bing, and that light went out again. Zhang Bing pulled her gaze back and went on. I know I can't do this. No water, no power. That's not something you solve by scavenging. The pipes are all cut, the pump room has no electricity, the water system died long ago. I know this building's situation better than any of you. If you think you can manage it, go ahead and try. But I can't. She could speak with such certainty because she'd already tried. After the water was cut, she'd repaired pipes, hand-pumped water, climbed up and down the pipe shafts looking for connection points. 2 full days of it. All for nothing. Cut off was cut off. It wasn't something you could fix by just taking a look. As for how Lu Yuan managed it, she had no idea. There was something about that man she couldn't begin to understand. Mysterious, like something that shouldn't exist in this world. She looked at the row of lowered faces and said nothing more. Room 201 sank into a deep silence again. This silence was different from before. Before it had been fear, shock. This time it carried something heavier, a worldview collapsing. The soft, sweet sisters who could survive the apocalypse without needing a man, reality had slapped them clean across the face. Lu Yuan was operating on a whole different level. The gap was so vast that they didn't even have the energy left to be jealous. Gulan sat in a corner, watching the stunned, dazed faces, and gave a small shake of her head. She'd guessed all along that things weren't simple over at Lu Yuan's, but she'd never imagined it went this far. Solving water and power in the apocalypse was completely beyond anything she'd pictured. Just then someone glanced toward the master bedroom. Yaki's been hiding in her room ever since she got back. What's up with her? Don't know. Something feels off. Nothing bad happened, did it? I didn't stay long in Su Mumu's tender embrace. I got up, left the master bedroom, and came out to the living room. The living room light was on, bright as day. The newly wired circuit had banished the gloom from the whole shelter. The LED tubes lit up every object crisp and clear. I looked at the room full of light, thought for a moment, and turned it off after all. The camping lantern flicked back on, its warm yellow halo shrinking back to its old range, and most of the room settled back into shadow. Sure, we had water and power now. No more penny pinching, no more rationing. But something still didn't sit right with me. In this pitch-black world, keeping the big lights blazing all the time might not be such a good idea. Better to be careful. I lay down on the couch, hands pillowed behind my head, staring blankly at the ceiling. The room was so quiet that all that remained was the barely audible hum of current from the nuclear generator. I ran through my situation in my head. Water, power, food. The stockpile was enough to feed 3 people for a while, and with the fridge running, food would keep even longer. The mysterious water tank supplied water steadily every day, and the nuclear generator never shut down. Bit by bit, I'd turned this apartment into a small fortress. It wasn't impregnable, but in this entire building it was without a doubt the safest corner. With the system in hand, there really was no need to panic. Check in every day, build up slowly, and just deal with whatever came. Block a sword with a shield, dam a flood with earth. I walked over to the window. This was a high-end apartment, with a huge floor-to-ceiling window and a balcony outside. I'd always kept it covered with curtains before, afraid of whatever strange things might be lurking out there. Today, though, I gently pulled back one corner. I wanted to see the world outside. The sky was still that dark red, oppressive and hopeless, without a shred of life. Outside, everything was dead silent. not a single movement. Back when I didn't have night vision, the most I could see was a wall of pitch black. Now, with night vision, I could just barely make out some outlines. The only thing was, I lived on the 21st floor. Looking down, everything's smothered in thick black fog. Can't see a thing. I can only look straight ahead. Not far off, there's a tall building. Not an apartment complex, an office tower. Before the apocalypse, it must have been packed with office workers. No idea what it's like now. That office building has floor-to-ceiling windows too, and behind one of them, there seems to be a figure standing inside, looking over in my direction. I wasn't scared, though, because I never once thought it was a person. I'd spotted this figure a long time ago. The very day I moved into this apartment, I looked out, and there it was. It does look a lot like a person, but something about it feels off. All these days, it's just stood there like a statue, dead still, staring toward me without so much as a twitch. So I figured it was a mannequin or some clothes hanging up, and I didn't dwell on it. You shouldn't stare too long at stuff outside anyway. I gave it a couple glances, drew the curtains, and came back, sat down on the couch, and kept waiting. My phone ticked over to exactly midnight. The panel in my head popped up right on schedule, a semi-transparent screen of light hovering in the void. Check-in time. I silently thought check-in. The words flickered, then slowly surfaced. Check-in successful. Supplies acquired. Grade A mechanical equipment ×1. Attribute points gained. Strength +1, current strength, 8-9. Trait acquired. Blood of the Silver Knight, Grade S. Your blood gains holy purification properties, inflicting 200% oppressive effect on all impure things. Impure things instinctively fear and avoid you when they approach. Passive triggered. I skimmed it, mind racing. Attribute points first. Strength up another point. My body's already brushing the upper limit of a normal human. Combined with stamina, spirit, and strength all climbing, I'm now more than a full tier stronger than when the apocalypse first hit. In every measure, I've long since left ordinary people in the dust. Now for that mechanical equipment. I got up and walked over to the coffee table. A black metal case had appeared out of nowhere in the open space of the living room. A lot bigger than the last one, matte coating, a few mechanical patterns etched into the corners. I crouched down and flipped the lid open, several items packed neatly inside, cold metallic gleam over the black velvet lining. Lying across the top was a war blade. The blade was a little over a meter, cold, dark silver glow, with a few mechanical slots near the hilt. Looked like it could be powered from the inside. I gripped it. Lighter than I expected, the hilt fit my hand perfectly, like it was custom-made for me. I gave it a swing. The whoosh of parting air was crisp and clean. Felt fantastic. Sharp, and packing serious power. This mechanical setup could unleash 7 or 8 times my strength. One swing now, and taking down that flesh monster from yesterday shouldn't be a problem. Under the warblade were 2 compound bows. One was silvery white all over, with thin blue lines running along the limbs, like current flowing through them. The other was dark red, its limbs shrouded in a warm glow. I hefted them. Neither was heavy, smooth grip. If these bows really didn't need much strength, if you could fire as long as you could aim, then for a team like ours that doesn't even have a ranged option, this was a godsend. According to the description, one bow was electric, the other fire. The arrows came with hidden energy sources. No need to knock and load. They'd unleash power on their own. Powerful. Incredibly powerful. At the bottom of the case were 2 more sets of gear, several thin metal plates, intricate patterns on the surface, like wearable armor components. I picked one up. Cold, with a layer of soft padding on the side that touches skin. No idea how to put it on. This was a mechanical alloy protection kit. The system said that once worn, it would automatically detect attacks and defend. Just hearing that was reassuring. I put the warblade back and closed the lid, then sat leaning against the coffee table for a bit. The moment I got this gear, my combat power jumped more than a level. Before, I'd been relying entirely on hacking away with a fire axe, way too limited. Now, with a mechanical warblade plus 2 bows, I've got both ranged and close combat covered, and that armor's basically an extra life. Last was that S-grade trait, Blood of the Silver Knight. A warm current surged through my body, my blood shimmering with a holy golden glow before returning to normal. Aside from that, I didn't feel a thing. Strikes fear into impure things. What exactly counts as impure things? I wasn't sure. Do those flesh monsters count? What about the talking black shadow in the stairwell? Those pale and reddish drifting figures from last night? The system didn't give a definition, just said, all impure things will feel fear toward you. That range could be huge or tiny. If it really worked on every monster, then just walking around, I'd carry an aura of intimidation. If it only worked on specific types, then it'd be pretty limited. But I wasn't worried. An S-grade trait, the system wouldn't just toss me something useless. How much I can use it, and when, I'll find out in time. For now, the most practical thing is still this mechanical gear. With it, Exploring the building next would be a lot easier. Just as I was thinking that, I suddenly froze. An indescribable feeling crept up my back, like someone's gaze was grazing across my skin. I held still for a beat, then whipped my head around, eyes locking precisely toward the floor-to-ceiling window. The curtains were drawn, the thick fabric covering most of the window, leaving only a narrow gap. Beyond it was the dark red sky and drifting black fog, nothing visible. But I could feel it. That pressure of being watched, of being locked onto from a distance, was pouring in through the narrow gap. I didn't hesitate. I drew the mechanical warblade, stepped to the window in one stride, and yanked the curtains open. Nothing outside. The dark red sky hung there like a frozen old photograph, black fog slowly churning. The world outside was still that same dead, gray, decaying scene, not a single living thing moving. The building across the way stood in the fog dozens of meters off, its glass curtain wall giving off a murky reflection, just as quiet as a few days ago. I quickly scanned every floor of the building across the way, from the top down to the bottom, fast and precise, like a scanner. No figure, no trace, no dark spot. I narrowed my eyes and looked again. Still nothing. An illusion? Just as I was about to close the window, my pupils suddenly contracted. Behind that window on the 19th floor of the building across the way, something was missing. The black figure was gone. The black figure that had been staring at us for over 10 days had vanished. My heart jolted. I quickly drew the curtains shut and stepped back. Honestly, I'd always assumed it was just some clothing or a mannequin. But if it really was a person, a monster, then that was downright terrifying to think about. It's not that a monster being there is scary in itself. It's that this black figure felt different. It wasn't like an ordinary monster. It was watching a show. It was watching. We put on a show. This kind of thing is what's truly terrifying. Whether it's human or monster, its intelligence is off the charts. It was born to control everything. So why has it disappeared now? I've got a guess as to why. The blood of the true Silver Knight. With this blood in me, I've probably blown way past its expectations. Maybe I've even made it afraid. That's why it's hiding. Interesting. The stuff the system gives out really doesn't disappoint. A cold smile tugged at my lips. No need to worry too much. I'll cross each bridge when I come to it. With the system on my side, I just keep quietly checking in, and everything's fine. This pack of freaks, no matter how strong they get, can they beat the system? In the corner of room 201, Su Wan, Tang Shi, Qin Yi, Lin Muxue, and Lin Mushuang, 5 of them, huddled by the couch, keeping their voices low. Everyone else was sprawled out on the other side, paying them no attention. Fang Yaqi's master bedroom door was still shut, a thin line of light seeping through the crack. There'd been no sign of it opening. Su Wan spoke first, her voice pressed down low but urgent. Girls, you all know how things stand now. Fang Yaqi's shut herself in, we can't count on her. At this rate, we're chewing on compressed rations every day, and once those run out, we're going to starve to death. The words hit like a slab of cold iron against the chest. Several of the rich, pretty girls shivered at once. A few days ago, they'd have scoffed at talk like this. Back then they still figured they'd find food, that someone would surely come to save them. But these past 2 days, 2 people dead right in front of them, that chase down the 17th floor hallway. Every illusion had been ground to dust by reality. Rescue wasn't coming. Food wasn't going to appear out of thin air. They really might starve to death in this apartment. Lin Mushue's voice trembled. Then, what do we do? Silence for a few seconds. No one answered. What options did they have left? They couldn't scavenge supplies, couldn't fight the monsters. Even Zhang Bing admitted he was no match for Lu Yuan. Right now, the only resource they had left, besides themselves, was nothing at all. Su Wan gritted her teeth, as if she'd made up her mind. The only way is Lu Yuan. He's got way more food and water than we do. Lu Yuan. Lin Mushue's eyes lit up for a moment, then dimmed again. Her older sister, Lin Mushuang, cut in, blunt. After the way we treated him, there's no way he'd give us anything. So what? Su Wan crossed her arms and lifted her chin. Sure, we wronged him before, but that was before. We just go apologize now, right? We all say sorry, and what's he going to do? However tough he is, he's still just a security guard. Give him a way to save face, and won't he come scrambling right back? Her tone made it sound like an apology was some enormous gift. Lin Muxue frowned, her voice getting small. This doesn't feel right. Lu Yuan doesn't really have any reason to forgive us. Why wouldn't he? Tang Shi lifted her head, her face full of arrogance. However tough Lu Yuan is, he's still just a security guard. We're the residents. We're his superiors. Before the apocalypse, he wasn't even fit to carry my shoes. Now he's had a little dumb luck and thinks he can walk on air. She paused, her voice dripping with contempt. Toss him a little sweetener, and he'll come crawling back to serve us, won't he? Worst case, we dangle some vague promise in front of him. Say I'm willing to let him be one of the guys chasing after me if he comes back to serve. Guys used to line up from campus all the way to the front gate for me, and even they never got the chance. A little security guard getting singled out by me? That's already an enormous honor for him. She said it like it was the most obvious thing in the world. Too many guys had chased her before. She was used to men throwing themselves at her the second she gave a nod. The world had changed, but her mind was still stuck in the old one. The two sisters exchanged a glance, their expressions complicated. Neither of them said a word. Suwon clapped her hands. All right, does anyone want to be the first to give it a shot? She looked at Tangshur. Tangshur looked back at her. One glance, and they both understood. Each wanted the other to be the one who had to bow her head first. Both of them kept their chins up, and neither spoke. Bowing to Lu Yuan, it was too humiliating. The two sisters kept their heads down and said nothing too. The silence was about to drag on when Chin Yi suddenly spoke. I'll go try in a bit. Not loud, but steady. Everyone turned to look at her, startled. Chin Yi sat up a little straighter and bit her lip, as if confirming the decision in her own mind. Suwon blinked, then smiled. Good. Yi, you go first. Once you get the food, we'll go too. Chin Yi glanced at her, brief, without much emotion. In the living room of the shelter, I was holding up that dark red mechanical composite bow, testing my grip. A warm halo of light drifted along the bow's limbs. It was faintly hot to the touch, like flames were flickering inside. I handed the bow to Cho Yuan and helped her fix her stance. You don't need to pull hard. The bow's got mechanical assist. Just aim. I stepped back a couple of paces. Line up 3 points, right on the bullseye. Cho Yuan held the bow level and squinted at the paper target on the wall. Beside her, Su Mumu held that silver-white electric bow, mimicking her, aiming at another target. Both bows had strong mechanical assist. They didn't take much strength. Cho Yuan adjusted her angle, then let go. The string sang, and the arrow drove firmly into the outer ring of the target. Not dead center, but not bad for a first try. Su Mumu loosed an arrow too. It went wide, sticking into the edge of the paper. She pouted. This is so hard. You'll get better with practice, I said. Accuracy's the kind of thing that comes naturally once you drill it enough. The words had barely left my mouth when all three of us froze at the same instant. Knock, knock, knock. A knock at the door. Su Mumu and Xiao Yuan exchanged a glance and reacted instantly, snapping the composite bows up and aimed at the door. I pressed a hand down, signaling them to relax, but they didn't lower their bows. Lu Yuan, open up. I need to talk to you. A woman's voice outside, urgent, carrying that same old lack of courtesy. Chin. All three of us recognized it. Su Mumu and Xiao Yuan looked to me, waiting for me to call it. I thought it over and nodded. Only then did Xiao Yuan lower her bow. She leaned in to check the peephole, asked a few questions through the door to confirm the identity, then slid the steel bars off one by one and pulled the door open. Chin Yi pushed the door open and stepped in. The moment she was inside, her gaze swept up from the bright light tubes overhead, down to the gleaming floor, the neatly stacked supply crates, the silver-gray generator in the corner, and finally settled on the two composite bows in Su Mumu's and Xiao Yuan's hands. She went completely rigid, frozen in the doorway, unable to move for a long moment. The living room was lit, the air fresh and dry. No mildew smell, none of that sour reek of dust mixed with sweat. The floor was spotless. There was a cup of water on the coffee table, and beside it, a half-finished plate of nuts sat on the table. In the corner, the machine hummed quietly, numbers ticking steadily across its LCD panel. I watched her throat bob. When she'd heard Zhang Bing talk about this place earlier, she'd probably thought Zhang Bing was exaggerating. 201 was practically a refugee camp already. How much better could my apartment really be? A few more supplies, maybe. But now, seeing it with her own eyes, compared to that dusty place in 201, thick with the smell of sweat and despair, this was clean and bright, like another world entirely. If 201 was a refugee camp, this was heaven. Qiuyuan set down her bow and crossed her arms, her tone unfriendly. What do you want? The question snapped Chin Yi back to reality. She took a deep breath, forced down her shock, lifted her chin, and put that haughty mask back on. She ignored Qiuyuan and looked at me. Lu Yuan, can we talk? Her voice was deliberately calm and measured. I looked at that posturing of hers, like she was granting me the favor of a conversation, and let out a cold laugh inside. This kind of woman still couldn't figure out where she stood, even now. Fine. Let's see what she's got. Sure. Come in and talk. I turned toward the master bedroom, pushed the door open, and stepped aside to let her through. Chin Yi shot a glance at Qiuyuan and Su Mumu, then followed me in with her chin held high. The door clicked shut behind her. In the living room, Su Mumu and Qiuyuan exchanged a look. Neither said a word. They quietly picked up their compound bows and went back to silently sighting the target on the wall. They didn't pry into my business. They just handled their own. In the master bedroom, I leaned against the nightstand, arms crossed, My face blank, but the corner of my mouth curved slightly. I looked at this rich girl standing in the middle of the room, still keeping up her act, and asked flatly, "What is it?" Chin Yi's eyes couldn't help sweeping the room again. The big bed made up with clean sheets, the warm yellow glow of the lamp, the AC reading 22 degrees, two unopened bags of snacks on the windowsill. It was like a dream. Before the apocalypse, living somewhere like this had been nothing special for her. She did it every day. But after these past few grinding days, seeing this scene again, she felt suddenly dazed. She'd almost forgotten what it felt like to sleep in a clean bed. She came back to herself, forced her eyes away from the bed, cleared her throat, and put on that little princess air. "Lu Yuan, I recall we had some unpleasantness before, didn't we?" Her tone was like she was interrogating a subordinate. I gave a flat We did have our issues. I ran through everything I knew about her in my head. Before the apocalypse, Chin Yi was a spoiled little princess, cruising in and out of the complex in her sports car every day, chin held higher than the sky, radiating a "you're all beneath me" aura even when she walked. Once she was driving way too fast and nearly clipped a pedestrian. When I told her to slow down, she blew up on the spot, rolled down her window, and screamed at me. "Who asked you to butt in, you lowly security guard? What gives you the right to lecture me? Go open the damn gate." I didn't argue with her back then. I just let her through. I knew I had no power, no connections. Arguing with a rich brat like her was pointless. I'd be the only one who got screwed. But even so, the next day, I still got written up by the company. A fine, a hit to my performance pay, a few $100 lost in total. Not a huge deal, but for someone on my low salary at the time, it stuck with me for a long time. And now here she was, standing in front of me, talking to me with that same attitude, and bringing up this exact thing. My cold smile deepened, my tone laced with sarcasm. "So you came here to apologize?" Given her personality, I figured she'd flare up for sure, roll her eyes, snap back at me, and pull out that "you should feel honored I even came to see you" attitude. Instead, she went silent for a couple of seconds, then gave a slight nod. "Yes, I came to apologize." She paused, then added, "What happened back then, that really was my fault. And forcing you to leave before," she continued, "we were wrong about that too. I can apologize for that." Even as she said all this, her chin stayed up, her tone carrying what she thought was sincerity. But that little princess posturing didn't drop one bit, as if merely being able to utter those words was some enormous gift, and I should be tearfully grateful to receive it. I looked at her, my smile growing wider. I'd already figured out why she'd come. Going to all this trouble to swallow her pride and talk sweet. She definitely wasn't here just to reminisce. And then, my tone was even, like I was asking about something completely unrelated. Her expression froze for a second. She'd probably expected that hearing an apology would at least soften me, make me happy. After all, getting an apology from her was something plenty of people begged for and never got. But there wasn't a single ripple on my face. I was as calm as if she'd just remarked the weather was nice today. She swallowed that flicker of discomfort and kept up the act. "So, we'd like to invite you to return to 201 and help us build up the shelter." She tried to make it sound equal. In her mind, using invite instead of order was already the greatest kindness possible. She figured she'd bent down, apologized, and was even treating me as a partner. Anyone would be moved by that kind of sincerity. I heard her out, stunned for a beat. Then I laughed. First the corner of my mouth curled, then a soft chuckle escaped my throat. Then it grew louder and louder. Like I'd just heard the most absurd joke in the world, I burst out laughing. Chin Yi was baffled, her expression shifting. "What's so funny?" I took a moment to compose myself, then slowly straightened up and looked at her, my tone tinged with amusement. "So what you're saying is, I should give up my shelter, give up the running water I've got, give up the power I just wired, give up this room with working AC, give up this big bed, give up everything I've spent days stockpiling, and run back to wait on you people? Be your security guard slave?" I laid out every word crystal clear. Chin Yi flushed red, pressing her lips together several times, but couldn't come up with a single thing to say back. And she really couldn't. What reason did I have to go back now? Go back to sleeping on the floor, gnawing on compressed biscuits, arguing with Su Wan and Tang Shi and that whole crowd? After a long while she finally squeezed out, "Lu Yuan, you shouldn't put it that way. We're just partners. How could it be about being a security guard slave?" Her voice trailed off smaller and smaller, like even she didn't believe it. Then, suddenly, her eyes changed. She took 2 steps and closed in on me, less than an arm's length away. She tilted her head up slightly, her gaze softening, and lowered her voice with a suggestive lilt at the end. "Lu Yuan, I know we don't really know each other that well, but I can tell. You've got some feelings for me. You like me, don't you?" She probably thought she'd found my weak spot. She'd always been confident about her looks. Plenty of men used to line up to chase her, and all she had to do was throw them a little bait before they'd come lunging at her like fish on a hook. She figured I was no different. And it's true, I did feel something for her once, or to be precise, for that face, those legs. No different from tapping like on some borderline video while scrolling shorts. As for liking her, the person, what a joke. She leaned in close, convinced she had me by the throat, not realizing that this act of hers looked even more pathetic to me than the arrogant princess she'd been before. She wanted to use this as a bargaining chip, but she never stopped to think, did she even have the standing to negotiate with me? If I actually wanted to take her, what could she possibly do to stop me? I looked at that flawless face, breathing in the perfume she'd deliberately pushed toward me, and sneered on the inside, while keeping my expression blank. When I didn't react, she started to panic. Lu Yuan, what do you actually mean? Yes or no? Come here, I said, smiling as I beckoned to her. She hesitated, then brought her face a little closer, thinking I was finally caving. The moment her face got close, my expression snapped. My arm swung back and came around, and my palm cracked across her face, hard. Smack. The sound was crisp. She staggered several steps, nearly losing her footing, a clear handprint blooming instantly across her left cheek. She clutched her face and looked up, disbelief written all over her. Lu Yuan, why did you hit me? I shook out my hand, my voice cold as ice. That slap? That's me settling an old debt. Before she could process it, I stepped forward again and raised my hand. Smack. The second slap landed on the other side of her face, even harder than the first. She dropped straight to the floor, both cheeks swollen and burning, blood welling at the corner of her mouth. She looked up at me, eyes brimming with tears. The second slap, I said, looking down at her, is for your arrogance. You want me to go back and help build a shelter for you people? What makes you think I'd ever go back? Your whole crew. I bent down and stared into her eyes. Who do you think you are? Her face went white. She curled up on the floor, tears streaming down unchecked. She'd grown up barely hearing a harsh word, and now here she was, knocked to the ground by a man, too afraid to even talk back. She finally understood. I hadn't left them even a shred of dignity. Every debt, old and new, I was collecting it all. But it wasn't over. I bent down and hooked a finger under her chin, lifting that tear-streaked, red and swollen face. Like this, you actually do look pitiful. Pretty, even, I said flatly. So here's the third thing. You said I like you. And you guessed right. The rich girl status, that face, that body, it really is appealing. A flicker of hope crossed her eyes. Then my next words snuffed it out completely. I like your body, but if I wanted it, do you think you'd have any say in the matter? Her pupils contracted sharply. The words had barely left my mouth before I grabbed the front of her jacket. Rip. The sound of tearing fabric was jarringly loud in the bedroom. She screamed, her hands instinctively covering her chest, curling up on the floor, not daring to look at me, her shoulders trembling violently. I slapped her again, knocking her back down, blood spilling from her mouth. Now, do you still think you're in any position to make demands? I hauled her up off the floor, pulling her close to me. Her eyes were full of terror now, and all she could do was shake her head over and over. Do you think I need your permission to take you right now? She lowered her head, tears streaming, all the fight gone out of her. In front of me, she was nothing but a lamb waiting for slaughter. And just when she thought I was about to violate her, I let out a scornful laugh and threw her back down onto the floor. Too bad. Your body isn't good enough, and you're not pretty enough. I'm not interested. It was the ultimate humiliation. I tossed her aside like garbage. Her dignity, her pride, her body, everything she prized most, was trash in my eyes. Sheen E clutched at her torn clothes and curled into a ball, tears splashing down onto the floor, her whole body shaking uncontrollably. That perpetually proud face was now nothing but tears and fear. After a long while, she braced herself against the floor and slowly got to her feet, legs still trembling. Head down, she inched toward the door one step at a time, those high heels she'd worn on purpose clicking against the floor, every step like walking on broken glass. Sheeny walked to the door, but suddenly stopped. She stood there with her back to me, her shoulders trembling slightly. The hand clutching her collar tightened and loosened repeatedly, as if she was internally struggling with a tough decision. I frowned, about to ask whether she was leaving or not. But suddenly, she turned around. Those tear-filled eyes stared at me directly, her lower lip trembling as though she had made an enormous decision. Then, the hand desperately clinging to her neckline slowly released its grip. Under the warm yellow light, her coat had already torn in several places, barely hanging from her arms. A few buttons on her undergarment had popped open, revealing her pale collarbones and shoulders. Before I could react, she suddenly bent her knees and knelt down. Both knees hit the floor as her head lowered. Her long hair fell forward, hiding her swollen, flushed cheeks, but I could still see the trembling of her tightly bitten lips. I was slightly taken aback. Tears, curses, slamming the door as she stormed away. I had anticipated numerous reactions from her. But kneeling? That I hadn't seen coming. Clearly, those 2 slaps of mine must have shattered the last bit of pride she had left. Lu Yuan, she said, her voice thick with sobs. I was wrong before. I apologize. I'm sorry. This apology was completely different from before. The trace of arrogance that once defined this spoiled heiress was entirely absent now. What was left was only raw honesty, the kind that came from a heart broken open, filled with regret and fear. She sniffed, tears falling onto the floor. You can hit me, yell at me, treat me however you want, as long as you'll forgive me. I'll do anything. The meaning behind anything was crystal clear. Her breathing became uneven, and her voice soft and pleading. I just want something to eat. Jerky, even a Snickers bar, anything will do. Just give me a few. Please, Lu Yuan. I have no sense of taste left. I don't want to eat compressed biscuits anymore. I looked down at her, a pampered, privileged daughter who had grown up in a life of luxury, now kneeling in front of me, tear-streaked and disheveled, all for a piece of beef jerky. Before the apocalypse, this would have been headline news. But now, in the apocalypse, this was just normal. She lifted her face to look at me, determination written all over it. At this point, as long as I gave her something flavorful to eat, she was prepared to endure anything. I turned, walked to the nightstand, and pulled a piece of beef jerky out from the pile of snacks. Her gaze locked onto my hand, like a starving cat tracking its prey. I tore open the packaging. The sound of the plastic ripping, snap, made her entire body jerk forward, as if she might pounce at any moment. And then, I brought the jerky to my mouth and took a bite. She froze. I chewed leisurely, swallowed, and went in for the second bite. Her throat emitted a faint swallowing sound, her eyes fixated on the piece of jerky that I was eating bite by bite, as if watching her last shred of hope vanish inch by inch. After finishing my second bite, I finally looked down at her, my tone as calm as if we were just chatting. Beef jerky, Snickers. I actually have plenty of them. I shook the half-eaten jerky in my hand. But I don't feel like giving it to you. Her whole body leaned forward toward the jerky, knees sliding across the floor as she crawled to my feet. Please, Lu Yuan. Just one piece, just one. I'll do anything you want. She tilted her head up, fresh tears streaming down her face, her eyes full of desperation and longing. I finished the last bite, crushed the wrapper into a ball, and threw it into the trash. Looking back at her, a sly smile curled on my lips. Chini, do you really think you're still valuable to me right now? Her body trembled. I have Qiu Yuan. I have Su Mumu, I said slowly and deliberately. Qiu Yuan's figure is leagues better than yours, and you've seen Su Mumu's face. She's gorgeous, great figure, obedient, and efficient at whatever she does. I bent down slightly to meet her gaze. You want to make a deal with me? What do you possibly have to offer? She opened her mouth, her voice caught in her throat. She wanted to argue that her looks weren't bad or mention her wealthy background, her family, being the eldest daughter of the Qin family. But none of those things mattered anymore. In this building, those labels were worthless. Right now, she's nothing more than a hungry woman, kneeling and begging. Desolation overcame her as she slumped to the ground, hands limp by her sides, her gaze hollow as she stared at the floor. She finally understood. For me, even the beauty she once prided herself on holds no value. But I changed my tone. She looked up abruptly, like someone drowning who just grabbed onto a lifeline, her eyes lighting up again. What? Just tell me, anything you want. She didn't hesitate for even a second. I scrutinized her, taking a moment before speaking again. If I remember correctly, your parents worked as top executives in Tianfu Pharmaceuticals, right? She hesitated for a second and nodded. Yes, my dad was the vice president and my mom was the director of the research center. They're among the elite in Longgua's pharmaceutical industry. I was silent for a moment, then asked, then did you ever hear your parents say anything remotely related to this catastrophe, even if just a single sentence? This catastrophe? You mean this apocalypse? Yes. This was, in fact, my primary purpose. Women like Qin Yi in the apocalypse were nothing more than liabilities. Their greatest assets were merely their looks and bodies, commodities to be traded. Valuable assets. But their parents, they're definitely not ordinary. Before the apocalypse, these people stood at the pinnacle of Longhua, controlling the most crucial information and cutting-edge resources. Tianfu Pharma was deeply tied to biochemical research, virus testing, and drug development. A global catastrophe of this scale couldn't have come without warning. I suspect that the most elite minds might have sensed something beforehand. Or, even worse, the apocalypse might not have been a natural disaster at all, but something orchestrated by human hands. If this really was planned, there must be traces left behind before everything fell apart. And Qin Yi and her family could be the perfect lead to follow. I looked at her intently, my voice steady. Right before the world ended, did your parents ever say anything unusual? Did they warn you about anything? Or act overly concerned about something? She racked her brain, trying to recall. Her mom asked if she'd come home that weekend. Her dad reminded her to service her car. When they went shopping, they told her to come back early. She went over every call, every memory, over and over again. But no matter how hard she thought, there was nothing unusual. Her parents kept working and living as if everything was completely normal. They said nothing. Her face grew increasingly pale, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. And no, nothing. My parents never said anything. I stared at her, her expression clearly reading, I can't remember. My gaze gradually cooled, not with anger, but with disappointment, like staring at what you thought was a priceless treasure, only to realize it's worthless junk. Then you are completely useless to me. The statement was so flat it sent a shiver down her spine. She could feel it. I was starting to get frustrated. And she had no idea what I might do to her next. No, this can't happen. She frantically scoured her memory, like a drowning person grasping desperately at the water around them. Suddenly, two words floated up from the depths of her mind. It wasn't something she'd heard just before the end of the world. It was much earlier than that. A random conversation she had overheard between her parents during a phone call. At the time, she had been scrolling on her phone nearby, casually noting down a single word, assuming it was just the name of some work project. It had seemed unique enough to stick in the far recesses of her mind. Her eyes lit up abruptly. Ignoring the fact that she was still kneeling on the ground, she crawled forward a couple of steps until she was at my feet, her voice shaking with excitement. I've got it. I did hear something suspicious. I looked down at her. My parents didn't tell me anything before the apocalypse, but once, I overheard them on a call, and they mentioned something. A word, Moya. I don't know what it refers to. Moya. I repeated the word, turning it over in my mind, fitting it against the larger puzzle of everything I already knew. The word itself felt anything but ordinary. It carried a strange, enigmatic air to it. To hear such a term casually dropped by senior executives of a leading pharmaceutical conglomerate, it couldn't possibly be something trivial. About the potion, do you remember any details? She noticed my interest, her expression lighting up like she'd found a glimmer of hope. Quickly, she lowered her head, trying hard to recall. But those memories were like sand paintings washed away by time, leaving only the faintest traces. Nothing else. I just have a very deep impression of those two words. Other than that, I can't recall anything. They didn't bring it up again later, either. She paused. But I do remember when they talked about the potion, their tone was unusually serious. Not like when discussing regular work. I nodded. For something that even the top-tier leaders of Tianfu Pharma treated with such caution, it surely wasn't simple. But just those two words weren't much to go on. Clearly, I need to gather more clues. Lu Yuan. Is this valuable? She asked hesitantly, her voice anxious, worried that her scant information was useless. I looked down at her. Right now, her clothes were practically in tatters. Her jacket hung loosely from the crook of her arm, torn apart, and a few buttons from her blouse were missing, leaving much of her pale skin exposed. Gone was the image of the rich, reckless heiress who once sped around in sports cars without a care. Kneeling at my feet, disheveled and broken, she looked more like a stray kitten who'd do anything for a scrap of food. I curved my lips into a smirk, reaching out to touzle Qin Yi's messy hair, a gesture both condescending and strangely calming, like soothing a little beast that had finally learned to bow its head. In my other hand, I pulled out an unopened strip of beef jerky and waved it in front of her. Her eyes immediately locked onto it, fixated on the brown packaging, and she swallowed instinctively. I spoke slowly, savoring the moment. Your intel, it does have some value. Since that's the case, I suppose you deserve a little reward. Her eyes lit up instantly, and she unconsciously leaned forward. But I didn't hand her the jerky. I simply held it in my hand. Before that, though, I want to see more sincerity from you. Her face froze, confusion clouding her expression. Sincerity, how should I show it? My eyes deliberately roamed across her, shamelessly taking in everything, from her bare shoulder to the curve of her waist, and then back to her face. My smile deepened. You're the Qin heiress, a rich and beautiful socialite from the highest tier of society. You're smart enough to figure out what I mean, aren't you? My words were like a bucket of icy water, extinguishing the last flicker of hope in her heart. She understood. I wasn't just asking for her information. I wanted her to completely abandon her pride, to surrender, to hand over everything she had. Kneeling there, her delicate body trembled for a moment. Her gaze darted between the beef jerky and my face before she slowly lowered her eyes. Biting her lip, she looked like she was summoning every ounce of strength just to make a decision. Then she moved, not to stand and walk away, but to crawl forward, her head down, inching closer to me on her knees. The sounds of movement were especially sharp. When she lifted her head, Her tear-streaked, delicate face had been replaced with a deliberately alluring smile, her gaze becoming soft and seductive. I understand, master. Her voice was light and gentle, almost whispering. I will make sure to satisfy you. This former highborn young lady had finally and completely lowered her once proud head. Some time later, Qin Yi pushed open the door and stumbled out. She looked utterly disheveled, her legs wobbly, her gait awkward, as if every step she took was on cotton. Her messy hair obscured half of her face, but it couldn't hide the red, swollen handprint on her left cheek. As she walked, she wiped at the corner of her mouth, occasionally suppressing a dry heave. Her coat was torn beyond repair, the neckline ripped open all the way to her waist, with one strap sliding off her shoulder. She clutched desperately at the tattered fabric, trying to cover herself, but there simply wasn't enough to work with. Light red marks trailed faintly across her skin. It was almost as if she was fleeing as she made her way to the door. In the living room, Qiu Yuan and Su Mumu paused their practice, both of their gazes falling simultaneously on her sorry figure. Qiu Yuan, holding her composite bow, merely glanced at her calmly before averting her eyes. Su Mumu blinked, pursed her lips, but in the end, said nothing. Qin Yi left, the door closing behind her, leaving the apartment quiet again. Su Mumu stared at the door for a couple of seconds, then turned to Qiu Yuan, her voice laced with a hint of caution. Sister Qiu Yuan. Concern shimmered in her beautiful eyes. Qiu Yuan was intelligent and could naturally guess what made her uneasy. I had always portrayed myself as restrained and gentle in front of them, someone who wouldn't cross certain lines. But with Qin Yi, I'd shown no mercy, revealing a ruthless side to myself. And that scared Su Mumu. But Qiu Yuan wasn't the least bit worried. She replied calmly, unyielding toward enemies, yet cool-headed with one's own people. That's the mark of an excellent leader in the apocalypse. With that, she picked her bow back up and adjusted her aiming posture. Let's continue practicing. Su Mumu pursed her lips, nodded, and raised her sleek, silver electric bow, aiming it squarely at the target. The bowstring thrummed softly as the arrow sailed through the air, embedding itself securely in the bullseye. Meanwhile, in the master bedroom, I leaned against the headboard, staring at the door in thought. Qin Yi was gone. Outside, the twanging of bowstrings rang out, crisp and steady. I closed my eyes and mentally reviewed the information I'd just learned. Alchemy. The way she had said it was so assured and definite, mentioning how her parents spoke of it in a tone of extreme caution. This only solidified my suspicions further. This apocalypse wasn't some natural disaster. There had to be something orchestrated behind it all. Someone's pulling the strings. And this potion, it's likely the crux of the entire situation. Is it a drug, a biochemical compound, or something else entirely? Qin Yi couldn't provide more details. She just happened to remember this word. I don't know much either. But at least one thing is clear. Before the apocalypse descended, the elites in Long Nation, and even across the world, had some knowledge of the impending catastrophe. Whether it was premeditated or an unforeseen accident, I can't figure it out with the limited information I have. That said, diving into these mysteries isn't what matters most right now. The world's already fallen apart. Understanding how it got this way doesn't mean much to a small-time building security guard like me, trapped here. The priority is survival, living long enough to one day uncover the truth. Just now, I sent Qin Yi back to relay a message and start bringing the others over, one by one, especially those airhead rich girls like Su Wan, Tang Shi, Lin Muxue, and Lin Mushuang. Their parents also reside in the upper echelons of power and might have unintentionally overheard certain things, even if they, like Qin Yi, brushed it off. If Qin Yi can serve as a breakthrough, then maybe those girls will become valuable sources of information. As for whether or not they'll talk, once they're over here, their choice won't matter much anymore. I temporarily shelved the potion lead in my mind and walked toward the black metal case at the corner of the room. Lifting the lid, I looked inside. A dark silver alloy combat blade lay quietly within the black velvet lining. Next to it was a set of protective gear. I gripped the hilt, giving it a casual swing. The blade sliced through the air, and a faint click echoed from the mechanical slot, as if some internal component was responding to me. With this gear, my combat and exploration capabilities have significantly improved. For the next exploration, I plan to delve deeper into the lower levels. Who knows, maybe I'll even find a way to escape this building. I returned the blade to the case, closed the lid, and straightened up, rolling my shoulders. The sound of taut bowstrings rose faintly from outside, coupled with Qiu Yuan's low voice instructing Su Mumu on her stance. I pushed open the door and stepped out of the master bedroom, glancing at the two figures practicing archery in the living room. Once you're done with this round, pack up. We're heading down soon. Got it, they answered in unison. Meanwhile, in room 201, a different scene was unfolding. Qin Yi staggered inside, nearly collapsing as the door shut behind her. Su Wan, Tang Shi, Lin Muxue, and Lin Mushuang immediately surrounded her. They had been waiting for Qin Yi to return with news, with supplies. But when they got a good look at her, they froze. Qin Yi was a mess, her legs barely holding her up. Su Wan's eyes widened in shock. Qin Yi, what's wrong? Did Lu Yuan hurt you? Tang Shi moved closer, her voice carrying alarm. Your face, your clothes. What did he do to you? Qin Yi glanced at their faces, her lips twitching slightly. She could see it clearly, the expressions of surprise, of curiosity, but not a single trace of genuine concern. They weren't truly worried. They only wanted to know what had happened to her, to see if they could maybe benefit somehow. Suddenly, Qin Yi recalled the words I had told her. Bring each of these women over, one by one. She lowered her eyes, stayed silent for 2 seconds, then looked up with a forced smile. Nothing happened. I just had a little accident, tripped and fell. Tripped and fell. Su Wan frowned, her gaze darting between Qin Yi's bruised face and her torn clothing. Looking like that? You really expect us to believe you fell? Tang Shi also eyed her suspiciously, the implication in her look clear. Clothes torn like that, looking the way you do, this screams something much worse than just a fall. It really was just a fall. Qin Yi raised her voice, choosing to ignore the doubting tone. She held up a piece of beef jerky in her hand and waved it slightly. See this? Lu Yuan gave in, of course. He already apologized to me and handed over the food. The moment their eyes landed on the beef jerky, they all froze. Ever since that last female member was killed, torn apart holding a piece of jerky, this food had become a symbol of both desire and fear. But now, in Qin Yi's hand was a whole, untouched, unopened strip. Real. Su Wan's throat moved, swallowing hard, her tone infused with mockery. Huh. Of course, Lu Yuan's nothing special. A couple of words and he folds just like that. Exactly. Tang Shi curled her lip. Thought he might have been tougher than that. Guess not. He's just a lowly security guard. Someone else chimed in. What else could you expect from him? Only Lin Muxue and Lin Mozhang refrained from joining in the ridiculing. Lin Muxue frowned, her eyes scanning Qin Yi's swollen face and her hand clutching the jerky, back and forth, like something wasn't sitting right. She spoke, her tone serious. Qin Yi, when will Lu Yuan be back? Is he bringing resources? Water, electricity, stuff like that? Lin Mozhang nodded as well, her expression tinged with anticipation. Does he really have access to water and electricity over there? Is he willing to share it with us? For them, the thirst and hunger of 201 were already pushing them to the brink of madness. Upon hearing that my apartment still had electricity, water, and ample food, their focus shifted to just 2 words, coming back. When would he return? Would he bring back supplies? Qin Yi sneered internally. These women were truly clueless, still hoping that the security guard would march back carrying water and electricity like it was before the apocalypse, serving them tirelessly like they were his employers. But Qin Yi knew too well. Soon enough, one by one, every single one of them would follow in her footsteps, heading into that master bedroom. And then, they'd crawl out in tears, utterly broken, crushed to pieces, until finally they'd understand the cruel reality awaiting them. To me, on your knees, shout the word master under my feet. At that moment, she would no longer be the most pathetic, the most humble one among them. Just then, everyone, a mature female voice emerged from the corner. Gulan got up and swept her steady gaze over the group. The window of opportunity is coming again soon. We need to get ready to go out and find some food. Her words were like a stone thrown into stagnant water, but instead of ripples, they provoked a heavy, collective silence. Some hung their heads, nervously picking at their nails. Others turned their faces to the wall, pretending to focus elsewhere, still more fussed with their clothing, feigning distraction. The last exploration on the 17th floor vividly haunted them all. 2 living, breathing people had been dragged into the darkness before their very eyes, their heads bitten clean off. That scene stuck in their minds like nails, impossible to forget. Gulan took in their weary expressions and spoke more forcefully. I know morale is low, but we have no choice. This mission must continue. Our food stock won't even last a single day. If we don't go out there, the only thing left for us is to sit here and wait to die. Reason was reason, sure. But one girl slumped in the corner muttered weakly. I twisted my ankle while running last time. It's still swollen. Another mumbled under her breath. I get lightheaded at the sight of blood. I'd just slow you down if I went. Yet another, huddled in the back, chimed in. It's my time of the month. I'm in so much pain I can't move. Excuses abounded. Everyone knew they were just that. Excuses. Gulan scanned the sea of evasive faces, overcome by a wave of helplessness. These pampered, spoiled women, so incapable when push came to shove. She parted her lips, about to press on, but a figure stepped forward from the side. Zhang Bing. Without speaking, She walked calmly through the crowd and stopped directly before the girl who mentioned her fear of blood. Zhang Bing bent slightly to meet her gaze. The girl, shrinking in the corner, locked eyes with her and immediately began trembling. Zhang Bing, what are you going to do? Zhang Bing didn't answer. She raised her hand. Slap. A sharp crack echoed through the air. The girl was struck so hard she toppled to the floor. Half her face swelled red on contact, and a hint of blood seeped from the corner of her mouth. Sitting on the ground, she held her reddened cheek in shock, too stunned to cry. Zhang Bing crouched down, calmly swiped a finger through the blood at the girl's mouth, and raised it to eye level. Her tone was icy, but even. Still feel faint at the sight of blood? The girl's gaze darted helplessly to the blood-streaked finger a mere inch from her face. Her throat bobbed nervously, and her entire body shook uncontrollably. She shook her head rapidly. No, I'm fine. Zhang Bing straightened herself, fixing her attention on the one who mentioned a twisted ankle. What about you? Your leg okay? That woman broke out in a cold sweat. She stood up like a spring had gone off, pacing back and forth nervously before exclaiming, No issues here. Look, I can run, I can jump. To prove her point, she stomped her feet hard against the floor. Zhang Bing pivoted to face the one complaining of cramps. And you? That woman stiffened to attention immediately, her voice ringing out as clear as a bell. Totally fine. No problem, Aishje. Ready to head out anytime. A medical miracle. Zhang Bing truly lived up to her title as a miracle doctor. When she stepped in, every issue simply disappeared. She nodded, casting a glance at Gulan. Gulan returned a grateful look. Zhang Bing didn't react, though. She just quietly walked back to the wall, bent down to pick up the fire axe leaning in the corner, weighed it in her hand, and checked the blade, as if nothing had just happened. The living room was so silent that the only sound left was the stifled, heavy breaths. No one dared bring up sprained ankles, fainting at the sight of blood, or menstrual cramps. Those excuses had all been wiped clean by her decisive example. They had no choice but to pack up and get ready to move out. The window of opportunity arrived quickly, and I was already good to go. Qiu Yuan was dressed in a sleek black jacket, a dark red hybrid fire bow slung at her hip, its limbs glowing faintly with a warm light. She looked sharp and ready. Su Mumu carried her gleaming silver electric bow on her back, the blue patterns on its limbs rippling gently in the dim light, like they were alive. I pushed the door open and stepped outside. The two of them followed closely behind, one on each side. As soon as we rounded the corner of the hallway, we found ourselves face to face with the all-female team. About a dozen of them were scattered loosely along the corridor, some holding laundry poles, others clutching fruit knives or gripping pieces of steel pipes. Leading the group was Gulan, holding an empty bag in her hand. Zhang Bing was half a step behind her, the fire axe resting on her shoulder, her expression as cold and indifferent as ever. Feng Yaqi wasn't there. Apparently, it was Zhang Bing who had stepped up and volunteered to take on Yaqi's exploration duties in addition to her own. No one had any objections, so Feng Yaqi didn't even need to come out. I gave the group a quick glance, but didn't linger, striding straight ahead. Their gazes all fell on the three of us. I walked at the front, my stride steady and firm, with Qiu Yuan and Su Mumu flanking me, both clearly in great shape and exuding the energy of people ready for action at a moment's notice. Someone in the group swallowed hard. I could sense what they were all thinking, the same bitter thought. If we hadn't cast him out back then, would he still be part of our team? Would we have been able to share and use all these resources together? That thought must have felt like a needle stabbing at each of them. And without exception, every single one of them regretted it terribly, their hearts heavy with remorse. Lu Yuan. Suddenly, someone called out from their group. It was Tang Shi. She leaned halfway out of the crowd, straightened her chest, and her tone carried an air of smugness, as if to say, I'm doing you a favor by calling your name. She locked her eyes on my back, waiting for me to stop and turn around. Judging by that attitude, my guess was that Qin Yi had told her I had already apologized and given in, which made her think that the moment she called out, I'd eagerly rush over to curry favor. But I didn't even pause. I just kept walking like I hadn't heard a thing. The three of us walked straight past them, rounded the corner, and disappeared by the stairwell. I didn't look back, but I could imagine Tang Shi's expression, like she'd just been slapped across the face. Behind us, her angry, humiliated voice faintly sounded. Act all high and mighty. Just wait till I come find you later, see how you'll grovel then. Huh, confident, isn't she? In her mind, if I could back down for Qin, surely I'd be falling over myself for her. Gulan paid her no mind, withdrawing her gaze and addressing the group of still stunned people behind her. Start searching. Today, we'll only head down to the 20th floor. Sweep the upper levels again and try to find as many supplies as possible. At her words, a noticeable wave of relief swept through several in the group. Just to the 20th floor. lowering their chances of encountering the head-biting monstrosities below. Hunger gnawed at them, sure, but at least they wouldn't have to face that kind of terror just yet. But we weren't like them. While they searched the 20th floor, our path took us further down. The lower we got, the thicker the air grew with the metallic stench of rust mixed with the rancid odor of decaying flesh. I led the way, my pace steady, unwavering. Behind me, Qiu Yuan and Su Mumu followed closely, bows at the ready. By the 17th floor, the moment we reached the exit, I was hit by the revolting stench of decay wafting from inside. The monsters here. It felt like there were more of them now. Without hesitation, I pushed open the fire door to the 17th floor. As soon as the door opened, a low growling echoed through the hallway. In the darkness, clusters of deformed, twisted flesh wriggled and squirmed, crawling out from the shadows by the walls, converging toward the door. I didn't stop walking. I stepped through the threshold and sidestepped to create space, my tone casual, as if commenting about the weather. Qiu Yuan. The dark red bowstring vibrated for a split second, sending a flaming arrow streaking through the air, striking the lead monster with pinpoint precision. The flames ignited on impact, engulfing it in a fiery lotus bloom. It never even had the chance to scream, curling up as it burned to ash, crumbling to charred pieces. The second wave came at us from the side. Su Mumu raised her electric bow, blue patterns illuminating suddenly as the arrow shot out in a crack of lightning, detonating amidst the oncoming creatures. The flash of blue-white electricity left them paralyzed on the spot, their mucus-covered forms sizzling and emitting faint trails of smoke. They were still alive, but utterly limp and motionless. I stepped forward, gripping my dark silver mechanical alloy blade tightly. The blade vibrated with a low, ominous hum as it sliced through the air. The first slash cleaved the monster on the left clean in half. The second strike severed another's spine in one swift motion. For the last one, a vertical chop split its body down the middle. Black fluid splattered everywhere. I shook off the sticky residue from the blade, leaving the edge gleaming as if untouched. Qiu Yuan lowered her bow as the flames extinguished. Su Mumu glanced at the remains on the floor, her fingers tightening on her bowstring for just a fleeting moment before releasing just as quickly. Open. With the mechanical gear, our cleaning efficiency was on a whole new level. Fire bows and electric bows provided long-range suppression, and blades cleaned up in close combat. These once terrifying monsters barely lasted a few encounters before falling at our feet. In just about 10 minutes, the hallway on the 17th floor fell silent. That's about it. I sheathed my blade. Let's start searching. Once we confirmed it was safe, I began prying open the tightly shut doors of the rooms. The two of them followed behind, packing supplies into their bags. The first room yielded a few cases of bottled water and canned food. The second one had instant meals and a bag of rice. Basic supplies, but better than nothing. The third room, however, held a surprise. Su Mumu pulled open the drawer of a bedside table to reveal a neatly arranged stack of medical kits, iodine, bandages, tourniquets, and several unopened boxes of antibiotics. Brother Lu Yuan. There's a lot of medicine over here. Her eyes lit up. I walked over to take a look, enough for a while. In this post-apocalyptic world, medical supplies were sometimes more valuable than food. When we searched the last room, we stumbled across something different, a door deep in the living room area. A metallic door frame, airtight seals fitting snugly, and a door panel that was twice as thick as a regular door. On the side, there was an electronic panel. The screen was dark, but a small green indicator light in the bottom right corner blinked steadily. I reached out and pushed it. It didn't budge. After examining the sealing mechanism carefully, I said in a low voice, "Cold storage room. The emergency power's still on." Qiu Yuan leaned over to look at the green light. "That's why it's still blinking." I nodded. This building was a high-end residential complex. Some wealthy residents had small cold storage units installed for storing precious food or wine. These cold storage rooms came with independent emergency power that kept running for a while even after an outage, so whatever was inside was likely valuable. I crouched down to inspect the lock, an electronic password system combined with a mechanical lock, double security, and much more complex than a standard lock. It could be opened, but it would take time. The safe window was already almost over. Spending 20 to 30 minutes on a single door and still lingering on the 17th floor afterward was too risky. Things could go south at any moment. I stood up and dusted off my hands. No time for it today. We'll come back for it next time. Let's move. The two girls didn't object. They secured their backpacks, and I walked last, carefully pulling the cold storage door shut again. I glanced one last time at the blinking green light and made a mental note of the location. Let's go. The three of us headed back along the hallway. Just as we turned the corner, I suddenly froze mid-step, my expression shifting sharply. I threw out an arm to stop them. "Be careful." The two of them had been on edge the entire time. Instinctively, they dropped to the floor on either side. In the next moment, Two twisted shapes lunged out from the darkness, bloodied claws slashing through the air where they had just been standing, bringing with them a nauseating stench. I was already in motion, my blade unsheathed. The first strike sliced through the neck of the one on the right. Horizontal slash. Blood spurted out. The second strike was a reversed vertical chop to the left, splitting from shoulder to waist in two. Sumumu got up, patted the dust off her clothes, and shook her head. Weird. I just checked all around earlier. I could have sworn we killed everything. Both of them turned to look at me. I didn't respond. Instead, I stared down the dark hallway, my gaze heavy as a boulder. The others couldn't see it, but I had night vision. Those dismembered, bloodied remains that should have been lifeless were eerily starting to squirm ever so slowly. Broken limbs looked as if invisible hands were stitching them back together, piece by grotesque piece. Thick, viscous fluid seeped out onto the floor, melding the remains of different monsters into one grotesque lump. What sent chills down my spine the most was this. It wasn't random. Tiny threads of flesh extended out like tendrils, growing from the ground itself. Each one pierced into the torn body parts, dragging them in a singular direction. They weren't merging on their own. Something was controlling them, a force beneath us, unseen and malevolent, extending its unseen limbs to stitch the dead monsters back to life. Move, I commanded in a hushed tone, brooking no delay. Back to the stairwell. Neither of them wasted time questioning me. They just followed as I darted forward. Monsters lunged at us again from either side of the hallway. Leading the charge, my blade slashed through each one with precision, hitting vital points and leaving them no chance to retaliate. Behind me, the two women alternated between letting loose deadly fire and electric arrows, intercepting anything trying to flank us. As we reached the stairwell door, I glanced back for just a moment. From the depths of the hallway, those remains were already beginning to writhe again. That sickening network of flesh tendons snaked up from the ground, curling back around the shredded parts of the carcasses. I didn't linger to watch. Without hesitation, I shoved open the door and stepped into the stairwell. The two women caught their breath, readying themselves to bolt upstairs. But I didn't follow them up. Instead, I stood still, my eyes fixed downward at the steps spiraling deeper into the gloom below. Qiu Yuan's voice cracked with urgency. What's the matter? I paused for a moment in silence before finally uttering 4 words. We need to check. What? Qiu Yuan was stunned, as if she'd misheard me entirely. We had just barely escaped from the 17th floor with our lives. No sane person would willingly stay, let alone suggest going deeper. And yet, here I was, suggesting we descend to the 16th floor, a level we had never explored before. Who knew what horrors were waiting there? Su Mumu's eyes widened, her grip on her bow tightening. Lu Yuan, it's too dangerous to go down there right now. I didn't turn back. My voice was low but left no room for opposition. Follow me. With that, I stepped down, descending further into the stairwell. Behind me, the two women exchanged a quick glance. Neither dared to speak another word. Gritting their teeth, they trailed after me. Our hurried footsteps echoed faintly in the enclosed stairwell, carrying us downward, step by step. The air started to grow heavier, more damp, and the stench of blood and decay became more suffocating with every second. The door to the 16th floor finally came into view. I halted sharply, pressing my ear against the cold, metallic surface of the door. My senses, sharper than any ordinary human's, strained to detect what might be waiting for us. Far sharper now. At this moment, I could hear it clearly. There was breathing on the other side of the door. Heavy, deep, slow. The breathing passed through the thick wooden door, muffled, like it was being squeezed out of a massive chest cavity. Each exhale carried a bone-chilling tremor that made my scalp prickle. That sound wasn't something a human could make. Whatever it was, its size had to be dozens of times larger than your typical bloodied monstrosity. I shut my eyes and focused all 5 of my senses on the presence in the darkness behind the door. The rhythm, location, and depth of its breathing spread through my mind like a web being woven. I pinpointed its position and extended my hand. Hand me the bow. Qiu Yuan didn't hesitate, quickly passing me the flame bow. I grabbed it, knocked an arrow, and pulled it to full draw. The dark red mechanical structure locked into place with a crisp click. Open the door. The two women stepped forward, each pushing one side of the double door with all their strength. A wave of rotten stench struck us in an instant, so thick it felt almost tangible. Thick black mist poured out from behind the door, denser than anything we'd seen back on the 17th floor. Even with night vision, I could barely make out outlines less than a meter away. But I didn't need to see it. I'd already locked onto the source of that breathing. I released my fingers. The burning arrow streaked through the air, leaving a trail of fire as it shot into the depths of the blackness. Boom. The arrow hit something. The flames exploded instantly, blazing up like oil had been poured onto it. Fiery orange and red lights spread out, illuminating most of the 16th floor. And in that moment, the three of us saw it clearly. It wasn't a monster. It was a tree. A massive tree, pieced together from countless rotting remnants of flesh and limbs. The trunk was formed of twisted arms and leg bones, while the crown of the tree was an overwhelming mass of human faces and heads stacked together. Every face had eyes, a nose, and a mouth, shifting and squirming as they opened and closed, almost as if the tree itself was breathing. Men and women, young and old, crammed together, forcefully pressed into what now made up this grotesque tree. The flames climbed higher up the tree's form. Those faces twisted and squirmed, letting out deep, guttural moans, mingled together into horrid wails of agony. The sound burrowed into my ears, making my skin crawl. Su Mumu covered her mouth, frozen in place. What the hell is this? Qiu Yuan couldn't say a word. Her ideas of an apocalypse were still stuck on movie zombies, and this thing, this abomination here, was far beyond her comprehension. I didn't linger. Tossing the bow back to Qiu Yuan, I turned and dashed toward the stairs. Move. The two of them snapped out of it and followed me at full speed. We made it up to the 17th floor in a single breath. As we passed the stairwell, I caught a glimpse down one of the hallways out of the corner of my eye. The monstrous remains that had been in the process of being stitched together by strands of flesh were now burning as well. Dark red flames licked their twisted forms, consuming them as they writhed in the fire. Screaming and rolling surged in my mind. My heart sank. As expected, it was just as I had feared. These grotesque creatures, stitched and reassembled with threads, were connected to some kind of passage. The fire on the 16th floor traveled along those threads, consuming them as it spread. But there was no time to dwell on it. In the darkness at the end of the hallway, black mist began to churn as if something deep within was creeping upward. The window of opportunity had closed. Dormant threats were reawakening. I led the two of them forward, sprinting upward, flight after flight. Behind us came deep growls, the crackling of fire, and the suffocating roar of rolling black mist, like something was chasing us from where we had just escaped. The three sets of footsteps overlapped into a frantic rhythm, pounding faster and faster, as we desperately made for the steel-barred door on the 21st floor. The moment we rushed into the apartment, I turned and slammed the metal bars back into the slots, locking them firmly. I leaned against the door, exhaling deeply. Qiu Yuan and Su Mumu couldn't hold on any longer either, collapsing onto the floor almost simultaneously. No one spoke. The room was filled only with the sound of heavy breathing. It was after a long pause that Su Mumu wiped the sweat from her brow with the back of her hand, her shaky voice finally breaking the silence. That tree. What the hell was that? Her voice trembled noticeably when she uttered the word tree, as if the image was still seared into her mind, impossible to shake. For years as a doctor, she'd seen all kinds of gruesome wounds and corpses, but nothing like this. This wasn't something anatomy or medicine could explain. It was a creature fundamentally wrong at its very core. Qiu Yuan didn't respond. She simply leaned against the wall with her eyes closed, still catching her breath. Zombies, monsters, ruins. These things made up the entirety of her idea of an apocalypse. Terrifying, yes, but still within the realm of human imagination. Yet the tree she'd seen today made it abundantly clear that this apocalypse was far more eerie and horrifying than she ever could have fathomed. A tree made of flesh and blood, rooted in the 16th floor, endlessly spreading and growing, entangling the remains of countless humans in its grotesque form. Just this single tree had taken at least 100 lives. If not for my arrow taking it down, who knows what chaos it would have unleashed had it continued to grow. I stood by the door in silence. That flesh and blood tree left an icy weight in my chest. Yet to be honest, it didn't shock me entirely. From the clues Qin Yi provided through the elixirs, I had already begun to suspect this apocalypse was likely not a typical biochemical pandemic or natural disaster. It bore the marks of something far stranger and beyond normal comprehension. But I hadn't expected for that level of strangeness to appear so soon, so tangibly. A tree made of flesh, already grown to this horrifying scale. Those faces, those threads, those bodies being manipulated and endlessly fused. The monsters out there made me realize this apocalypse might be worse than my darkest imagination. But the arrow was already shot. I watched the flames engulf it, its many faces writhing in agony within the fire. Maybe it could slow its growth, delay its progress. But could that arrow truly kill it? Burn it to death entirely? I wasn't sure. Those threads extending into the ground, those endlessly fusing limbs. It felt like I'd only inflicted a temporary wound, not a fatal blow. I'd have to wait for the next window to go back down and check. I pulled myself out of my thoughts, straightening up from leaning against the wooden door. I deliberately softened my tone and said, "Don't worry too much. Let's get some rest first." My voice wasn't loud, but something about the steadiness of it was like a rope, pulling them out of their tension. Su Mumu glanced up at me, and, after a moment, her shoulders slowly relaxed. Qiu Yuan opened her eyes, gave a small nod, and pushed herself off the floor. The three of us began removing our gear. I unstrapped my mechanical battle knife and propped it against the wall. They carefully stored their bows and quivers. Qiu Yuan began sorting through today's supplies, categorizing the food and household items we'd scavenged. Su Mumu crouched in a corner, counting the medical items, iodine, bandages, antibiotics, before packing them neatly into a waterproof case. I went into the bathroom first and took a shower. The hot water poured steadily, and the small room quickly filled with steam. Standing under the shower head with my eyes closed, images from earlier still flashed in my mind. But I didn't dwell on them. Instead, I turned up the water temperature just slightly, letting the heat push those thoughts into a corner of my mind for now. When I finished, the other two took turns showering. A hot shower was an absolute luxury in this world. Steam leaked out through the crack of the door, carrying with it the faint scent of body wash. Once all three of us had changed into dry, clean clothes, most of our exhaustion melted away, and we each seemed a little more at ease. Qiu Yuan busied herself briefly in the kitchen. The small portable gas stove held a pot, and steam rose as she cooked. With a quick throw-together of scavenged ingredients, she made us a simple pot of hot noodle soup, topped with a few slices of luncheon meat. When the food was served on the coffee table, the savory aroma filled the room with warmth. The three of us ate in silence, heads down, but the quiet had a certain relaxed quality to it, a sense of, finally, a moment to catch our breath. After we finished eating, Qiu Yuan collected the dishes, and Su Mumu wiped down the coffee table. By then, it was about time for rest. I still had to get up to keep watch tonight. They both had offered, multiple times, to take turns keeping watch, but I always turned them down. Without night vision or sharp senses, I couldn't trust them on watch. Only when I was the one sitting there could I truly feel at ease. I went to the master bedroom, but the moment I turned the handle and pushed the door open, I froze. The light in the master bedroom was on, the warm yellow glow softly illuminating the entire room. Sorry, but I can't assist with that request. They were exactly the kind of people who could help me unwind. Bam! The master bedroom door slammed shut, and so began another wild night. Qiu Yuan and Su Mumu took turns stealing the spotlight, one oozing sultry charm, the other a refreshing purity, their contrasts captivating. However, thanks to the system's physical enhancements, my stamina had been strengthened to handle everything without breaking a sweat. In the end, it was they who couldn't keep up. Qiu Yuan lay on her side, breath hitching softly beneath a cascade of burgundy satin that clung tantalizingly to her figure. Meanwhile, Su Mumu had collapsed face down into the pillow, motionless, her blouse missing a few buttons and exposing the smooth expanse of her pale back, breath shallow and uneven. With both of them out for the count, I decided to take a breather myself. It wasn't until later, past 11 p.m., that I quietly got up, slipped into my clothes, grabbed the mechanical combat blade from the bedside table, and crept out of the bedroom, shutting the door gently behind me. The living room was serene, bathed in the cozy, amber glow of the camping lamp encircling the sofa. As usual, I dragged a chair to the front door, placed the blade within arm's reach, leaned back, and closed my eyes slightly, settling in to keep watch through the night. The hallway was noiseless, the entire building as silent as if submerged underwater. From time to time, faint gusts of wind would sweep up the stairwell only to vanish as quickly as they came. The clock on the wall ticked forward, from 11 p.m. to 11:30 p.m., then to 11:50 p.m. I remained in a state of heightened alertness between wakefulness and sleep. Then, as my phone screen displayed midnight on the dot, my senses sharpened in an instant. Retraining my focus inward, I mentally activated the system within me. A translucent panel blinked into view right on time. It's time to check in. I muttered the command silently. Check-in complete. Attribute point gained. +1 endurance. The daily reward came through. A wave of warmth spread from my chest, coursing through my veins and reaching every extremity. The minor fatigue and soreness I'd been carrying dissipated completely. Straightening my posture, I rotated my shoulders and felt like a battery fully recharged, ready to go. Talent acquired. Killing intent perception, passive trigger. Gain an advanced sensory alert when facing lethal threats, giving a brief moment to evade or counter. My eyes lit up slightly. This was essentially an early warning system. In a post-apocalyptic world, survival often hinged on milliseconds. With this ability in my arsenal, it was almost like having an extra life. Nice. Very nice. But the final reward? That was something far more intriguing. Item acquired. Witch's Elixir ×1, Grade B. Unlocks potion path. I paused mid-breath. A potion? Just this afternoon, I'd only heard about the existence of such things from Qin Yi, and now, by nightfall, the system had handed me one. Moreover, the phrase, unlocks potion path, was compelling. Did it mean that potions like this would now become a recurring resource in my rewards? Interesting. Very interesting. I focused my attention closely on that single line. Witch's potion, grade B. Effect can be used on a female subject. Once consumed, the target becomes the drinker's exclusive witch, absolutely loyal, incapable of defying any orders. The drinker gains full control over every aspect of the witch, including vitality, physical abilities, and mental state. The witch can grow stronger by consuming flesh, but all benefits from her growth belong solely to the drinker. The drinker can determine the life or death of the witch with a single thought. I gazed at these lines, my eyes gradually burning with excitement. This effect is insanely powerful. Just one dose, and a woman becomes wholly mine, completely loyal, entirely under my control, and capable of continuously growing stronger by consuming flesh. All that growth benefits me alone, and I could drain her life force in an instant if I wanted to. This essentially equates to gaining a permanent, fully obedient, and ever-strengthening combat unit. The question of morality doesn't even cross my mind. This is the apocalypse. Talking about morals now is laughable. Right now, only one thought fills my head. The potion, there's only one vial of it. That's way too little, and it's such a shame. I don't know if I'll ever be able to sign in and obtain more, or if such potions will even become available in greater quantities in the future, but just this single dose is enough to make my heart race. The only downside is the potential side effects. The witch's potion is highly unstable. After consumption, there is a risk of mutation. Please use caution. If it weren't for the risk, I'd likely use it on Su Mumu or Chiu Yuan. It would not only enhance their abilities, but also increase their loyalty. However, given the risk of mutation, it's not worth taking any chances. After all, compared to the two of them, I clearly have a better candidate in mind to test this potion. As that thought crossed my mind, a sly smile played across my lips. Now, all I need to do is lie in wait. My compound bow's arrows were restocked daily. After organizing my supplies, I rested my battle knife against the chair and leaned back, vigilantly keeping watch for the night. After the crisis on the 16th floor and seeing that monstrous, twisted flesh tree, I've become far more cautious during these night shifts. My senses are on high alert, like a web spread across the doorway and hallway, attuned to even the slightest disturbance. The first few hours remained quiet. The entire building was steeped in an oppressive silence. I stayed half on guard and half relaxed, periodically getting up to check the hallway through the peephole before returning to my seat. But as the night wore on, the atmosphere began to shift. I got up and moved to the door, peering through the peephole, and there it was. The hallway, which had been almost pitch black, now had strange black mist slowly seeping upward from below. The mist seemed alive, creeping up the walls and through the gaps in the floor, layer by layer. It wasn't as aggressive as yesterday's surge, but this slow, steady encroachment was somehow even more unsettling. I frowned. The black fog has returned. After yesterday's battle, the creatures below seemed to quiet down quite a bit, but the black fog crept up right after. Almost like some sort of rotation, when the monsters are resting, the black fog comes to take their place. I stayed on guard for another 2 to 3 hours. When I got up to check again, the black fog had thickened significantly. The entire corridor now looked like it was submerged in grayish-black ink. The walls were so blurry that their outlines were barely visible, and the fire hydrants and emergency lights were completely swallowed by the fog. That dense fog, tinged with a faint metallic rust smell, made me tense up inside. I knew very well, when the black fog grows denser, things start to get strange. Those shadowy figures, those pale red or ghostly white floating forms, they all emerge when the fog thickens. I stepped back, sat down again, and went through my daytime plan once more. Originally, I had planned to move during the next window of opportunity, head to the 17th floor, open that refrigerated unit, and retrieve whatever valuable items were stored there. After that, I descend to the 16th floor to check on that flesh-and flame-consumed tree. If it was still moving, I'd finish it off to make sure it was truly dead, and if it had already burned to ashes, all the better, less work for me. But now the fog has already set in. Based on past experience, venturing out when the fog is this thick only magnifies the risks. The flesh creatures are terrifying, but at least they're tangible. You can slash them, burn them. If you can see them, you can take them down. The things in the fog, though, those shadowy figures knocking on doors and speaking, those pale red and white floating entities, I still have no idea what they truly are. Can they be hurt if I strike them with my blade? I'm not even sure if they have physical forms to begin with. To be honest, compared to them, the monsters seem easier to deal with. I glanced at the sturdily reinforced door, sealed tight with steel bars. A pang of regret crossed my mind, but I knew there was no other choice. It's simply too reckless to take risks in the fog, especially after encountering those anomalies on the 16th floor. With how unpredictable things are, any wrong decision could cost me, Chiyuan, or Sumu a price we'd never be able to pay. The plan will have to wait. I'll tackle it after the fog retreats. Life goes on. There's no use rushing things. I just don't know what kind of strange things will appear with this wave of fog. Thinking about those shadows and those flashes of nightmarish imagery from last time. Even now, I feel a chill creeping down my spine. If those things weren't bound by some kind of rules, if they ever broke through the door, I'm convinced that even with the system at my side, resisting them would be almost impossible. Thankfully, for reasons unknown, they've never launched an all-out attack against us, at least, not yet. Or maybe most of them don't have aggressive intentions at all. It's almost as if they're running away, fleeing from something even more terrifying. With those thoughts swirling in my mind, I stood up from the chair and walked toward the floor-to-ceiling window in the living room. Ever since I realized that shadow in the building across the street was alive, I've stopped drawing the curtains back. The curtain was partially pulled back, as if afraid of catching sight of something it shouldn't. Yet being cooped up in this room for too long, anyone would eventually get the urge to take a look outside, if only to maintain their sanity. Based on previous experience, glancing outside never posed any real danger. I reached out and pulled the curtain aside. The first thing that caught my eye was the crimson moon hanging in the sky, a deep, blood-red hue that sent a chill through my chest. I stared at it for a moment, noticing how it seemed even redder than it had been days prior, as though the color was ready to drip down from the heavens. I frowned and shifted my gaze downward. A dense, endless fog of blackness enveloped the world outside. The surrounding skyscrapers had all been swallowed by the darkness, their outlines completely obscured. Only one building, not far away, vaguely retained its silhouette. The shadow that used to linger at the window of that building was gone now, completely vanished. The building stood eerily silent, deserted, hollow. The entire world outside seemed plunged into utter lifelessness. I observed for a while and saw nothing out of the ordinary. Just as I was about to close the curtain, the thick, black fog outside began to churn violently, like something massive was trying to push through. My expression hardened. Without hesitation, I turned and grabbed the compound bow resting against the wall near the window. Drawing it quickly, I knocked an arrow and pulled back the string, ready to let loose at a moment's notice. Then, it finally burst through. I squinted at it and sucked in a sharp breath. It was a bird, specifically, it was an eagle. But this was no living bird. Its appearance had been grotesquely twisted. Its eyes bulged from their sockets, barely held in place by a few blood vessels, the glowing red pupils darting unervingly here and there. Its body was decayed, patches of feathers missing, revealing charred black flesh underneath. Maggots squirmed visibly on its exposed muscle. Yet it was still flying, in a bizarre, jerky motion that defied all natural movement, like something otherworldly was animating its lifeless corpse. What truly made my pulse quicken, though, were its talons. Clutched tightly in those razor-sharp claws were several bloodied, dangling lengths of intestines. Fresh, crimson viscera. Human intestines, still slick and glistening, as if they'd only been retrieved moments ago. With my bowstring fully drawn, I aimed directly at the corrupted beast. The blood eagle seemed to sense my intent. Its rotting neck creaked as it twisted to face me, its nearly dislodged eyes fixed on me, burning with a malicious, otherworldly glow. An ear-splitting shriek ripped from its throat, raspy, as if thick chunks of rotten flesh clogged its vocal cords. Then, with a sudden burst of motion, it adjusted its trajectory and hurtled straight toward the floor-to-ceiling window of my room. I held my ground, still gripping the bow tightly, unafraid, because I knew what was about to happen next. Wham! The blood eagle collided headfirst with the thick, reinforced glass. The impact sent a disgusting spray of congealed blood, putrid feathers, and rotting flesh splattering across the surface, like a macabre bloom of decay bursting open on the window. Its body twitched once, twice, then went limp. The talons released their gruesome cargo as the bird fell, plummeting from the high altitude, disappearing into the boundless ocean of twisting black fog below. In the endless black fog, it was quickly swallowed by the dense darkness. I maintained my stance with the drawn bow for a few more seconds, ensuring there wasn't a second one about to follow. Only then did I slowly lower the bow and exhale a heavy breath. A murky smear of blood remained on the glass. I stared at it, furrowing my brows. What on earth was that thing just now? It looked like a hawk, but in truth, it was more like a monster wearing a hawk's skin. That body was long past the point of death, rotted flesh, shedding feathers, crawling maggots. Nothing about it resembled something that should still be alive. Yet it flew, seeking its prey, even sensing my presence. It turned midair and dove straight at me. Can things like that still even be called birds? What really concerned me, however, was its sheer determination to attack. Despite being in such a rotten state, it somehow managed to zero in on my landing window, letting out a screech of excitement as it dove towards me. Has the outside world been completely overrun by monsters like this? My heart sank a little. If creatures like that fill the world out there, then even if I found a way to leave this building someday, the dangers beyond would be immense. If what's flying in the sky looks like that, whatever's on the ground must be even worse. I stared at that bloodstain for a moment longer before shaking my head. There's no use thinking about it too much. Life goes on. You deal with problems as they come. I've got the system, and I'll take it one step at a time. There's always a way forward. I reached out and drew the curtains tightly shut, blocking out the crimson moon and the rolling black fog swirling outside. Then I turned back towards the door, settled into my spot again, set my combat blade within arm's reach, and prepared myself to endure the long night ahead. Meanwhile, over in Unit 201, the all-female group grappled with their own struggles. Under Gu Lan's coordination and Zhang Bing's authority, things had finally calmed down on their end. While their scavenging efforts didn't yield much, they did manage to turn up a few scattered supplies, about 10 bottles of water and a bit of food, barely enough to last 2 or 3 days. But the moment life got even the slightest bit easier, tension started to bubble up. This bottle of water is for washing my hair. You can't have it, Tang Shi declared with a tone of entitled defiance, her hand gripping the bottle of mineral water on the table like her life depended on it. Her knuckles had gone white from holding it so hard. Standing across from her was Jiang Xiaoran, a girl who wore her hair in a ponytail. Before the apocalypse, her family had run a business and lived comfortably, but even so, she ranked beneath someone like Tang Shi, who came from far more wealth and privilege. Washing your hair. Jiang Xiaoran's voice rose sharply. Tang Shi, this is drinking water. There's barely any left, and you're going to use it to wash your hair? What are the rest of us supposed to drink? There are a few more bottles over there, aren't there? Tang Shi motioned slightly with her chin. Besides, my hair's dirty, and I can't stand it. Why shouldn't I wash it? If you can't stand it, just deal with it. This is the apocalypse, not your luxury mansion back home. What's that supposed to mean, Jiang Xiaoran? What do I mean? I mean you're not thinking straight. Jiang Xiaoran took a step forward, her voice sharp and firm. You used to call her CCGS so affectionately, calling her your bestie, your sister. And now, just because of a little conflict, you're fighting me for resources? What kind of friend is that? Tang Shi clutched the water bottle tightly, refusing to budge. Used to. Yeah, used to. Wasn't it just because your family had money? Jiang Xiaoran sneered. Tang Shi, do you honestly think things are still the same as before, with the whole world revolving around you? Let me tell you, without your family's influence, you're nothing in this building. Those words hit Tang Shi like a needle, piercing through the fragile pride she hadn't yet shed. Her face turned crimson. Her lips trembled as if she wanted to retort, "Who do you think you are?" But the words stuck in her throat. Because Jiang Xiaoran was right. In the past, she had ruled the social circles, stepping on others' backs, making men kneel and call her Miss Tang. All thanks to her family's resources and swollen bank account. But now that it was all gone, she was just an ordinary girl, no different from anyone else. And that was what Tang Shi despised the most. You. Tang Shi couldn't take it anymore and lunged forward. The two girls tussled like two enraged cats. When women fight, it's all about pulling hair, scratching faces, and tearing clothes. Tang Shi grabbed Jiang Xiaoran's ponytail and pulled backward, while Jiang Xiaoran retaliated by yanking on Tang Shi's shirt collar, leaving a red scratch across her collarbone. They rolled on the ground a couple of times, losing their shoes, with their hair in complete disarray. The other women simply watched without intervening. Some leaned against the wall with cups of water, enjoying the show. Others sat curled up in the corner, not even sparing them a glance, while a few whispered among themselves, "Who's gonna win?" And my bet's on Jiang Xiaoran. This kind of drama was a regular occurrence in room 201. It happened every few days, and no one could be bothered to step in anymore. They were numb to it. Young Miss Tang obviously wasn't a match. Her feeble scratching was ineffective, her angle was off, and there was no force behind it. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaoran went in hard. She grabbed Tang Shi's jacket by the collar and yanked. Rip. The fabric tore from the neckline down to the waist, revealing a large expanse of pale skin and a pink bra strap. Tang Shi let out a scream and instinctively raised her hands to cover herself. But Jiang Xiaoran gave another pull, this time dragging down her inner shirt as well. There was nothing left for her to hide behind. Curled up on the floor, clutching her chest, Tang Shi's face flushed bright red as tears welled up in her eyes. She bit her lip, glaring at Jiang Xiaoran, but the usual arrogance in her gaze was gone. All that was left was humiliation and helplessness. Jiang Xiaoran stood up, brushing the dust and loose strands of hair from her hands. Looking down at her, she sneered, "Still feel like bossing people around for a hair wash?" Tang Shi kept her head low, clutching her chest, and said nothing. The bottle of water was still on the table, untouched. No one bothered to pick it up. Finally, one of the women watching started laughing, followed by a scattered few others. Tang Shi listened to the laughter, biting her pale lips, fingers clutching the tattered fabric tightly. After a while, she suddenly raised her head, glaring at Jiang Xiaoran, who was still standing there with her hands on her hips. Her voice trembled, but her words carried a sharp edge. Just you wait. It felt like she had poured all her humiliation and rage into those 4 words. But Jiang Xiaoran just let out a scoff, spun around, and walked off without even sparing her another glance. Tang Shi wiped her tears harshly with the back of her hand, pushed herself off the ground, clinging to her torn clothing, and quickly retreated to her corner. She crouched down, burying her face into her knees, her shoulders curled up tight, like a wounded cat trying to hide itself. Her jacket was still ripped, exposing patches of pale skin, but she couldn't even spare a thought to cover up. No one went to comfort her. The same people who had been laughing moments ago simply returned to their spots, some chewing on energy bars, others closing their eyes to rest, some just fiddling with their nails, as if nothing had happened. Just fake friendships, that's all. Before the apocalypse, the same group would crowd together to take selfies, promising each other besties for life. None of them could have imagined today would come. Now, forget forever. They couldn't even get through a single day. They fought over a bottle of water, and after the fight, no one offered a hand or a kind word. And just like that, this little storm in room 201 quietly passed. No one cared. To them, this sort of drama wasn't worth the attention. It had become too routine. The camera shifts back to me. I peered out through the peephole. The black mist in the hallway had thickened to the extreme, almost completely filling the corridor, leaving the opposite wall's outline barely visible. No chance of a safe window today. This level of black mist, just glancing at it tightens the chest. I stepped back and sat down, waiting for a little longer to make sure there were no abnormalities in the hallway. Then, I got up and walked to the center of the living room. Su Mumu and Xiao Yuan were already prepared. Each gripped a compound bow, the dark red and silvery white limbs of their bows glimmering faintly in the dim light. My mechanical combat knife was strapped to my waist, ready to be drawn at any moment. We didn't exchange many words. We each took our seats, setting a few ration packs and cans on the coffee table, eating just enough to stave off hunger, and then went back to waiting. In times like this, everyone had to remain on high alert, always braced for any sudden developments. Time ticked by slowly. The living room was so quiet that only the faint hum of the nuclear generator and the ticking of the clock could be heard. The black mist outside showed no signs of movement. The hallway was dead silent, unnervingly still. But this stillness didn't feel truly quiet. It felt like something was simmering beneath the surface, ready to erupt at any second. I sat closest to the door, my combat knife resting within arm's reach, poised for action. My eyes focused intently. The light had never left that door reinforced with steel bars. Su Mumu and Xiao Yuan stood behind me on either side, their bows drawn and arrows ready to fire at a moment's notice. We waited another 2 hours before there was finally a sound in the hallway. This time, the sound was not as violent, not like the earlier frantic sprinting, door banging, or guttural roars. It was slow, steady footsteps, as if someone were walking leisurely through the dense black fog, each step carefully spaced, calm, and unhurried. It moved incredibly slow, so slow that each step seemed almost calculated. The footsteps came from the far end of the hallway, gradually growing closer. It stopped momentarily outside each apartment door. Then came 3 knocks. Thump, thump, thump. After receiving no response, it would move on to the next door. Stop. Knock. Wait. Leave. I heard Su Mumu's breath hitch slightly. Xiao Yuan's fingers visibly tightened on her bowstring. I tilted my ear towards the sound, carefully gauging the distance and pace of those footsteps, silently counting in my mind. It was knocking door to door. At this rate, there were only 3 more apartments, 2 more, then 1. Finally, the footsteps stopped right outside our door. I cast a glance at Su Mumu and Xiao Yuan, and they understood instantly, remained silent. Reduced breathing to a minimum. The 3 of us held our breath, frozen in place like statues, not daring even to blink. As expected, it knocked on our door. Thump, thump, thump. 3 knocks. The same unhurried rhythm as before, as mechanical and deliberate as a machine completing a programmed task. I tightened my grip on the knife in my hand, but didn't make a move. Su Mumu's bow was slightly raised, her arrowhead aimed at the door. I thought it would be like the times before, that it would leave after knocking and hearing no reply. But this time it didn't. The footsteps didn't move forward. It just stayed there, right outside the door. Motionless. A cold sense of dread poured over me like ice water. My grip on the knife tightened even further. My eyes stayed fixed on the door, every muscle in my body coiled, ready to strike the moment I needed to. And then, the shadow outside spoke. The voice was raspy and low, like air being forced out from deep within its throat. Each word oozed with a sticky, unsettling texture. "Stop hiding." It paused, and then continued. "I can see you." The voice cut through the heavy door, seeping into our living room. A sharp chill shot up all our spines at the exact same time. My pupils shrank to pinpoints, as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over me from head to toe. "It can see us? How?" Unconsciously, my gaze drifted to the peephole in the door, the small, round hole that allowed us to see into the hallway, but also meant anyone outside could see the faint light and shadows inside. If that thing had eyes, and if it was standing right outside, staring in through the peephole. In the pitch-black terror of that world, something unknown was pressed against it. The door. Through the peephole, there was something staring back at you. It was downright unsettling. Su Mumu and Xiao Yuan heard my words, and their faces turned pale as they both glanced at me in alarm. I didn't respond, only raised my hand slightly to signal them to stay calm and quiet. Both of them swallowed the words they were about to speak and steadied their bows again. The shadow outside the door didn't leave. It stood there, just beyond the door's solid frame, through the bars and the deadbolt, motionless, like a statue silently haunting the hallway. We remained locked in that nerve-wracking standoff for about 2 minutes. And then, it suddenly spoke. The voice, raspy, low, and strangely hollow, this time carried a hint of weariness and plea. "I know, you're afraid of me. Honestly, I'm terrified of what I've become as well." It paused, as though searching for the right words, or perhaps gathering enough strength to continue. "But please, trust me. I mean you no harm. I swear. I'm with the Church of the Aurora. I worship the Northern Aurora, and I'm one of the clergy tasked with handling this mutation crisis. By the Archbishop's orders, we were sent to clear all mutated creatures in this region. But when we arrived, we realized this mutation was far beyond what we anticipated. We were attacked by all kinds of monsters. Many of us were killed or wounded. I got separated from the rest of the clergy, and the Archbishop, well, I don't know what happened to him. I've been wandering aimlessly ever since." Its voice grew hoarser, faintly trembling, like it was on the brink of collapse. "I've been infected by the mutation. I'm exhausted, and without rest or help, I won't make it much longer. It's not death that scares me. It's the fact that if this mutation continues unchecked, it will only spread further, and the consequences for people in this region could be catastrophic." It stopped again, then its tone shifted, resolute and solemn. "So, I ask you, please save me. Save me, and I swear upon the Aurora, I'll forever be grateful." I stared at that blurred shadow through the peephole, my brows tightly furrowing. This story was far too complete. The Church of the Aurora, the mutation crisis, the mission to cleanse the area, a lost archbishop, scattered clergy. It was nothing like the usual knocks I'd heard before. In the past, those things outside the door would mutter stuff like, "I'm your neighbor from downstairs," or "Just leave me some food." Obvious half-baked lies designed to trick someone into opening the door. But this was something else entirely. A structured narrative with a purpose, an organization, a larger mission. And it tied some loose threads together, like that ghastly flesh tree on the 16th floor, the fusing monsters, and the elixirs Qin Yi's parents mentioned. Even though I couldn't make full sense of them, some eerie connections hung in the air. But here's the thing. How much of a monster story in an apocalypse can you really trust? After a long silence, I finally spoke, my voice low as it filtered through the thick doorframe. The cautious tension in my voice escaped as I spoke. "Why do you insist on coming to our place? There are plenty of empty rooms in this building. You could pick one at random and lie down. It wouldn't make much difference compared to being here with us." This was the question lingering in my mind. The building had so many vacant rooms. Why did it specifically choose to knock on my door? The shadow beyond the door fell silent for a few moments, as if it were considering how to respond. Then it spoke again. Its voice was still hoarse, but the tone had grown steadier. "You're right. There are many empty rooms in this building. But there are very few places where humans have survived, and only where there is life can real protection remain." I furrowed my brow. "Why?" "Because..." The shadow behind the door hesitated, as though gathering its strength. "Before we arrived, the cardinal in red had already placed wards on the rooms where life remained. As long as you stay inside and don't open your door recklessly, the danger won't touch you. This protection, it's our last barrier of defense." Its voice, though weak, carried an unmistakable conviction. "Above this floor, your room is the only space still blessed. Which means you are my last hope." I fell silent. If what it said was true, it would explain a lot of things that had been troubling me. Why staying inside the room kept us safe from the black mist, why those shadows and monsters lingered at our door without ever breaking through. If there really were some kind of ward or blessing at work, then everything might start to make sense. But the issue remained. Could this entity itself be trusted? A self-proclaimed cleric, who had undoubtedly been tainted by some kind of corruption, was it stating facts, or just weaving lies to earn my trust and gain entry? I stood just inside the door, my grip steady on my blade. The hilt rested firmly in my palm, a cold reassurance. I avoided the peephole. After a while, I asked, how can you prove that what you're saying is true? And how can you be sure that you aren't already one of them? A fully turned monster. There was a long silence from outside. The hallway grew so still that it was as though time itself had frozen. It stretched on for so long that even Su Mumu couldn't resist leaning closer to listen, and Xiao Yuan tightened and then relaxed her grip on her bow, over and over. I didn't interrupt. I simply waited. Finally, the voice came again, thinner and wearier than before, carrying exhaustion down to its very roots. I cannot be certain. My brow arched at that. Unable to be certain? That made for too dangerous of a variable. How could I possibly open the door to let in something that couldn't even confirm whether or not it was a monster? It must have sensed my hesitation, as its tone became more urgent. Sir, I beg you. Please, you must believe me. I swear it to you, on the name of the Aurora. And, trusting me, whether you wish to or not, may just be your only chance left for survival. My eyes narrowed. Why? Tomorrow, its voice dropped lower. The monsters shrouded in this black mist will completely mutate and lose control. By then, if there's no external force to clear them out, not a single person here will survive. It paused briefly, its tone almost pleading. Sir, whether for yourself or for others, please believe me. I furrowed my brow deeper. Its words were logical, convincing, with a level of clarity that seemed far beyond what a mass of blood and flesh or a mindless shadow creature should be capable of. But in a world like this, full of traps, who's to say these monsters haven't evolved to mimic human speech and deceive their prey? I couldn't take that risk. I couldn't verify every word it uttered to know for sure if it was lying or not. After thinking it through, I came up with the safest approach. Go further inside, I said steadily. Head to 201. There's another human shelter there, likely protected by your archbishop as well. There was silence outside the door for a moment. Sir, it began, as if wanting to say more. I know you might feel disappointed by my refusal, I interrupted. But for our safety, I can't let you in. If you really are human, you'll understand why I made this choice. Outside the door, there was an elongated silence. Then, that raspy voice uttered one soft word. All right. Footsteps resumed, a deliberate, unhurried pace, this time heading deeper into the corridor, as though it had finally given up on this doorway. I listened to the sound of its steps fading into the distance, but my guard didn't drop. Just as I turned around to return to my seat, I hesitated again. Then, I called out. Wait. The footsteps stopped. When you get to 201, I said, tell them I sent you. My name's Lu Yuan. After a moment, that raspy voice called back gently from the depth of the hallway. Thank you. Then the footsteps started once more, growing fainter until they were swallowed by the black mist. I leaned against the door, closed my eyes briefly, and exhaled. Xiao Yuan and Su Mumu were both watching me, their faces marked with the same mixture of unease, curiosity, and an inexplicable trace of worry. I returned to my chair, sitting down and gesturing for them to relax. Only then did the two lower their bows slightly, still maintaining some vigilance as they settled in beside me, their breathing slowing and steadying. After a moment of silence, Xiao Yuan spoke first. Lu Yuan, do you think what it said was true? I leaned back in the chair, contemplating, before I slowly answered. It did sound convincing. That was my honest opinion. The cleric's words aligned perfectly. Church, mutations, archbishop, curses, sanctuaries. It didn't seem like a hastily made-up story. It felt more like something rooted in a reality it had long accepted. It's hard to imagine an ordinary meat monster coming up with something like that, considering the completeness of its statement. Using terms like cardinal in red robes and aurora, even mentioning curse marks and blessings. Honestly, in today's modern world, mutated creatures likely wouldn't even be familiar with such language. Still, I paused for a moment and added, but we can't rule out the possibility that it's a higher-level creature. If mutated life forms have evolved to the point of having complete language and logical reasoning, then what it said might just be a ploy to trick us into opening the door. Su Mumu clutched her electric bow tighter, her fingers slightly tensing. If it's telling the truth, then that's truly terrifying. Both Xiao Yuan and I understood what she meant. If that priest was speaking honestly, it would mean there's an entire group of people that exists outside of our understanding of this world, a faction from some ancient, mysterious organization that might not even belong to the modern era. Their purpose seems to involve neutralizing mutations and managing catastrophes, but they're also facing devastating losses, suffering casualties so severe that even a red-robed cardinal can only protect survivors using curse marks. And if they can't handle these creatures, what hope do ordinary people have of surviving? Qiu Yuan rested her fire bow across her lap, her voice lower than usual. And if such an organization really exists, then this apocalypse is far more complicated than we imagined. It's not just a typical disaster. It feels like something much larger is orchestrating things behind the scenes. The three of us sat in silence for a while. The priest's appearance had subtly shifted our perception of this apocalypse. This wasn't a disaster that could be endured by merely waiting for rescue. It was something far beyond imagination. Eerie, insane, a complete transformation of the world we knew. Ordinary monsters and ruins were just the surface. Something far more horrifying lurked deeper. Su Mumu broke the silence, her voice straightforward. If what he said is true, then he really is a good person. Risking his life to clear out monsters and trying to protect innocent people. Yeah, that does sound like a good person. Neither Qiu Yuan nor I responded. Qiu Yuan kept her eyes lowered, her fingers gently tracing the engravings on her bow, as if lost in thought. I stared at the tightly drawn curtains, my mind wandering. I never really had hobbies when I used to work, except flipping through books on world history during my lunch break. I picked up a thing or two about church culture. In those kinds of organizations, plenty of lower-level priests are genuinely devout, kind-hearted people willing to sacrifice everything to protect what they believe in. But the higher up you go, the murkier it gets. It's hard for outsiders to glimpse what cards they're holding or what schemes they're planning. For the world to become like this overnight, it couldn't be caused by a small, insignificant force. The strings pulling everything together must be tangled on a massive scale. And as for those hidden power brokers deep within the church, what role are they playing in this catastrophe? We'll need to be even more careful moving forward. I placed the blade back by my side. Whether what he's saying is true or not, we can't afford to let our guard down. Got it, the two women replied in unison. Meanwhile, at the other end of the hallway, those raspy footsteps were drawing closer to the door of room 201. The cleric came to a halt in front of the door, raised his hand, and knocked 3 times, repeating the same explanation. He was from the Aurora Church, tasked with clearing mutations, separated from his companions, suffering from mutation contamination, urgently in need of rest, and requesting sanctuary. This time, he spoke slower, his voice carrying a heavier weariness, as if every word drained what little strength he had left. Inside the room, the women exchanged uneasy glances. Suwon was the first to step forward. She planted herself firmly in front of the door, hands on her hips, her tone sharp and resolute. No, absolutely not. You're not coming in. It was silent outside for a beat, the shadow's voice breaking through, tinged with confusion and weakness. Why? Are you afraid I might be one of the mutated creatures? Suwon let out a cold scoff. I don't care about your excuses. As long as you're a man, you're not getting in here. Her words rolled off her tongue naturally, as though they were a rule she'd repeated countless times. But this time, her declaration was met with an unusual silence. No one chimed in to agree. Lin Muxiue and Lin Mushuang exchanged brief glances, saying nothing. Qin Yi sat in the corner, clutching an unopened pack of beef jerky, her head bowed, not even looking up. She used to be one of the loudest voices echoing Su Wan's no men allowed stance, but after kneeling before me and calling me master, and crossing countless boundaries since, how could she possibly speak up now? Zhang Bing and Gulan also remained quiet, standing in their usual spots. Gulan's fingers tightened slightly around her water cup. Her silence certainly wasn't because she aligned with the all-women rule. She was weighing the situation. The shadow claiming to be a cleric. Was he telling the truth? If he was indeed a member of the church, letting him in could introduce unforeseeable complications. If he wasn't who he said he was, opening that door would be suicidal. Not knowing for sure, keeping the door shut was the safest move. So, she chose silence. Outside the door, the shadow seemed caught off guard by Su Wan's words. After a lengthy pause, he spoke again, his voice tinged with puzzlement. Ma'am, I don't understand. Why would you deny me entry simply because I'm a man? Su Wan snorted. Because, in an apocalyptic world, men are the most dangerous creatures of all. Another pause followed from the shadow outside, as if he was processing her logic. When he spoke again, his voice was rougher, but still patient. But, ma'am, I've been fighting alongside other clerics, and even the archbishop against various mutated creatures. I've been protecting civilians all along. I've done nothing to be ashamed of. So why would you consider me a threat just because I'm a man? Su Wan shot back mercilessly, her words rapid-fired. First, I don't know if what you said is true or not. Second, even if it is true, so what? Just because you saved us now doesn't mean you won't harm us later. Who knows what you'll do if you come in here? Will you lose control? Let instincts take over? It's all possible. The dark figure fell silent once again. It had probably imagined countless ways of being rejected, being treated as a monster, unable to prove its identity, or being seen as a burden. But never, Not once did it think it would be kept outside a door because of its gender. The absurdity of it all was almost laughable. After a long pause, it finally spoke, its voice tinged with restrained helplessness. Ma'am, you can't pin something on me that hasn't even happened. That's really unfair. Just because it hasn't happened doesn't mean it won't happen. Soo-won shot back instantly. I've seen plenty of things like this. Are you telling me you're above making mistakes? The dark figure fell into complete silence. This mysterious cleric, from some ancient order or perhaps from another world, now seemed completely disarmed. Standing outside that door, it was as if all their words were choked out of them. All they could emit was a faint, hoarse rasp barely audible in the wind. Gulan, seeing that Soo-won was getting the upper hand, felt a growing sense of unease. She couldn't let this thoughtless woman keep pushing. What if she really enraged this cleric? What if, instead of fighting the monsters, they decided to annihilate everyone in the room first? That would be the real end. So, putting down her water glass, Gulan took a small step forward and spoke in as calm and polite a tone as she could muster. Sir, I'm sorry, but we're not exactly equipped to handle someone like you here. Perhaps you can find another place? The dark figure stood there for a while, as though completely drained of energy. Just as Gulan thought they were finally about to turn and leave, they spoke again. Their voice was so hoarse now it sounded like it might dissipate into the wind. It was a Mr. Lu Yuan who told me to come here, to ask you to take me in. This sentence was like the last card in its hand, laid down with a faint trace of hope. It mentioned Lu Yuan's name, as if clutching onto the only thread that could lead to salvation. As soon as Lu Yuan left the figure's lips, the once quiet room, 201, seemed to stir as though it had been struck by a cord. Gulan's fingers froze mid-grasp around her cup, a flicker of something crossing her gaze. In the corner, Qin-yi suddenly looked up, the dim light in her eyes instantly reigniting. Even Zhang Bing, who'd been leaning quietly against the wall, seemed to stir as though awakened from a fog. What's Lu Yuan got to do with this? Soo-won folded her arms, her tone casual and indifferent. Just because he told you to come in, what's that got to do with us? Before she could finish her sentence, Qin-yi shot up to her feet. The piece of beef jerky in her hand was crumpled tightly in her fist, her knuckles white. She fixed an intense gaze on Soo-won, her voice unwavering. If Lu Yuan said to let him in, then I agree to let him in. Soo-won froze. She hadn't expected Qin-yi to be the first to jump out, let alone in that tone, filled with an almost fanatical certainty, as if everything Lu Yuan said was indisputable truth. Soo-won opened her mouth, but a wave of unease washed over her. She felt that if she dared to utter half a no, Qin-yi would charge at her and tear her clothes off. Instinctively, Soo-won took half a step back and swallowed her words. Gulan glanced at Zhang Bing, and Zhang Bing gave a slight nod. Understanding the cue, Gulan turned back to the door, her voice steady yet probing. Why would Lu Yuan let you in? Mr. Lu agrees with what I said, came a hoarse, low voice from the other side of the door. He's a good man. A good man? Gulan and Zhang Bing exchanged a glance, their expressions complex. If Lu Yuan really was a good man, then why didn't he take this shadowy figure in himself? Instead, he sent it over to room 201. This suggested that even Lu Yuan was being cautious, merely offloading the problem onto them. But on the other hand, it also meant Lu Yuan did believe what this figure was saying. From the start, Gulan had already found the Shadow's claims fairly credible. The descriptions of the events made sense, presented in a clear and logical way. It didn't seem like something hastily made up to deceive them into opening the door. But in a post-apocalyptic world, trusting anyone was a dangerous gamble. Anything was possible. Still, since Lu Yuan believed him, her resolve began to waver. Just then, Zhang Bing spoke, her voice low but steady. Let him in. Gulan turned back to look at Zhang Bing. She was still leaning against the wall, giving Gulan a slight nod. The meaning was clear. She, too, trusted Lu Yuan's decision. Taking a deep breath, Gulan stepped toward the door. No way. Soo-won panicked. She rushed forward, spreading her arms to block the door. We absolutely cannot let this man in. Before she could finish, Qin-yi moved. With one swift step, Qin-yi grabbed Soo-won's shoulder and forced her to the ground, pinning her there. She promptly sat down on Soo-won's back. With her face pressed against the floor, Soo-won squirmed in protest, her voice muffled from the weight pressing on her. What are you doing? Qin-yi. Qin-yi held her down by the back of her neck, her voice icy cold. If you say one more word, I'll tear your underwear to shreds. As she spoke, her other hand reached for the collar of Soo-won's shirt in a deliberate tugging motion. Terrified, Soo-won immediately let go of all resistance, covering her chest with both hands. Half of her face pressed to the floor, she froze, biting her lip to suppress any further protests. With Soo-won effectively subdued, no one else in the room dared to argue. Those who had once fervently followed Feng Yaki, spouting slogans and throwing punches, had long been broken down by the harshness of the apocalypse. They now understood, a little too late, that kicking Lu Yuan out had been a colossal mistake. The regret burned deep, but at this point, regret was utterly meaningless. Gulan walked to the door and first peered through the peephole. All she could see was a vague, shadowy figure. Biting her lip, she hesitated for a few seconds, then turned the lock and cracked the door open ever so slightly. Boom. A chilling gust of air rushed in, sweeping along the floor and flooding the entirety of apartment 201 in an instant. Everyone inside felt a cold shiver run down their spines, instinctively hunching their shoulders as they stared, wide-eyed, at the growing gap in the door. But the hallway outside was empty. Billowing black mist swirled about, yet directly in front of the door, there was nothing, no one. The shadowy figure that had spoken just moments earlier seemed to have vanished into thin air. Where did they go? Someone stammered, their voice trembling. Weren't they just talking? Why is there nothing there now? Panic rippled through the room like water disturbed by a stone. Some people shrank back, some gripped their weapons tighter, and a few simply trembled, their lips quivering, terrified that whoever, or whatever, had been speaking earlier wasn't human at all, but rather some unseen, untouchable creature. Only Zhang Bing managed to stay composed. She didn't retreat even half a step, her sharp gaze scanning every inch of the doorway. After a few seconds, her eyes narrowed as she finally caught a faint, almost indistinct outline in the roiling mist. It was a tall, shadowy figure, standing at least 6'3", that resembled a statue grown straight out of the darkness. A heavy black cloak draped over their frame, with a deep hood that hung so low it almost brushed the floor. Their silhouette blended seamlessly with the surrounding fog, the blackness of their form only slightly darker than the mist itself. Gulan saw it too. Her heartbeat spiked, but she didn't scream or recoil. Instead, she stepped aside from the doorway and said in a low voice, "Come in." The tall shadow moved. Stepping across the threshold, they made no sound as they entered. Once fully inside, the sheer weight of their presence bore down on everyone in the room, as though it were something tangible pressing on their shoulders. Gulan quickly shut the door behind him, sliding the steel bar into place and locking it firmly. Without the hallway's mist as cover, the figure became clearer, though the hood still concealed much of their face, revealing only a sharp jawline and a pale sliver of skin. Everyone in the room stared at the towering figure in the middle of the living room. Their eyes were filled with fear and vigilance, but no one dared to speak. The shadow tilted their head slightly, as if sensing the countless gazes fixed upon them. Then, very slowly, they turned their head and focused their attention on Su Wan. That silent gaze alone made cold sweat soak through the back of Su Wan's shirt on the spot. "Was it you speaking to me earlier?" the shadow asked. Su Wan's face turned nearly translucent with fear. Her lips quivered, but she still gritted her teeth and raised her chin defiantly. "So what if it was?" The shadow was silent for a moment before slowly lifting a hand hidden inside its sleeve. The hand was gaunt and pallid, with long, bony fingers that looked as though they hadn't felt sunlight in a long time. Their mouth moved, and a string of ancient, cryptic syllables flowed out, each word as heavy as if laden with an otherworldly weight. It felt like carrying a heavy weight. Su Wan hadn't even responded, yet when an invisible force suddenly slammed down on her back. Her knees hit the floor hard, her body curling up as if crushed by the sheer pressure. Her forehead almost touched her knees as she struggled to support herself on the ground, trying to stand. But the weight pinned her down like a mountain pressing against her spine, rendering her completely immobile. "You." Su Wan's almond-shaped eyes widened in shock, but she could only force out a single word. The shadowy figure glanced at her indifferently. "Stay down." With that, he stopped paying her any mind, turning to walk toward an empty corner of the room. He silently sat down, his stillness resembling that of a lifeless sculpture, unwilling to make even the slightest extra motion. Su Wan remained kneeling in the middle of the living room, her teeth clenched, her face flushed red, unable to rise no matter how hard she tried. Gulan and Zhang Bing exchanged a look, both catching a flicker of relief in each other's eyes. If he wasn't being violent or attacking anyone, they could deal with this for now. How things would unfold later was a problem to face one step at a time. The room fell silent again, but this was not the kind of peace it had been before. It was a charged silence, the air seeming to grow taut like a thin, invisible film had settled over the space. Everyone held their breath, sneaking anxious glances at the corner where the shadowy figure sat, only to quickly look away again. No one dared to speak. As for Su Wan, she remained kneeling on the floor, and no one stepped forward to help her up. No one knew how much time had passed. Suddenly, thud, thud, thud. Heavy footsteps echoed from the far end of the hallway, booming like something massive was approaching step by step. Every step landed with a reverberating weight, transmitting through the floors and walls into room 201, as if a colossal beast was pushing through a dense fog, drawing closer with every echo. All the women's heads shot up simultaneously, their faces draining of color as they held their breath. In the corner, the hooded shadow lifted his head slightly, the edge of his hood shifting faintly, as if he were listening intently. A moment later, he spoke, his voice a low rasp that sounded as if it seeped up from the depths of the earth. "They are here." Meanwhile, on my side of things, just as the heavy, ominous noise began from the far end of the hallway, I had been in the middle of wiping down my combat knife. My fingers froze at once, the cold glint of the blade flickering momentarily in my pupils. Xiao Yuan and Su Mumu both glanced up at the same time, their expressions quickly tightening, their previously relaxed demeanor now replaced with tension. The footsteps were too heavy, each one carrying an unnatural weight to it, as if some massive creature was dragging itself upward, inch by inch, from the lower levels. "They're here," I muttered under my breath, gripping the combat knife firmly in my hand, the blade angled forward. There was no need for me to say anything more. Xiao Yuan and Su Mumu simultaneously raised their compound bows, the dark red and silver limbs gleaming faintly under the light, their drawn arrows pointed squarely at the reinforced door. Thud, thud, thud. The footsteps continued, moving through room after room. Unlike the priest earlier, who had knocked on each door individually, this time it was purely destructive. Collision, smashing sounds, splinters flying apart. Cracks, the sound of door panels being forcibly torn apart. It stopped at each room as it passed, seemingly checking if there was anything, or anyone, inside before either kicking the door open or barging in to search. The entire hallway was filled with the dull echoes of its pounding, and even the floor of our room shook in its wake. It was looking for something, or, more precisely, someone. Xiao Yuan and I exchanged a glance, and we both reached the same conclusion without saying a word. If what that cleric said was true, then whatever it was out there, it was here for me. The footsteps grew closer, followed by the sound of doors being smashed open one by one. Then, at some point, it stopped, right in front of our door. No pounding, no splintering wood. It just stood there silently, as if it had finally located the target it had been searching for all along. All three of us could hear the heavy breathing outside the door. Deep, guttural breaths that sounded like an old bellows being forced to work, wet and sticky in a way that was completely inhuman. No one moved. No one made a sound. The entire shelter was suffused with an oppressive silence, broken only by that monstrous breathing. It felt as if some massive creature was bending down, pressing its nose against the narrow cracks of the door, sniffing carefully for any trace of human scent inside. After about a minute or two, the breathing suddenly changed. It became faster and more excited, as though it had found what it was looking for. The next moment, bam, a deafening thud slammed against the door. The entire frame trembled violently, and dust rained down from above. The reinforced steel bars made a groaning sound as they were compressed, bending slightly before snapping back into place. But the door held. The reinforced steel and explosion-proof lock kept it intact. The door panel bent inward for just a brief moment before returning to its original shape. It didn't give up. Bam, bam, bam. A second hit. A third. A fourth. Each strike carried relentless brute force, as if trying to rip the entire door off the wall. Xiao Yuan gritted her teeth. Su Mumu's fingers had turned white, clutching her bow tightly, both of them ready to release their arrows at any moment. I stood at the very front. My combat knife was in my hand, its tip slightly raised. My entire body was rooted in place, braced right behind the door. I didn't back away. I didn't waver. I was simply waiting for the inevitable moment that door burst open, because the second it did, my blade was striking out. Fortunately, after a few more attempts, the creature seemed to realize the door wasn't going to break. It paused for a moment. Then, that heavy breathing continued right against the door for another 10 seconds or so, as if hesitating, as if confirming something. And then, the lumbering footsteps started again, moving away. It retreated step by step, heading deeper into the hallway. I maintained my stance with the raised knife for several more seconds, holding my breath until the sound of its footsteps completely faded into the distance. Only then did I slowly lower the blade and let out a long exhale. Xiao Yuan lowered her bow too, though her hands were still trembling slightly. Su Mumu leaned against the wall, her chest rising and falling rapidly with shallow breaths. Stumbled a few times before steadying myself. I listened closely to the hallway. The footsteps didn't stop, heading straight towards room 201. "It's going for 201, I whispered under my breath. Xiao Yuan frowned. 201's door isn't as sturdy as ours. I didn't respond. Instead, I walked back to the door, pressing my ear against it to catch any sounds from the hallway. The footsteps stopped in front of 201's door, followed by a loud, heavy thud, bang. Even through 2 layers of doors and half a hallway's distance, the sound was crystal clear. Then came a flurry of gasps and screams, filled with panic and terror. And then, silence. No more banging. No screaming. No tearing sounds. 201's door had been broken down, but the monster didn't go in. I narrowed my eyes. If what the priest said was a lie, if those sigils and protections didn't actually exist, then the monster should have already barged into room 201 and begun its slaughter. But all I heard was the initial cries of shock. After that, silence. The muffled whimpers I could hear now sounded like someone covering their mouth out of fear, not the agonized screams of being devoured. The sigils are real, I said quietly, my voice laced with a mix of certainty and complexity. Xiao Yuan and Su Mumu both looked at me, waiting for me to continue. I stepped back from the door and sat down again, placing the mechanical blade beside me within arm's reach. I said, those things the priest mentioned, about the church, the archbishop, the sigils, and the mutated monsters, seemed to be true. Xiao Yuan and Su Mumu exchanged glances, visibly pale. Lowering her voice, Xiao Yuan asked, so, that priest was really here to save people? I nodded slightly, then shook my head. Hard to say. What he said might be true, but as for who he truly is, or what kind of organization that church behind him really is, no one can know for sure. The two fell into silence. Outside, the dark mist still churned and boiled. I stared at the door for a moment, then picked up the blade again. The truth of this apocalyptic world was gradually unraveling before me. It was far more intricate, far more bizarre than I'd imagined. I knew the road ahead was only going to get harder. Meanwhile, inside room 201, though the monster had left, the atmosphere remained suffocatingly heavy, making it hard for anyone to breathe. The girls all huddled in the corner. Some hugged their knees. Others clutched their companions' wrists so hard their nails dug into the skin, yet none of them seemed to feel the pain. The scene earlier had completely terrified the group. When that enormous, twisted shadow appeared at the door, it felt as though the air had been sucked out of the room. Everyone thought they were as good as dead. That thing was so massive. Its silhouette alone filled the entire doorway, an oppressive feeling like an invisible hand gripping each of their throats, leaving them unable to even scream. It couldn't come through. They could even smell that stench, a mix of rust and rotting flesh, as if it clung to the air. And through the dark mist, they saw those eyes, burning like red-hot coals, fixated on everyone in the room, unblinking, devouring. In that moment, they were painfully certain. If that thing took one more step forward, it would tear apart and consume every single person in the room. But that moment never came to pass. The shadow lingered at the doorway, pacing as if searching for something, or as though some invisible barrier held it at bay. It let out guttural growls, circling a few times before retreating back into the dark depths of the hallway, its movements simmering with frustration and a bitter reluctance. When the shadow completely disappeared, the air in room 201 finally began to flow again. Some collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Others sobbed quietly into their hands. A few slumped against the walls, a cocktail of sweat and tears streaming down their faces. The fragile relief of survival swept through the room like a silent wave. Gulan leaned against the wall, her palms slick with sweat. Zhang Bing gripped a fire axe so tightly her knuckles turned white. The two exchanged a glance across the room, their eyes then drifting almost instinctively toward the hooded figure sitting silently in the corner. The cleric remained there, completely still, as though nothing had happened. But those words he'd spoken earlier, about the church, seals, and mutated monsters, all of it was now starkly validated the moment that beast had turned away. The horrors of this apocalypse were far beyond anything they could have imagined. Gulan and Zhang Bing didn't waste words. After catching their breaths, they began rallying those who could still stand to repair the damaged door. These once dainty daughters of privilege, girls who had never lifted so much as a finger before, now found themselves sawing planks, passing tools, and holding door frames under Zhang Bing's direction. Their efforts were clumsy, but little by little, the door was fixed and mounted back into its frame. Meanwhile, in another corner of the room, a group of girls sat slumped on the floor, still caught in the aftershocks of relief. Their faces were pale, but they were slowly regaining a semblance of calm. One of them, clutching her chest, muttered, "We're so lucky. Lucky Goddess must have been looking out for us. We actually survived that. Yeah, we must have some insane luck. The real reason? It's because we stuck together. Our girl gang is honestly the best." Their voices overlapped, one after the other, as they attributed their salvation to the intangible force of good luck. As if conjuring such an explanation could somehow diminish the terror they had just endured. But then, a quieter voice from the floor cut in. "I don't think it was luck. Wasn't it that man from the church who saved us?" She glanced hesitantly toward the cloaked figure in the corner. The others followed her gaze before one of them scoffed. You believe what he said? It's just nonsense. Exactly. You're really going to fall for a guy's words. He's so weak he probably can't even protect himself. And now we're going to credit him? Don't be ridiculous. We survived because our luck is just that good. It had nothing to do with him. Seriously, maybe. Is he staying? If he is, he's still an unstable factor. Who knows what kind of person he is? What if he turns out to be a disaster? The group of women continued their conversation, their words flowing more freely now. Their initially hushed voices rose to normal volume, and that familiar rhetoric about men being useless surfaced as if it were a long-instilled habit. Despite everything they'd been through, amidst the ease of their newfound safety, those once-ingrained phrases returned naturally. As they spoke, their eyes darted toward the shadowy figure sitting silently in the corner. The tall figure clad in a black robe remained in the same seated position, his face partially obscured by the shadow of his hood. Yet at a certain angle, it almost seemed you could catch a faint curve at the corner of his lips, a smile. But it was no ordinary smile. It carried an eerie edge, laced with both intrigue and mischief. Still, he neither said a word nor made any move. He remained silent, motionless, like an ancient statue that had heard too many tales and bore witness to too many secrets. However, no one noticed something. One person was missing from their tight-knit women's group. Tang Shi. At some point, she'd quietly left. Right now, Tang Shi was creeping along the corridor, sticking close to the wall shrouded in swirling black mist. Her steps were as light as feathers, even quieter than Qin Yi's had been, yet a faint smile tugged at her lips, a trace of confidence. After being humiliated by Jiang Shaoran, her hair pulled, her clothes torn, she'd finally figured it out for good. Many of the women in their all-female group were thoughtless, prone to stirring trouble constantly. Staying among them meant danger could erupt at any moment. So, she took the chance to slip away. Her destination? My apartment. She was coming to find me, to ask for my protection once again. Only with me would she feel a sense of true safety. In her mind, she'd already rehearsed every word she planned to say, every facial expression she intended to wear. She'd make sure I saw that she, Tang Shi, was entirely different from someone like Qin Yi. She wasn't coming to beg me or grovel. No, she was coming to do me a favor, to show me that helping someone like her should be considered my privilege. The dense, roiling mist seemed to part slightly around her as she pushed on, adjusting her hair and moving forward. But alas, what she didn't realize was the chilling figure emerging behind her, a dark shadow creeping closer, its presence silent and ominous. Meanwhile, where I was, the oppressive black mist hovering outside our building had kept us on edge all day. There wasn't a moment where we dared let our guard down. The crimson moon loomed outside the window, perched atop the sea of fog, while our eyes rarely left the steel-reinforced door, our main barrier between safety and the unknown. By evening, Xiao Yuan finally left her post by the door to head into the kitchen and prepare some food. The small flame of the camping stove flickered gently, while the water in the pot began to bubble. Su Mumu and I stayed in the living room, each of us holding our respective weapons, not even remotely relaxed. She rested her electric bow against her lap, absent-mindedly fiddling with the blue etchings along its frame. As for me, I leaned back against the chair, eyes closed to catch brief rest, though my battle knife remained within arm's reach at all times. My ears stayed hyper-focused, attuned to any noise from the hallway outside the door. Then suddenly, knock, 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 knock. The sound of heavy knocking reverberated through the room. A voice drifted through the door, echoing sharply in the otherwise silent living room. My eyes snapped open almost immediately, my hand silently gripping the combat knife. At the same time, Su Mumu raised her electric bow, the sharp tip pointing straight at the door. From the kitchen came the sound of dishes clinking. Xiao Yuan hurried out, her fire bow already leveled in readiness. The three of us exchanged glances, none of us uttering a word. After a long moment, a knock sounded at the door again. Knock, knock, knock. The rhythm was steady, not rushed, not hesitant, like someone outside was calmly waiting. I tightened my grip on the knife and approached the door, careful to avoid the peephole. Pressing myself against the wall, I called out, "Who is it?" There was a pause on the other side. Then came a voice, broken, hoarse, and eerie, like an elder forcing out air from deep in her throat. Don't trust him." The words had just finished when the sound of rapid footsteps burst forth. Thud, 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 thud. It sounded like someone sprinting away from the door, down the hallway, and into the darkness beyond, vanishing into the distant silence as quickly as they had come. The voice was sudden, and so too was its retreat, like a gust of wind surging through dense fog, leaving nothing behind once it passed. The room fell quiet, and stayed that way for a long time. I remained against the wall, motionless. We held our breath, waiting for what felt like an eternity, until we were certain no sound or movement stirred on the other side of the door. Only then did the tension gradually ease. What did it mean by that? Xiao Yuan was the first to speak, her voice brimming with confusion. What does it mean? Don't trust him. Who's him? Su Mumu looked just as puzzled. I didn't answer immediately, instead stepping to the peephole to peer outside. The hallway was obscured by swirling black mist, and nothing seemed to move. Whoever, or whatever, it was had entirely vanished. I pulled back and leaned against the wall, the words from before repeating in my mind. Don't trust him. And him? It wasn't hard for me to settle on the only plausible answer. The black-cloaked figure who introduced himself as a cleric of the Aurora Church. He had entered our lives only recently, and everything about him was shrouded in mystery. It's likely that cleric, I said. Xiao Yuan blinked, then seemed to piece it together herself, falling into thought. It was then that Su Mumu moved closer to the door, her eyes narrowing as she peered through the peephole. Her gaze dropped to the floor outside. Lu Yuanji, she said softly. There's someone out there. Someone. I froze, quickly moving to the peephole again. Sure enough, through the black mist in the hallway, a figure lay curled on the ground outside the door. Unmoving. The person's light-colored jacket and disheveled hair suggested they had been left unconscious, abandoned right there. As soon as I saw the face, I recognized her, but confusion rose in my chest. How was she here? Tang Shi, I muttered, furrowing my brows deeply. In the storage room, she was still out cold. When I dragged Tang Shi inside, she was limp, like a rag doll, slumped against the wall. The corner was cluttered with stacks of cardboard boxes. Her coat had smudges of gray-black grime from the hallway, and her disheveled hair fell messily along the sides of her face. In her unconscious state, the usual aggressiveness she exuded was stripped away, leaving behind an air of fragility. I stood in front of her, looking down at her pale visage, my gaze cold and indifferent. I never had a good impression of Tang Shi. Out of that group of women from before, she was one of the loudest, always ranting. Men are disgusting. We sisters must stick together, and never let men taint our space. She was even more extreme than Qin, who at least knew how to assess situations and act accordingly. Tang Shi? She ran on an unrelenting sense of arrogance, propped up by nothing but blind bravado. The only thing this woman had going for her was her looks. Her face was undeniably striking, complemented by a figure that wasn't bad either, traits that, in this apocalypse, comprised the entirety of her worth. I crouched down and grabbed her chin, tilting her face upward. She was still out cold, her lashes fluttering faintly in the dim light, her brows furrowing as if she were dreaming of something unpleasant. I studied Tang Shi for a few moments, and a faint, wry smile tugged at the corner of my lips. Reaching into my pocket, I pulled out a small vial of witch serum, removing the soft stopper. The liquid inside emanated an otherworldly purple glow, alongside a peculiar and unsettling scent. No ceremony, no hesitation. I pried her mouth open and slowly poured the iridescent liquid past her lips. The moment the serum hit her tongue, her brow twitched sharply. Her throat, driven by instinct alone, moved reflexively, swallowing the strange fluid. I could even track the faint, glowing purple light as it traveled from her throat, down her esophagus, and into her core, dissipating somewhere deep within her. I withdrew my hand, slipped the empty vial back into my pocket, and stepped out of the storage room, shutting the door firmly behind me. I didn't plan on staying inside with her. The system had already warned me, which serums carried a risk of losing control during their transformative process. If her body couldn't handle the conversion, she might mutate into a monster. I'd have to wait for the transformation to stabilize before re-entering. I moved to the living room and sat by the doorway, placing my mechanical blade within arm's reach. From time to time, my gaze flicked toward the closed door of the storage room. The noises within started to change. First came faint breaths, followed by the sound of fabric shifting. Then came a series of incoherent murmurs, low and indistinct, like someone struggling endlessly in a fitful dream. The sounds grew louder, more chaotic, as though her body was undergoing a profound and involuntary metamorphosis. An hour and more passed before a sudden burst of laughter rang out from the storage room. Crisp, bright laughter, filled with delight, as if she had just broken free from a terrible nightmare. I raised my eyes. The serum had stabilized. The transformation into a witch, complete. Inside the storage room, Tang Shi opened her eyes. The first thing she became aware of was the Visio, the wild transformation. She lay beside the cardboard box, every crack and speck of dust on the ceiling perfectly visible to her eyes. She blinked, but rather than fading, the details became even sharper. She could even make out the path of a dust particle floating in the air by the corner of the wall. Sitting up, she pressed a hand against the floor. The texture of the surface, the temperature, the faint humidity, everything rushed into her mind, magnified countless times. Looking down at her hands, she noticed how much paler and more delicate they had become, seemingly covered in a soft, silver sheen. She touched her face. The smoothness startled even her. When her fingers brushed against her ear, she froze. It felt different. The outline had shifted, the tips slightly pointed, as if they were evolving into a form no longer entirely human. Startled, she stood up. Her entire body exuded a renewed vitality, her skin glowing with life, like an old garment reversed to reveal a vibrant, spotless inside. She clenched her fists, the joints cracking while an unfamiliar strength surged within her, a strength that was leagues beyond the feeble self she had known. Taking a deep breath, she could distinctly sort out every scent in the room. The dust, the wood, the trace of rust. It was all crystal clear. It felt as though she'd been pulled from a stagnant, lifeless pool and utterly transformed, reborn from head to toe. Standing there, a smile spread across Tang Shi's lips. She raised a hand, slowly curling her fingers into a tight fist, and whispered under her breath, "The feeling of having power, it's incredible." She didn't know how or why this had happened to her. But this transformation, this rebirth, filled her with an uncontrollable euphoria. She could feel it, this strength coursing through her veins, this power that marked her evolution. In this post-apocalyptic world, power equaled survival. With power, one could live with dignity, no longer reduced to hiding in corners, nibbling on compressed rations, no longer needing to read others' faces to measure one's worth. She had, in a single metamorphic leap, moved beyond the realm of the weak and grasped the essence of something greater, something more suited to this shattered world. She now belonged, not as a survivor, but as a contender for dominance in the ruins. This was her opportunity, Tang Shi's opportunity. It was the greatest gift she had received since the end of the world. But her excitement quickly settled. Her gaze turned cold. She thought of me. Those scenarios where she had planned to lower her head, ask for help, maybe even beg. She didn't need to anymore. With this strength, she would no longer need to rely on anyone, especially not a man. Tang Shi wasn't about to depend on a man to survive. The thought revolted her. She loathed men, despised them deeply. She considered herself sacred, beyond the touch of any man. Letting one lay a finger on her would be nothing short of defilement. She hadn't been able to assert her will before, but now, in this new form, she could. These hands, her renewed, powerful hands, would reclaim everything she had lost, on her terms. But at that exact moment, the storage room door creaked open from the other side. I stepped through, leaning casually against the doorframe. I wasn't holding a combat blade, my gaze calm as I scanned her from head to toe. Frankly speaking, the changes in Tang Shi post-transformation were remarkable. Her skin was smooth and delicate, like the surface of a freshly peeled boiled egg, glowing faintly under the dim light. Her facial features hadn't changed much, but her contours seemed subtly refined, exuding an allure that wasn't entirely human. She stood barefoot, her long hair cascading down her shoulders. A faint, almost imperceptible aura of a witch seemed to hover around her like a sheer veil, transforming her entire demeanor from what it once was. Leaning casually against the doorframe, I gave her a nonchalant glance and spoke in an indifferent tone. "Awake?" Tang Shi didn't respond. Her eyes dropped to her fair, delicate hands, a stark contrast to what they had been before. She could feel the power surging within her, and a trace of coldness appeared on her delicate face. I knew what she was thinking. She was recalling how untouchable I used to seem to her, how she had pleaded before only to be met with my indifference, my outright refusals. Now, she had changed. She had undergone a metamorphosis, gained strength and senses far beyond that of ordinary people. She believed she no longer needed to endure anyone's whims or dictates. In fact, she wanted to put me beneath her feet. She straightened her posture, her bare feet pressing onto the cold floor as she walked toward me, step by step, her chin slightly raised like she was preparing to declare war. I could tell she was still carefully choosing her words, calculating how to tell me that she was no longer the woman I once controlled. But I spoke first. "Kneel." My voice was quiet, without a sharp edge, not quite a command, more like a statement of an already irreversible fact. The fire in her eyes, that surge of assertiveness she walked in with, was snuffed out instantly. Her knees buckled, and she dropped to the ground without resistance. The sound of her knees striking the floor reverberated within the room like a dull thud. She looked up at me, her expression shifting from shock to disbelief, and then to fear. She didn't understand what had just happened. The power within her was real. She'd been absolutely sure she could fight back. And yet, her body refused to move, as if every ounce of resistance had vanished from her being. I didn't give her a moment to process it. Stepping forward, I placed my hand on her shoulder, forcing her completely down onto the floor. My foot pressed against her shoulder blade, leaving her with no room to even attempt to lift herself. Dust and scraps from cardboard on the floor clung to her pale, supple skin. Her newly transformed, exquisite face was pressed sideways against the ground, rife with an inescapable humiliation. I leaned back in my chair, looking down at Tang Shi as she knelt before me. A small smirk crept onto my lips. That face of hers, so perfect, it didn't even seem real. I spoke slowly, deliberately. I need to see a more loyal version of you. Her body trembled slightly. I knew exactly what was on her mind. She had already knelt, crawled, and called me master. For her, what more could I possibly want? But deep down, she had already started to sense it. What I meant by loyalty was something she most rejected. My apologies, but I can't assist with that request. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. After being plundered, her witch-like form diminished greatly. The things she lost wouldn't simply return out of thin air. Only time could help her slowly recover, allowing the witch's power to gather again. But once she's recovered, taking from her again would be just as easy as the last time. Tang Shi will always be my plaything. She could never escape. I walked over, looking down at her briefly. Then I casually picked up a jacket lying beside me and tossed it over her, covering the parts of her exposed skin. My movements weren't gentle, nor were they rough. They were more like simply putting something back in its rightful place. Go back to room 201, I said calmly, watching her. I need you to do two things. She was at her weakest yet, barely clinging onto enough strength to move. Slowly, with trembling hands, she pushed against the floor, trying to prop herself up. She managed to kneel before me once more. Her legs were still shaking, her body quivering from the exhaustion and pain she felt earlier. She was clearly in pain, yet her kneeling posture remained steady. Her voice was hoarse, but she forced clarity into her words. What is your command, master? I looked down at her trembling body, the pain barely concealed, and for a brief moment, a hint of approval flickered in my eyes. A witch is still a witch after all, absolutely obedient, unwaveringly loyal. Such a person would prove extremely useful to me in the days ahead, as the apocalypse continued to unfold. The first matter, I began. If within the next 2 days the hallways show any signs of disturbance, should there be large movements of monsters nearby, open the door to room 201 directly and let them in. She froze for a fraction of a second. Open the door, just like that? But that momentary doubt was instantly overtaken by her deeper instinct to obey. She nodded. Understood. I was silent for a moment, as though carefully choosing how to phrase the second task. After some thought, I pulled the mechanical battle knife from my belt and, without hesitation, pressed it against the skin of my arm, making a deliberate cut. The silver-white blade sliced through skin effortlessly, and crimson blood began to bead at the incision. Master, Tang Shi, momentarily forgetting her pain, instinctively moved forward to help. But the overwhelming pain in her body yanked her back immediately, forcing her to kneel once more. She could do nothing but watch as the wound on my arm stretched and the blood slowly spread. And then she stopped in shock, because the blood that seeped out carried with it a faint silver glow. The light was so subtle it was almost indiscernible in the dim room, but to her eyes, it was blinding. Tiny silver specks floated atop the surface of the blood, like an impossibly thin layer of crushed silver mixed into the dark red liquid. A deep fear surged from the depths of her soul. It was as if something buried deep within her was trembling in terror, every fiber of her being rejecting the blood's presence and warning her to stay away. She had no idea what kind of blood this was. All she knew was that it was terrifying. And so, she withdrew, falling back into place, her posture even lower than before. She no longer dared to get closer, her head bowing deeper, her demeanor even more submissive than earlier. I ignored her reaction entirely, focusing instead on the wound I'd just inflicted. The cut. I brought my arm up to the mouth of an empty bottle, letting the shimmering silver-streaked blood flow down its inner surface. After collecting just under half a bottle, I set the knife down and picked up a tourniquet. With practiced ease, I wrapped it around my arm several times, gripping one end in my teeth and pulling it tight before tying it off. Once my wound was bandaged, I held the half-full bottle of silver blood in front of her. The second task, I said calmly, my tone unwavering. Pour my blood into the drinking water for everyone in 201. Make sure they all drink it. She glanced at the bottle, its dark red liquid swirling within, catching flashes of tiny silver streaks as it moved. Her heartbeat seemed to quicken. Even though she couldn't quite figure out my intentions, she still extended her hand to take it. Lowering her gaze, she murmured, "Understood." Her fingertips recoiled slightly when they met the warmth of the bottle, but she quickly tightened her grip on it, bowing low until her forehead was nearly touching the ground. "What my master commands, I shall carry out without fail." I looked at her submissive display but didn't say much else. Instead, I gestured toward the door with my chin. Go. She braced herself against the ground as she stood, carefully tucking the small bottle into the inner pocket of the coat I had given her. Barefoot and visibly weakened, she slowly made her way toward the door. Each step she took was shaky, yet determined. As I watched her retreating figure, something made me call out to her, "Wait." She paused mid-step and turned back to face me. "Have Chiyun take you to the freezer," I said. "There's food in there, the kind you need. But I'm only giving you enough for 2 days. Once the black mist clears, I'll take you down myself to find something more to eat." For a moment, she looked stunned, and something complicated flickered in her eyes. She hadn't expected me to give her food. She had assumed that after I was done with her, I would discard her like a used rag. But I hadn't. She didn't ask any questions. Instead, she immediately dropped into a deep bow, her forehead once again nearly touching the floor. "Thank you, Master," she said earnestly. I dismissed her with a wave of my hand. "Go." Without another word, she straightened up and walked out the door. She didn't look back as it shut behind her with a dull thud. Her footsteps echoed down the hallway, growing fainter and fainter before fading completely into the dark mist. The room settled into silence once more. Leaning back in my chair, I narrowed my eyes slightly in thought. Tangshur is my witch now. She serves me. Providing her with sustenance and helping her restore her strength is necessary. But to be clear, the food I offered wasn't exactly great. It was the stuff at the very bottom of the freezer. Expired, spoiled meat that had been sitting there untouched for ages. Regular people would get food poisoning just from looking at it. But for her, a witch now, it's fine. Perfectly usable, even. At least it saves me the trouble of disposing of that garbage. With her situation handled, I tilted my head slightly, letting my thoughts align and connect piece by piece. The 2 tasks I assigned her weren't really about targeting that so-called all-woman team in 201. That group doesn't interest me in the slightest. They're nothing more than a disorganized pack of amateurs, wasting their time shouting slogans and tearing each other apart internally. They don't even qualify as a threat in front of me. The only reason I let them stay is simple. If this entire floor has only my place as a safe haven, then all danger would inevitably converge here. The target would be too obvious, and the margin for error too slim. But with Unit 201 serving as a buffer, many issues will erupt over there first, giving me enough time to respond. It's essentially like having an early warning outpost. That's why I won't deliberately go after 201. If I did take action, it'd be as effortless as lifting a finger. There's no need for any grand effort. These moves and plans I've set in motion, they've always had a single target from the very beginning: the priest.